Hello, dear friends. The world of Warships may rejoice in knowing that we are headed to the paradise of competitive tournaments for the best of the best of the best of the best. I am a Boxy, leader of the free peoples from the tiers of the desert map, to introduce you to Warship Masters Invitational Tournament 2024 and to show you the ways. Warship Masters is an invitational-only tournament based on the top teams from the Asia, EU, NA, and China servers in Season 24 of Clan Battles. It takes place over 4 days and ends when 15 teams are eliminated and only one remains to earn the title. Lisan Al-Gaishu. This is the title, of course, after the creator of Warship Masters, Gaishu Ichoku. Now he is the man who looks like Abraham Lincoln, and I have faith in him as the one who will lead us to entertainment paradise. Warship Masters differs from the other tournaments in that individual ships are assigned point values. The format is 7 players versus 7 players, but the ships that are considered very strong have higher point values, while ships that are considered less strong, they have lower point values. So, teams will have to decide which ships to bring based on how many points they cost. Wait, how come the teams don't just bring 7 of the high point ships? Because they're limited to 100 points total. Lisan Al-Gaishu. So that means a team has to choose their lineup with a limited budget of cheap points. Maybe you want a Louisiana. Well, then that costs 28 points out of 100. Maybe then you have to take some Jinan, which costs you only 7 points each. Yeah, I like Jinan. Jinan, very good. Gaishu is wise, I see. Jinan is good in randoms, but hard to make work in competitive. While Louisiana has the all-seeing eyes of the airplane. These point values, yes, they will include all Tier 10 and Super Chips. Next to discuss is the Flagship feature. Now, Flagship is unique to the greatness that is Warship Masters, and let the teams put extra power into their match when they need it. Flagships are 8 specific chips that the team has decided are good. Like really good. Like as good at tournaments as Lisan Al-Gaishu is at being a prophet. These are the chips that are especially good for tournament play and can be the centerpiece around which an entire chip lineup is built. However, each chip can only be used 2 times each per team in the whole tournament. Oh, hold on. I thought that the flagship could only be used until it got sunk. Oh, they changed it. Now it doesn't matter if you lose it, you can only bring it twice, no matter what. Lisan Al-Gaishu has made his brilliance clear. Now teams don't bring the same chip over and over until they lose it. Also, being a super chip no longer means it is automatically a flagship. The flagships are Patry, Vermont, Petropavlovsk, Annapolis, Novosibirsk, Konde, Napoli, and Zorky. You see, Lisan Al-Gaishu is wise, but he is too humble to admit how wise he is. Do it in the chat now. Tell him how wise he is by typing Lisan Al-Gaishu. Lisan Al-Gaishu. Make him see it. We are almost done now, friends, I promise. Now, the teams will each ban a map for their matches. And the maps available are Shatter, Islands of Ice, Hotspot, Riposte, Tears of the Desert. Lisan Al-Gaishu! This is my home! My home map! This is amazing. Sleeping Giant and Warrior's Path. Gaishu himself will tell you about the prizes. Okay, friends. Enjoy the tournament. Fair winds and following seas. Got to go find Lisan Al-Gaishu now.
Captains, welcome to the Grand Finals of Warship Masters 2024. I'm one of your hosts, Gaishu Ishoku, one of the NA community managers, and two-time second-place COTS champion, joined today at the desk by Bazinga Flux. How are
Thank you. I'm doing very well. Hello, everyone. I am the EU English community manager for World of Warships as well, and I am a long-time competitive player for this game, played in clans like Reign and Omni, participated in lots of King of the Sea tournaments as well as WMI. And our casters today are none other than the Sailing Robin and Zuikatsu.
Hello everyone. Good morning, good evening, wherever you are in the world. I am Robin, a content producer for World of Warships Legends, the console version of the game, and quite a veteran player for World of Warships PC as well. And today I am also joined by Zuikatsu.
Hey guys, I'm Zuikatsu. I come from the NA server, part of Yikes, the clan that initially created the Warship Masters tournament. Glad to be here, casting the games for you, and I mean, we've heard this from us 4 times now, so let's just get right into the content for you today.
Let's go. All right, guys. So we actually have some exciting stuff to do today, which is why we're starting a little bit early. First of all, we'll go over probably the viewer rewards just to remind you guys what you can get. For today, it's the Grand Finals. It's the last day of the tournament. You can get a pack of blue boosters, the Warship Masters flag, and of course the Viscount of Victory St. Vincent permanent camouflage, which is probably why many of you are here.
Yep.
And this is one of the best looking camos in the game, in my opinion, with beautiful detailing of the wooden planking and the gun ports on the side actually open and close, and the cannons fire in port. There's wonderful gold highlighting on the turrets. On the smokestack you can see the Warship Masters logo, which is a fantastic one. And all around, it's just one of my favorite skins in the game.
No bias.
No bias whatsoever. Definitely not biased. Keep in mind that this is a mission. When you watch for 90 minutes, you will get the mission, so make sure you claim it in your Twitch inventory and check in-game for the mission. After you finish the mission, it will also roll a mystery drop for you, which can have up to 25,000 coal in it. So just make sure that you check for the mission, because it will not be immediately given to you, it's just when you finish the mission.
Indeed. So we also had a giveaway that we had running yesterday as well as today, sponsored by Asus ROG, Republic of Gamers. And yesterday we gave out 5 codes, and they were time limited, and we had a lot of entries.
How many entries did we have?
About 25,000, I believe.
Yes, we had many entries, so thank you guys for participating. We'll be doing the same thing today, but first we will draw the winners yesterday. Unfortunately, we weren't able to do that at the end of the stream, so we're starting a little bit early so we can get that done. We'll be drawing for the 49-inch OLED gaming monitor as well as that ROG Ally handheld, both fabulous pieces of hardware.
Definitely.
So perhaps we can get straight into that.
Sure. So what should we give away first? What do you think?
Well, I'm going to draw 2 numbers at once. I think the first number will be for the Ally handheld.
Okay.
Then the second number will be for the 49-inch monitor.
Sounds good.
And I'm definitely not rigging it to give myself the monitor. So we will do it with my screen here. So just so you guys are aware, this is all the entries going all the way down to about 23,000. So there are many.
Yeah.
We'll be using random.org to draw 2 numbers. You can see our test numbers here. And we will enter these into the sheet. So the first one is 4141. We can see here the ID of the person who won the code. I might have to scroll a little bit so it's on top. And Bazinga Flux here will give me the username of this person so that we can tell you who won. In just a moment.
Just pretend there's a drum roll here.
Yeah.
Exactly. We can just make a sound effect.
I don't think that will be picked up by the mic.
Probably not.
The nickname of the winner of the ROG Ally is on the EU server is Frankenstein Born.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
The Ally is a fantastic piece of hardware.
So you will be contacted, I believe, via Twitch or by email?
Probably by email.
Probably by email.
We just have their ID here, so we can go right into that. The second one is 13229. Let's put that in. And then we have someone who looks like they're on the Asia server here based on the ID. Give Bizinga a moment.
This is a very thorough system you have.
Yes, we jury-rigged this together. Very, very efficient.
So the winner of the 49-inch OLED ultra-wide monitor is Goddess AKB_Chan on the Asian server.
Weeb's in. Let's go.
Indeed.
Exceptional.
Right. Well, congratulations to our 2 winners for winning these fabulous pieces of hardware. Really, really wish I could have gotten the monitor for myself, but unfortunately I can't. We'll be doing a similar thing today. We'll be using the same giveaway method, but this time we have one more Ally handheld, as well as a Strix gaming laptop. And the way that we gave these away yesterday, the hardware yesterday, was we'll have 5 unique codes for you. We'll be giving those away in short intervals throughout the stream today. Each code will be valid for only a short amount of time, so you have to make sure that when you see the code, you actually go and enter it very quickly. Each code will also give you a permanent COTS camouflage that can be applied to any ship. So even if you don't win a piece of hardware, you still get some nice in-game stuff. And if you get all 5 codes entered, of course, you get 5 chances to win. If you only enter 1 code, you still have 1 chance to win, so no worries. But we'll be distributing those throughout the stream today for our wonderful viewers.
Yeah, the first code will probably be in about 15-ish minutes from now, when we go over probably the first match of the day. But for now, I think we should go over what happened yesterday.
Yes.
Because there were some really interesting games that happened while we were casting some other games, which were also very interesting and fun to watch in their own right.
Most definitely.
Yeah,
But,
we took a sneak peek before we started the stream today. And figured that we had to cover them at least a little bit.
Because some of the lineups that were brought were just something that you wouldn't normally expect. And it was also against a team that we saw did incredibly well on Shatter specifically. And it was War. With the Schlieffen and Guden spam that they did.
The triple Howden composition with the airstrikes everywhere.
They played against TS YMQ. And TS YMQ brought an Annapolis, 4 Hindenburgs, a Summers, and a Yu Yang. And as soon as we saw that lineup, we were like, they're cooking something. And we had to take a quick peek at the replay before we started. And the game is just very interesting. It kind of goes into what we discussed yesterday when we were watching the replay render of War versus I don't remember the other team, KSC. And I basically said, there is a weakness potentially on the 9-10 line, and that's essentially what they exploited.
So I mean, we can go over the lineups briefly. And remember, yesterday we managed to cast Vor versus KSC in one of the first Shatter games that we saw on the official stream. And Vor brought that explosive Schlieffen triple Huden Leo. I just butchered that pronunciation. Lineup. And they're bringing the same composition here. And this is a composition that works really, really well when people don't expect it. But I think from the deployments and the compositions that we saw and when we looked over the render here, TS YMQ basically did their homework. They had a short amount of time to prepare before their series and basically figured out the counter strategy.
Yeah, perhaps this was something that they, had a quick peek at the render themselves as well and realized that there is in fact quite a big weakness that War is presenting while going for this very aggressive mid-hold with all of the Gudens or with the Schlieffen and such. And I think we can start the replay.
Let's play it forward a little bit. We can go over those initial deployments. Remember, Vor sends their Colbert almost alone out towards that 9-10 line. And we'll take a quick pause here just to go over these initial deployments. TS YMQ basically expects that Vor is going to do a similar deployment to what they did versus KSC. And indeed they do. Again, this is a very strong setup towards the middle of the map here from Vor. But this flank is almost entirely open. And one of the key weaknesses of this composition that they brought to Shatter is that it has no radars other than the Novosibirsk.
Yes.
The Novosibirsk is all the way in the west. And it's really reliant on using these islands for like that kind of close quarter bombing stationary targets, gameplay with the Howdens, using the Schlieffen secondaries. But TS YMQ basically takes that away by using the Sommers to smoke up 2 Hindenburgs and an Annapolis, which is a lot of firepower.
So this is clearly a anti-strat from TS YMQ because they knew how the enemy team was going to deploy based on basically looking at renders or maybe watching the game themselves. And they knew that the Novosibirsk would have ended up somewhere on this area.
Yep.
And they know that it's only a Colbert basically guarding the 8, 9, 10 line. And so there is quite a big weakness on this side of the map basically to exploit. I think the way they actually deploy the smoke and play it is very interesting, because they actually have 2 Hindenburgs and an Annapolis here. So they're just going to smoke straight down, as we see, and be able to pressure out a Guden and the Schlieffen simultaneously, while also, I think they got the kill on the Colbert, but we can take a look.
Yep, you can just let it play out a little bit. TS YMQ using 2 smoke destroyers, actually. The YY in the west briefly covering the Hindenburg, and then going down to play so aggressively over here, kind of opening up the space for this Hindenburg to also shoot down through the gap here. There's just absolutely insane amounts of firepower coming from all angles here. See, the Colbert is dying almost instantly. Doesn't really hold up to 2 Hindenburgs and Annapolis shooting at it. And this basically compromises Vor's entire map position that they managed to push down
I think the fact that they had a double Hinden smoked up with an Annapolis means that you definitely can't contest that smoke, especially because they have no destroyers, and they have a Summers that's going to be able to Pormaspot the Colbert, Schlieffen, Guden, whatever.
They basically have no pressure
side
whatsoever to be able to push off the smoke screen or the destroyer spotting, which is hugely problematic for them.
So we shall continue.
Play it out. Yeah, and we can see that the damage output from TS YMQ here is just absolutely nuts. I mean, you can see these ships melting. Vor does manage to make a pretty decent counter push here. I think this is something they maybe could have recognized a few minutes earlier, is before they lost most of their HP on their ships over here, is actually just pushed through into B. But unfortunately, they don't quite do it in time. The Schlieffen goes down to basically being almost dead.
Yeah.
And he almost does maybe like 10,000 damage this game.
Yeah.
Which is not what you want to get out of your...
You didn't really get to play the game from watching the replay, and there was definitely a play, there was a timing where he could have gone through into the B cap, but unfortunately he either missed that timing or they communicated about it and they chose not to push.
I mean, I think really the essence of this game is Vor has to play keep away from the smoke screen play.
Yeah.
And by exposing their ships to it and losing all their HP, it kind of just seals the deal. But, I mean, just insanely fun composition to see come out of TS YMQ here, bringing 4 Hindenburgs, as well as building their Annapolis flagship pick to make sure the composition works with that insane amount of damage output. And, yeah, you can see them just kind of set up, just contain the push and farm it all down.
Yeah, they did it very well. I am very happy to see essentially a counter strat to what, when we watched it, looked like an unbeatable type of strat where KSC simply had no answer to what Vor was doing, and yet TS YMQ comes out with a strat essentially designed to counter it, and then they executed it flawlessly.
This is also a strat that they would have had to cook up within about 30 minutes of that KSC Vor series ending in order to actually be able to deploy it and run it. So it's really good to see that kind of flexibility from the #1 China seed here. Able to just come up with that on the fly, essentially. Didn't have a week to prepare it. Vor bringing it out for the first time, I think, yesterday.
It was, yes.
So, yeah, I mean, really, really good reaction to that composition.
Yeah, and in comparison to Vor, TS YMQ is probably a less experienced team, given that they have only really gotten into the competitive scene last year, like towards the end. In COTS 15.
Yeah, at least
16,
the global competitive scene and playing against other regions and on the stage in like King of the Sea, for example.
And Vor, on the other hand, has been part of the international competitive scene for many years. I remember playing against them myself, which was like 4 or 5 years ago.
I believe they've even won a few of the international King of the Seas in the past.
Definitely, yeah. They are not newcomers to this competitive scene by any means. Any thoughts from our casters about this?
I mean,
we heard.
I mean, you all know by now that I'm a big fan of the Hindenburg, so I love to see that coming out of TS YMQ. But another thing that we heard from Vor, actually, when we spoke to, who was it?
Sweet Taige.
When we interviewed Sweet Taige on stream yesterday, that TS YMQ is actually, while we haven't seen them maybe as much in the international tournament scene, they did say that TS YMQ is a clan that they scrim against themselves independently. I mean, outside of tournaments, for example, quite often. And Vor considers TS YMQ to be a kind of a rival of sorts. So, I mean, that's just a another step forwards for TS YMQ, let's say.
It is a proof right here. I mean, they made it to the top 4 teams for this tournament. There's only 4 teams left
they are
today, and they are part of it. It's three teams from the European server and only 1 team from the Chinese server, TS YMQ. So it is actually, I'm not sure if it's a feat because I never really followed what was going on in the previous tournament, but that, like from the first place, being in the last top 4 is already something really nice, and I think we are all looking forward to what they're going to be able to do in the first battle actually today. So.
Speaking of, they're guaranteed in the money. Like we said, they're top 4. We're looking at the last 4 teams today. So just to quickly go over the prizes for the teams, we went over the viewer rewards. The players themselves are actually playing for some prizes.
Indeed, the cash prize has not been this big ever. We have increased it to $10,000 total. First place walking home with 6,000 USD, second place with 1,800, third with 1.4, and fourth place with 800. So they're guaranteed at least $800, even if they lose the first game, which is honestly quite nice. But we hope to see them go into the further rounds, considering the unique strategies that they have built in the span of maybe 30 minutes. So
yeah, I mean, and one of the interesting things that we actually went over briefly before the stream started was their ship picks. But maybe we should go over the schedule first, actually, and then maybe go over the ship picks, just to give you guys an idea of what's going to be happening today. We have basically 3 matches, 3 series in a row, with just the last 4 teams. We'll be going, first of all, into them versus TS YMQ. One of the reasons why we wanted to take a look at those renders from TS YMQ, get a sense for how they play. They play pretty differently from most of the other teams, especially the EU teams.
For sure.
After that series, we'll be moving on to the losers bracket final. So whoever wins between them and TS YMQ will be moving on to face Total War Alliance TWA in the losers bracket final. TWA being knocked down there by Rain yesterday in one of the closest games I've ever seen in World of Warships ever.
Some epic action, definitely. If you haven't watched it, I highly recommend you check out the VOD from yesterday. It was the last game we casted, actually.
It was the last game of the day.
And perhaps one of the most down-to-the-wire game any tournaments I've ever seen for a long time. So.
Yep. And of course, because of the results of that game yesterday, Rain is waiting in the grand final for whoever wins that losers bracket final. And they will be playing the winner of that in a best-of-5 series. So we have plenty of exciting games lined up for today. And we can start to maybe move into some of the ship picks for our first 2 teams here between them and TS YMQ. Maybe highlight why TS YMQ is a little bit different in terms of what they plan to bring from most of the other teams.
Yeah, as you can see here, TS YMQ on the right-hand side, they have brought some very interesting ships compared to the other teams. The Druid, the Clausewitz, and the Hindenburg, they're 3 most picked ships. 3 ships that I feel like are a little bit more common among especially the Asian and the Chinese teams. But the Clausewitz and Hinden making up the lion's share of their top picks means that they are really favoring this heavy damage output, maybe a little bit more in the open water, not playing around those islands as much. Yeah,
and the Druid pick to me is especially interesting. Most other teams favoring things like the Yo-Yang. We've seen a lot from EU teams in particular, being pretty flexible with either the radar or the smoke train for a radar cruiser. But Druid, on the other hand, is a really interesting pick that we haven't seen outside of really the Chinese or the Asian teams too much. Kind of not really bringing a lot of spotting utility, but has a pretty good amount of damage output, is phenomenal at playing those island positions. And then, of course, the Clausewitz and the Hindenburg classic picks making up pretty much the majority of the cruiser picks here.
Yeah. And one other important thing to note, the Edgar as well, coming in right behind their little German cruiser duo there. I think it's the ship they've kind of gravitated towards for bringing in that radar when they need it. Right. But so far, I feel like the strats that at least the few strats that we've seen from TS YMQ, they're not really playing around the radar spotting, and they're really just picking up kills whenever they can.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of really aggressive play from them.
Yeah.
A lot of that, like you said, open water damage output, kind of focused on being flexible and pushing around. The Edgar is really interesting because it has that burst fire and can pretty much instantly remove something from the game if it gets an opportunity to.
And the Ragnar, which is kind of an odd pick. We haven't really seen that ship throughout the tournament.
Yeah,
so it's interesting that to see if they are going to actually keep using these picks or if they're going to do a complete 180 and bring out... other things. But yeah, I have to admit the druid is extremely difficult because it doesn't really have that much concealment, no torpedoes, of course, and only AP. So you are limited to the amount of damage you can do while also having extremely high DPM. So
yeah, it's definitely a bit of an oddball pick. Meanwhile, on the side of them, they've opted for more of the, I would say, traditional picks that we've seen from a lot of the EU teams, especially. Things like the Yo-Yang that we've talked about with the smoke train or the radar. We've seen Rain do some very interesting things with Yo-Yang and Regulo pairings. I don't think we'll see that from them, perhaps.
No,
but
maybe not anymore, but them is definitely like a classic EO team at this point with the play style they prefer, which being way more in control focus, playing a bit more passive, playing for capitalizing on opposition mistakes and then making a play off of it instead of going for a play themselves. And generally this control play style leads to a more consistent outcome. However, when you go up against a team that is very comfortable making those crazy push plays happen or have a just generally good idea of what they want to achieve with the push, it becomes not as reliable.
Yeah, definitely interested to see these two like kind of different playstyles, entirely kind of collide here in this match. One interesting thing I want to point out about them that we've seen in the match that we've casted with them also is the Worcester and Gazovoy picks being 6 and 6. They really like this pairing. It's only 29 points, I believe, for a 9-kilometer radar plus a standard duration smoke. And the Gazovoy, of course, with the 6.0 kilometer concealment.
Yep.
Good guns, decent torps, fantastic ballistics, so kind of a pretty good
decent
value
speed
pairing
as well. So Gazovoy is really a do-it-all destroyer, in my opinion.
Yep. So, moving on to the Asus code for today, the first one, we'll be starting with the first code now. I believe it will be active by the time people see it.
Yes, it will be.
And it is WM246 Incredible Yu Yang.
We have seen some incredible value coming out of the Yo-Yang picks.
Yes, especially yesterday when he raided that Brisbane in the smoke, I believe.
Yes.
end up being deathstruck by the Castilla.
Yeah.
Not
it
the
was,
Castilla, sorry, the Sicilia.
Cecilia,
and
Patri, and I forget
Gibraltar.
Gibraltar. Yeah. So to honor that Yu Yang, essentially, we are doing WM246 Incredible Yu Yang. You can redeem this in the premium shop. On the redeem page. This will be posted by one of the mods probably in the Twitch chat if you guys want to just click on it. This is a time limited code, so you should do redeem it like
quick.
as soon as possible.
Be quick.
There is no reason to wait, and once the code has expired, that is all.
Yep. And just a reminder for what this code gives you, it will give you straight away 1 permanent COTS camouflage to be mounted on any ship of your choice, as well as an entry into the giveaway for the Asus hardware that we'll be giving away today, which is 1 ROG Ally handheld and the Strix gaming laptop. We'll be distributing 5 of these codes throughout the course of the day. So if you enter
can
all
have
5,
a potential of 5 tickets for the giveaway.
each code is basically 1 ticket. So make sure that you redeem these when they pop up. They won't be active for long. And then stick around for the end of the stream when we'll be drawing the winners for these.
For those watching on Twitch, there will be a pop-up in the chat with the link for every server because the codes has to be redeemed in the premium shop, beware. So you can just do it rather quickly the moment we announce this code. So take them.
So I think we have actually got the picks and bans for the first match.
Nice.
Okay.
And if we have banned maps ready, we do. So Shatter, unfortunately, I think desk favorite at this point
Desk favorite map, Shatter gone.
is banned, as well as Islands of Ice. And something important to note, obviously, is that both of these bans are done by teams blindly. And they do not know what the other team is banning. So they could have both picked Shatter, but TS YMQ chose not to do it. I wonder why after seeing them play against War. But
I think TS YMQ is pretty confident on their Shatter gameplay, so
Indeed.
banning Islands of Ice instead, which I don't think we've seen them play on ourselves.
I don't think so.
But
no.
I have gone through some of the replay renders of previous days, and they've played pretty solid matches on this map. I would say it favors these traditional lineups a little bit more.
Yep, there's a lot of empty space to play in, especially around that contested A cap. The home cap is fairly far away from the center and far away from the enemy's home cap, so there's a lot of ways to defend that home cap easily without too much investment. And then when you're dealing with trying to contest the contested cap, usually the team that's more comfortable with that smoke radar play is going to come out on top. So.
Yeah.
Why would you think TS YMQ would ban Islands of Ice specifically then?
I feel like maybe they're not as comfortable playing into maps that favor those smoke trains, like the Grozoy Worcester pairings that we've seen out of them pretty consistently.
But
They can
it's
be pretty
ironic
hard.
because they've been doing smoke trains themselves with the Summers.
Just in a very
Yeah,
different way.
300. It is, fair enough.
Yeah, so Islands of Ice is a little bit weird in that the home cap and the contested cap are very, very separated from each other. You can see that kind of island chain down the 6 line there, I think, basically blocking off the 2 sides of the map. So it can be hard to make those like aggressive rotational plays work sometimes. I think we know why they banned Shatter. I think we talked about it.
Definitely. I think they saw the match yesterday against Vaughan and they were like, maybe we don't want to deal with that right now.
Yeah, I think on average Shatter is just a difficult map because there's a lot of strategy. We've seen what happens. Everything is so clumped up kind of in the middle, and they just don't want to be bothered by any sort of weird, surprising strat.
Yeah. And especially in a format like Warship Masters where a lot of the lineups are really unfamiliar with what you can do with the point system.
And I would also say, especially this late in the tournament where everything's on the table essentially. So
Yeah, and it's entirely possible that them had a strat similar to Vor's for Shatter. I think a lot of the European teams are familiar playing that German battleship Gudenlu style on Shatter.
Yeah.
They've played it many times in clan battles, for example. In King of the Sea, for example, there's a map where the European teams all know very well how this map plays. And maybe they had that's a similar strategy to Vor's.
they just saw them
Shatter,
being obliterated.
And they saw TS YMQ absolutely obliterate that. So that's
maybe
entirely
not
possible.
wanting to play into the 4 Hindenburg composition.
it is speculation in the end, but it's always fun to try and understand these bans. Do we have any ideas of the 3 maps we will actually be
Yes, the 3
reviewing
maps
today?
have been picked.
Excellent.
And they are hotspot picked by them. TS YMQ picked Tears of the Desert, and the decider is Warrior's Path.
Okay, so we have 3 a little bit more traditional maps. I would say Hotspot, we've seen some pretty fun gameplay on.
Yeah, definitely Hotspot. Maybe the highlight of yesterday, especially.
Absolutely. You mentioned one of the ways to play Hotspot is to just make that super aggressive push across the middle of the map. You can see the spawns are actually closer to the contested cap than they are to the home caps, which is a little bit weird for most maps.
Yep.
You don't usually see that. So like Zui mentioned yesterday, you can make that kind of super aggressive push directly to the enemy's home cap if you think that they won't be prepared for it. Tears of the Desert, I think I know why TS YMQ likes this map. I think I know why they pick it. It really favors those kind of aggressive strategies, especially home-to-home pushes. It can be pretty hard to defend against, since if you have ships that are trying to control A, you really want to be playing almost towards A1, which really, really draws you away from the action towards the home caps.
Yeah, and we've seen that TS YMQ does favor the ships like the Hindenburg and Clausewitz, and really the main weakness of those 2 ships is they are very slow to rotate around the map. So when you have a map like Tears of the Desert, which kind of funnels you into a push, that's less of a problem.
Right.
Interesting. I like the variety in these 3 maps. So we might see 3 different tactics if it goes to a best of 3.
Yeah,
So.
I mean, Warriors Path, we've seen some pretty fun stuff on too. Going into the series here, maybe we can take a look at what flagships each team has left available to them. When we spoke to them yesterday, Takbir being the representative, he mentioned that they actually don't really like to play the flagships, that they really don't see a lot of value in them. And you can see that reflected on the sheet with them taking 0 flagships overall in the tournament. So it remains to be seen whether they're saving some picks or maybe just perfectly comfortable with their non-flagship lineups.
Which is actually extremely well played for them.
TS YMQ, on the other hand, mostly didn't bring any flagships at all until yesterday when they broke out the 2 Annapolis picks in their series against Vor. We saw them play the Annapolis with that 4 Hindenburg push and that render that we covered, putting out a ton of damage from that smokescreen. They will not have that option available to them today, so kind of breaking out the big guns there to make sure that they got through their series with Vor successfully. They've also picked 1 Condé, and all the other flagships will be available to them if they have any other spicy lineups cooked up.
Yeah, and I think maybe one thing important to note is that the second place China seed, which has obviously been knocked out, TSYM, I believe it was, or was it 4th?
I think TSYM was number 4, RB would have been number 2.
But TSYM and TSYMQ, obviously, their names
pretty similar.
They are sister clans to each other. I don't think it would be too surprising for them to have done a lot of stratting together.
Right.
And TSYM's flagships picks have also included Petropavlovsk and Napoli. So there's one of the very few teams that actually uses their Napoli flagships. TSYMQ obviously burning both of their Annapolis cards if they want to bring flagships into this next game. If they do use similar strategies, I would not be surprised to see a Napoli pick. I think it'll be the first one of the tournament for us on the official stream, and that will be highly
Would be pretty exciting. Would be pretty exciting.
Because Napoli is a very expensive but very, very unique cruiser.
And meanwhile, them has been holding on all the flagships, and they will have all the availability that they want during the potential 3 games they're going to face, if they go to that. So this is actually interesting to see as well how they managed to get all the way up here without using a flagship once. Perhaps some tactics from TS YMQ was to burn the Annapolis card to basically just knock out Vor, and it was like the #1 asset that they wanted to use. But them still managed to make their way here without using any of these assets, and maybe now they have the freedom of basically spamming them, if I can say it that way.
Yeah, they have a maximum of, what is it?
It would be
11 games. Coming from this losers bracket round, they have 11 games left to play potentially. And they have 16 flagships remaining, so
they can spam them all,
they
right?
could bring more than one flagship to a game.
Every single game.
As long as it fits, of course, the 100 point,
of course.
naturally.
Exactly. So I think going a bit more into the hotspot, the first map that we're going to see, in particular, we actually saw TS YMQ play War on hotspot as the second game they played. And in that game, they brought Annapolis, a Yu Yang, a Colbert, Edgar, and 2 Hindenburgs, as well as a Druid.
Right.
So given that we now know TS YMQ has used both of the Annapolis picks, I wonder if they're going to try to run the same sort of strat with a different flagship, or maybe they will just replace the Annapolis with a Des Moines potentially.
They could. I think it would definitely make the strategy a lot weaker if they were to try to run the same thing but without the Annapolis. It kind of just brings like almost 2 ships of firepower in one in that smoke screen. So they would definitely maybe be a little bit hard pressed to adapt it. I have a feeling that they'll probably play something a little bit different. I think the general structure of their strategy might be the same. They might. I mean, I would not be surprised at all to see them bring Hindenburgs and Clausewitzes to this map still. Just for that damage output. We saw them basically destroy Vor's Columbus in about like 1 minute of sustained fire, which was absolutely incredible. So I wouldn't be surprised to see them still bring the Hindenburg as their 10-point damage dealer. They might still try to play a smokescreen on the 9-10 line, except like Baz said, they'll have to find a different ship other than the Annapolis to put in there.
Perhaps a Conde. If they could use it, they wouldn't need a Yu Yang anymore to smoke him up, because he could probably play in open water. So they could replace the Yu Yang with some sort of Regolo, Lucian potentially. I don't think Lucian would work that well because it's so slow.
Yeah, we also
Regolo may be interesting because it's comparatively faster.
Yeah, we also haven't seen at least in the second weekend so far, the Chinese teams actually favor the Lucian pick at all.
Yeah, the Chinese teams generally they're favoring the more kind of aggressive, fast destroyers that they allow them to take map positions quickly. And one thing that is kind of like the main weakness of these heavy DPM Clausewitz Hindenburg comps is that if you don't feed spotting for them,
they can't do anything.
They can't really do anything. These ships don't really have a ton of utility themselves. They don't have the mobility to reposition around the map, so they're really, really reliant on their destroyers getting them that information. And one thing I think that they could consider if they had tuned into the official stream yesterday is Gang from Rain, obviously, going into the grand finals, said that they are a big fan of the Holland and the Dalarna, 2 ships that can provide that spotting and are fairly survivable in their own right.
That's true.
Are quite cheap as well.
Yeah.
I think Holland itself only costing 12 points, if I remember correctly. Dalarna only 1 point more expensive at 13. One of the reasons why Holland, why we might have expected it to be more popular than it is that unique upgrade. Giving it a 15% speed boost, as well as a lot more healable HP from the damage it takes. Makes it a pretty premier frontline skirmisher, in a sense.
How about the battleships picks? Because we've seen yesterday, and I think Bazinga Flux was the first one to mention this, is that almost every team who fielded a battleship and the other team did not have one. The team that fielded the battleship won. And on a map like Hotspot, we saw yesterday, Rain won versus TWA, thanks to that one Rhode Island pick, which was able to basically get into the cap fast enough and destroy that Z52.
Yeah, not only saving the game at the end there, but also almost dev striking the Salem from almost full
of course,
HP.
this as well. Ridiculous. I mean, we all know battleships are extremely impactful if you play them right. And do you have any speculations on how each teams are going to field them? And also, do you have any prediction on who might actually take this best of 3?
Well, I have to say, I don't think TS YMQ is the kind of team that values that battleship. I think, especially because of their own experience, absolutely shredding battleships with their Clausewitz and Hindenburgs. Maybe they don't think it's particularly strong. Them, on the other hand, has brought a couple of interesting battleship picks. They did bring a Devastation yesterday, and I think they've been pretty flexible with and without them. So I wouldn't be terribly surprised to see them bring out the Rhode Island, for example, in this game. Knowing that them does definitely study rain a little bit. But what about our hosts?
I'm going to have to go with a 2-1 for TS YMQ because I want more non-EU representation going into the grand finals here.
Fair enough.
I think it really could go either way though. Like you said, TS YMQ doesn't really favor the battleship pick. How about you, Baz?
I think given that after watching the TS YMQ War series yesterday, where War had a battleship in both games and TS YMQ won both games, even if them does bring the battleship, I think we can break the curse. And TS YMQ, I'm hoping, wins this as a 2-0.
Ooh, okay.
2-0 for
okay.
TS
I think the
YMQ.
game is getting started, so let's throw it over to the casters, and good luck to the teams.
And we are indeed about to find out. First game of this Sunday. Well, what do you see actually in the lineup?
All right.
Them versus TS YMQ.
On the
Hotspot.
green side, it is going to be them bringing in their first flagship of the tournament. The Conde is making its appearance. We did say that the Conde was one of the best ships to be on that 9-10 line position. He's going to be backed up by a Yoshino, a Worcester, a Smolensk, a Z52, a Regolo, and a Yuyang. And over on the TS YMQ side...
Well, double Clausewitz to begin with. It's kind of insane, actually. You guys were mentioning that they really love their Clausewitz, they love their Hindenburg, and they bring 2 of them. Pair with an Edgar. Edgar obviously being radar fielded, I assume.
Does
yes.
appear to be so.
So this is an interesting lineup as well because they bring a Salem, another radar, a Colbert, and then 2 German destroyers with long-range hydroacoustic, respectively Z52 and Z42. There's not really that much difference in terms of the gun caliber and maybe some torpedo parameters, but they both have long-range hydro, and I believe the Z42 has basically quick reloading smokes as well.
Yep.
So interesting to see how they're going to field these 2 DDs.
I think the Hydro Destroyers, especially on a map like Hotspot, we've seen teams use that Z42 and Z52 to great effect on this map. The C cap, obviously the contested cap that both teams want to try to hold on to, is small enough for one of these German Hydros, the 6-kilometer extended range Hydros, to cover pretty much the entire cap. So that's a long time for your team to reposition and get shots onto the enemy destroyer. Unfortunately for both sides, they are going to be mirrored, so you hydro me, I hydro you. It's going to be the name of the game here.
Exactly. Plus, like these early position on C are going to be easily contested on the 9-10 line push. And it seems TS YMQ has actually split their Clausewitz. They're sending one on the 9-10 line and essentially another one with the Salem Colbert Z42 B push here. So one would have expected they would have maintained these 2 Clausewitz to push them together somewhere, as we've seen maybe them doing with Hindenburgs. But right now it seems that one of the Clausewitz is going to be basically used as a defender on the 9-10 push, with the Edgar to back it up, of course, on the radar on the C cap.
Yeah,
You see an early cap here from them on the A. The Regolo, of course, being extremely quick with that emergency.
Yep, that speed boost. Very, very,
Boost.
very fast. The Z42 of TS YMQ, obviously, trailing behind the team, behind the them destroyers. He has not decided to use his speed boost right off the bat. Something that we usually see from the destroyers right off the bat in competitive modes, because even a little bit of point take can be very impactful.
Here comes the radar from the Edgar from TS YMQ onto the Z52 on them. Some early salvos here. The Z52 actually just has to move ever so slightly and instantly get out of that radar, so he was literally just scraping that range. No damage dealt here, but they know at least which asset is on here. And this little radar, which pushed them away from CCAP, is going to allow TS YMQ to maybe get just a few points ticking by capturing both B and C now. So trying to compensate from that early A cap from them.
Yeah, and as
let's see
long
what
as that
happens.
Edgar is threatening the rear of the Z52, this cap will tick away a little bit. Obviously, he can cycle his radar with James Wolfe's Hydro to keep the Z52 spotted and under threat. So I think this is a pretty good setup, radar and a Hydro duo, to keep the C cap uncontested for a little bit and build up a point lead.
What I'm trying to see here is the TS YMQ, Salem, Colbert, Clausewitz. If they intended to make any sort of push on the 1-2 line, of course, I assume that it's a little bit late now because them is going to have the advantage, at least in the initiative, with the Condé, of course, being extremely quick, and of course the Yang Rigolo smoke radar train already being on that 2-3 line.
I am actually kind of liking TS YMQ's deployment here, though. The Salem is, as the Des Moines class does, sitting on a rock bow in.
It's the best thing.
It's about exactly where you want these ships to be. And ideally, he'll be pushing he'll be receiving the them push right into his bow, right where he wants them.
Of course.
With TS YMQ's Clausewitz FLS probably going to be falling back out wide, opening up the angle between those two ships, both ships with very potent AP as well.
One of the things, though, you mentioned that Clausewitz and Hindenburg love being fed information and spotting. And right now, the only spotting they will have is TS YMQ Z42, which eventually might run into this Rigolo Yang radar smoke train.
So
could actually mean his demise if he's not careful. And to be honest, at this range, Des Moines Colbert can't really assist that much against the DD fight. The Clausewitz definitely can.
Clausewitz is spotted now, though, so they know something is around out wide. He's not going to receive any fire, obviously. Condé, pretty much the only ship with any range on the side of them. He's going to be behind the island here, so no incoming fire to the Clausewitz, but he knows he's spotted. He knows roughly where the enemy destroyers are.
Oh, this Z42 about to get in that very, very dangerous engagement here. Of course, he has no idea he's following the RPF. The hydroacoustic is still on for a little while, but the moment them actually burn that radar, the Rigolo gets spotted. Yang will actually activate
this.
this.
Should trigger the radar.
Oh,
so
goodness me, here we go.
Let's see what kind of damage these ships can do. The Rigolo immediately smokes up.
The Yang actually fires. The Yang actually engages, meaning he's actually visible by the Clausewitz.
Actually, a huge amount of damage on that first salvo onto the Rigolo.
The Condé actually nailing TS YMQ Z42 here. Extreme amount of damage pouring on. Oh, they are about to get it. That Condé salvo will be a finisher if not for the Rigolo one.
Great shooting coming out of the Condé, and that Z42 is going to be finished off by the Rigolo. And suddenly, this defense is looking very, very weak.
Yeah, I didn't want to jinx it, but this was the only eye they could have had. And now this Rigolo Yang smoke train is going to be extremely hard to contest because Clausewitz is going to be essentially permanent spotted. The Salem, if he engage, will also be visible. This is not a great start for TS YMQ losing that Z42 so early.
It'll be difficult for them to ward away the two destroyers of them, but on the flip side, the Condé and the Worcester, if they want to come anywhere close to support those destroyers, they will be still vulnerable to this Clausewitz, Colbert, and Salem, obviously. Rigolo, the only smokescreen on this side, means that the Worcester and the Condé will be exposed if they want to open up.
We see an actual response here from TS YMQ. They realize that most of the assets from them have been pushed on the 1-2 line, and now they are making an Edgar Z42 Clausewitz push on that Z52, looking for blood right now a little bit, trying to get something done and pushing them out of sea
as the
quite
Z52
effectively.
Leaves that island, suddenly the Clausewitz has an angle as well.
Ooh,
so let's
that's
see
a
if those
beautiful
salvos can
push.
land.
Absolutely beautiful crossfire here from TS YMQ. If they can actually trade that DD from the early loss of their Z52, it would be 42. Sorry, it would be really good counter push and also get C back in their
Still
control.
13 seconds remaining on this radar, so plenty of time for them to deal the damage they need to the Z52. Edgar obviously having an incredible damage output. Z52 is well angled.
Are we going to see a
AP
burst fire being used maybe to try and secure that
right at the
kill?
End of this
That's the
radar.
burst fire
Here
coming
is
down.
The last few salvos from the Edgar. It looks like it's not going to connect though. The Z52 will escape with his life. Fortunately for TS YMQ, they are still ticking away on that C cap, but that's just buying them a little bit more time here to maybe pick up some kills and find some positions on the caps. Looks like over on the behind the B cap, basically, it is the Clausewitz under threat. Condé's long-range fire as well as the sustained damage output of the Rigolo and the Worcester, bringing him down to just about half HP.
Yeah, that Wei Yang spotting paired with the Rigolo lurking around with his smoke is extremely dangerous. The Condé making use of his excellent ballistic at long range, much better ballistic than the Clausewitz, I would say. really putting a pressure on TS YMQ's Cloudswitch here. But at the same time, TS YMQ still has the cap lead. Not the point, really, and that's about to be even worse. But the Wei Yang is actually walking into a Salem engagement right now. This is extremely dangerous for them.
Salem has taken a really, really good spot here behind the island.
Excellent ambush from Wenru here, basically locking this Wei Yang deep into his radar. And of course, the amount of fire pouring from the clouds with Colbert is going to maybe claim that kill on the Wei Yang.
It all comes down to the gunnery now. 8,000 HP to burn through, 6,600 HP to burn through.
He gets knocked on the island for a little bit, basically bleeding even more HP.
Losing all of that speed is going to be so dangerous for him. He cannot accelerate away, and Salem's radar will finish off this kill. Takbir in that Wei Yang. Unfortunately, caught by the Salem's reposition onto the island, and suddenly
excellent
even
ambush
on B cap again. They will be losing this Cloudswitch eventually, though.
Very, very nice ambush here from TS YMQ. Even though the Salem has taken extensive damage, he's able to repair most of this. As you mentioned, yes, the Cloudswitch is going to go down eventually, but they actually keep the point in the lead. They keep both B and C, keeping them essentially with the initiative. They have to make a very strong push now to try and claim this caps back.
Take a look at the middle of the map. I know this Cloudswitch is on his last legs here, but Edgar making a really, really nice move into the middle of the map, knowing that they've pushed away the forces of them. He's threatening the front of that Worcester.
Edgar versus Worcester is not a great matchup for the Worcester. It's really difficult for a light cruiser to sustain that much AP, so we might actually see an ambush here. Them is trying to make as best possible use of their Condé, but he is actually so far away from the cap that he's just having trouble really making his salvo count.
He will be using that AP against the Colbert again. Colbert being a super light cruiser and Condé's guns
not enough angle right here. This could be damaging. Yeah, be careful about that AP. That AP is no joke here. The Colbert has to disengage.
Here comes the burst from the Condé.
I don't believe Colbert gets overmatched though.
It does.
That could be really bad. But
looks
Colbert,
like it will land a little bit off the mark. Colbert able to escape with his life for now. Salem and Colbert, the remaining forces that are defending this B cap, and Salem's bow just being absolutely farmed by the Worcester.
That's a bit unfortunate indeed. Yeah, the Worcester obviously using his radar to maintain the Salem spotted, but that Edgar could actually start being a real problem for the Worcester as well. Right now, them still has to make a lot of effort. They still cannot get into B. The defense of TS YMQ is really efficient.
Salem survives another 10 seconds, he will have another heal, and all of that damage is from that Worcester, so that is all healable damage.
The Edgar caught in a little bit of a crossfire here. The Smolensk sustained HE is going to start working on that Edgar's HP, and the Worcester just completely staying bow on. This is not really a crossfire that TS YMQ wants to maintain at this point. We actually see maybe the Z52 from TS YMQ speed boosting towards the Edgar to smoke it and just try to save it.
Yeah, Edgar has a heal ready to go. If he needs to do so, he will return fire at the Smolensk. Fortunately for TS YMQ, with only a Z52 at very low HP and a Smolensk on the field, the Z52, James Wolfe, should be able to smoke up his buddy in the Edgar and then head into that A cap. I believe that I think I would say that is the best course of action for him. Extend the point lead a little bit with about a minute and a half remaining on the board.
It's looking really bleak for them right now. In the meantime, the Cloudswitch from TS YMQ on the 9-10 line has been pushing all the way, basically bullying the Yoshino back in their spawn and beyond, basically asserting complete dominance on Charlie, and somehow the Worcester gets knocked out by the Condé Rigolo push.
The Colbert.
The Colbert, sorry, gets taken out by the Condé in the meantime, leaving that Salem kind of exposed and kind of alone.
Yeah, I think the Salem's best course of action here maybe is just to head right up into the rear of the Worcester, maybe keeping the island between him and the Condé, probably the best course of action. But
this is actually a really interesting response from them, trying to make that Condé asset work. He's going to be rushing the rear of that Salem, basically threatening a lot. The radar picks up the Condé, so of course Renru knows what's going on. He just has to survive as long as possible to delay the points in their favor here. But the Worcester has so much advantage in terms of HP, he's going to be able to just pick up that Salem on his own and open B completely
I think
at the same time.
Worcester's angled not quite good enough against the Salem right now. He has to run that heal as soon as possible. Yep,
He is running it.
Salem's heal is running, but there's a lot of damage output heading his way.
In the meantime, TS YMQ is actually capturing A. So even if them manage to just knock out the Salem and get B, they are still going to be behind on points.
They have 35 seconds to kill the Salem.
That looks like a direct win from TS YMQ. Excellent plays around the
Salem
caps here.
has to reverse away from the Conde here. The Conde is the linchpin of this kill. I don't think the Worcester has the time.
Even if they manage to pick up the Salem kill, they can't do anything about A anyway. It's going to be a point tick. Like, they're basically going to buy 10 seconds by killing the
Worcester.
Salem.
Oh my! Salem lands an incredible salvo into the rear of the Worcester. He doesn't quite pick him up, but they will trade across the other side of the map. The Smolensk going down as well. The Clausewitz is low on the side of TS YMQ, but they are bringing down the Yoshino in the north as well.
20 seconds. 20 seconds from TS YMQ.
Oh, buying themselves
Never mind, another minute.
So them has been clawing back every single second they can, but Edgar versus Yoshino at this angle.
This is really dead dangerous. They have 45 seconds to basically put the low HP Z52 into A to block the point and speed boost the Regolo back to C to try and maintain that game of flow.
I don't think the Regolo will make it onto C.
But the moment the Z52 gets into the A cap, he's going to be caught into the sonar here by the other Z52.
And James Wolf has a massive HP advantage in the
he's full
Z52
HP.
fight. I think, unfortunately, the early damage dealt to that Z52 is going to mean that TS YMQ should be the ones walking away with this game. Let's see if the Worcester and the Conde can finish off James Wolf before he takes out
the Yoshino goes down, and that's it.
Yoshino and the Z52 both go down.
Excellent play.
TS YMQ walking away with game one, maybe a little bit of an upset against them, but showing a lot of, I think, their initial defensive position around that home gap, perfectly reading them's play right off the bat.
That Salem ambush was textbook. The Yang had no idea he was there for some reason and just got caught so deep into the radar and then just panics and proceeds to beach on that island and dies. Really, really well played here across the board from TS YMQ, maintaining that cap control even though they got decapped on their, not the home cap, but they got decapped a couple of times, but still managed to get A in the end and just assert that point dominance, putting them in the back foot, not the whole game, but basically mid to late game, you know?
Yeah. I want to say one of the keys to that match was actually TS YMQ managing to control the C cap, deploying the Edgar, the Z, and the Clausewitz versus the Yoshino, the Z, and I feel like there was one other ship, the Smolensk, deployed over there as well. So 3 ships versus 3 ships, a little bit more points invested on the side of TS YMQ. Yeah. But being able to actually flip the contested cap 3v3 and hold on to it for the whole game was hugely important, I think.
Yeah, for sure. I think that gave them the team a pretty harsh timer to play with. I think especially when you're doing that the home cap push, every single second you delay when the enemy team is ticking away on the contested cap is so important, and they just ran out of time at the end.
Yeah, and I mean, we saw that they actually had a pretty fantastic push setup. The Z42 on the side of TS YMQ not really respecting the push enough. I think when you see the Yo Yang and the Regolo combination on the enemy team, you have to respect it. If you're playing just a single destroyer like the Z42, backed up by the Clausewitz pretty far away, you cannot play that aggressively. Yeah. You have to give it a little bit more respect, and it absolutely kind of came back to bite him. Yeah. Because he took the face check and got just completely demolished here, as we can see in the replay, actually, by that combination. And the Conde also put out just so much damage.
Yeah, the Conde's accuracy on landing those shells on a the small-ish destroyer kiting away, definitely something that should be pointed out. Is not that easy. These guys are all exceptionally skilled and can hit targets at 15 plus kilometers.
Those absolutely important shots.
And there's a reason why they are the best of the best in the top 4 of the world at this point. But TS YMQ, no slouches either. They played very well.
I mean, the immediate reaction to when they lost their destroyer, they knew that they wouldn't be able to really hold their home cap for that much longer. So they made the immediate reaction to push through C, try to pick up that Z kill. They didn't actually manage to kill it, but dropping it down to 2,000 hit points was pretty important in the later game.
Yes.
That
basically prevented them from getting A back.
Absolutely.
Because of that HP difference.
And I think the cruiser matchup there, the Clausewitz plus the Edgar, have so much damage output. The Yoshino and the Smolensk, obviously, not ships that can weather that.
Just forced to retreat from that for sure.
It just goes to show how a little mistake can be punished so hard. The 52 was caught for like, I don't know, 15 seconds. That Edgar
I mean, just a
radar.
kilometer too deep into that radar, unable to escape the full duration.
And almost just got blown up, you know?
Yeah, that Clausewitz on the 10 line put in a lot of work for them.
Indeed.
Yeah, I think
Speaking of small mistakes, I just want to quickly mention maybe them getting a little bit over eager after
to
picking up
contest
that
the home
Z42.
camp. Yeah, that's something I wanted to touch on as well. After, I think it was like probably 5-ish minutes into the game, maybe we'll have a render for this one, I'm not sure. But 5-ish minutes into the game, they get a kill from TS YMQ. They kill the Z42. And then, without knowing where the Salem is, because I don't think he was spotted up till that point.
He never shot, he never got lit. He just held that surprise position behind the island.
And then the Yu Yang just walks into the camp without knowing this information, gets radared and dies.
I mean,
I think even if he didn't beach on the rock there, he probably would have died.
Probably dead.
I mean, he was what, like 5.5 kilometers away from the Salem.
he was way too close.
That's not where you want to be, especially while the Clausewitz and the Colbert are both still alive.
Indeed.
Those two ships also contribute a lot of the damage towards getting that kill. Was pretty important for that.
Yeah.
I think maybe just a little bit of over-eagerness. I think, like Zooey mentioned, the fact that TS YMQ pushed through C, was ticking on that cap, maybe put a little bit of pressure onto them to actually get into the home cap as soon as possible, and made them a little bit over-eager for it.
But that Salem from TS YMQ actually played extremely well, because after this he was essentially in a 1v3 C situation, completely surrounded, and managed to almost 1v1 the Worcester. Not really 1v1, because the Edgar was helping. But I mean, super heavy AP at this range will do a lot of work against light cruisers.
Yeah, and I think he did a really good job of kind of engaging and then disengaging exactly when he needed to. He burned through
most of his heals.
Most of his heals. He stayed alive long enough to have the points tick over. So definitely props to that Salem player, picking up that crucial kill on the Yang and then also surviving on the islands there. I think good use of the island to block line of sight with the Conde as well.
I almost feel like that's a kind of underappreciated island position for Hotspot. Sure. I think a lot of people don't really recognize how much cover that gives.
And while he worked wonder for TS YMQ on this one.
I do want to point out that Worcester position, though, from them being able to shoot the Salem over the rock without getting spotted. From really, really close range, actually. Almost did the job for them, not quite.
Yeah, I think if he had maybe like a second radar ready to go, then they would have picked
a little
up
bit more self-spotting. Yeah. But overall, I mean, we usually don't see games where I think TS YMQ was down 3 ships at one point and was still slated to win on points.
Yeah.
That is super, super rare.
Yeah, I think even after they won, they were actually down in ship numbers. I think it was 2 ships alive for TS YMQ versus 3 for them boys. So
we sort of missed how as well the Smolensk from them just evaporated, because he was full HP paired with the low HP Z42 who basically ran away from C, and then the Clausewitz with the Edgar and TS YMQ Z52 just basically pushed north of C, spot the Smolensk, and he just disappears. We were so focused on the Salem that we don't really appreciate how quick the Salem got Smolensk got dispatched off.
Yeah, I mean, one of the reasons why TS YMQ valuing that Clausewitz pick, we should also mention the builds that they're running on these Clausewitzes.
Yeah.
We almost never see this in competitive. They're actually running almost full lighthouse builds. For those who don't know what that is, a lighthouse build is when you basically sacrifice concealment for damage output. These Clausewitzes are not running concealment mod, they're running the rudder shift mod in slot 5.
But they're running the concealment skill, though.
They are running the concealment skill, but they're also running heavy HE, which gives them a 15% concealment malice.
A malice,
malice.
But you gain DPM if you have an enemy target in your standard spotting range.
And
so that's the whole point of it.
I believe a 8% reload bonus with top grade gunner when you have a ship inside your spotting.
Yeah, so the 10% extra HE damage plus the 8% reload from top grade gunner.
That's a lot of damage going out.
So much extra damage output. And they really don't value being able to go dark. I mean, and actually, if you look at the game situation, and we'll have the render here in a moment, I think, to break it down even further, but to briefly go over it, once that Z42 dies, even if that Clausewitz is using a conceal build, he's not going dark.
Yeah, no, definitely not.
So even if he was running full conceal, like is traditional for competitive settings, he would still be kept permalit by the Rigolo or the Yoyang if it hadn't died to the Salem. But he is running the lighthouse build, so he has extra damage output and the extra rudder shift, letting him stay alive for just a little bit longer and maybe put out the critical amount of damage that he needs to.
Indeed. So it looks like we do have a render ready, and we shall hop on over to that. Probably not going to spend too much time on this game.
Yep. We have spent a lot of time analyzing it already. But just to quickly go over it, again, it's so rare that you see teams be like 3 ships down and still be able to win a match. You can see the critical mistake here, the Z42 kind of being a little bit too aggressive. You can see this HP just vanishes from that Condé shot.
Yeah, so the Condé,
huge
I mean, this is
damage.
probably like a 12 to 14 kilometer-ish shot, where he basically puts the Z42 down to half HP by himself.
Yeah,
And then
this
the
is-
Regolo and Yu Yang follow up to secure the kill.
Yeah, this is also kind of the critical moment for TS YMQ where they're seeing their Z42 die. This position here with their cruisers is going to become untenable once they lose their destroyer spotting. Like our casters mentioned, you need to feed the clouds with spotting in order for to do its job. So the decision they have to make right now is to turn these ships on sea around and just push straight up, which they do very, very quickly, which is the sign of good reactive decision making.
Yeah, definitely. Also, I would like to point out this Z52 that gets caught from them boys' side by an Edgar radar, and he goes down to about 3000 HP, if I remember
I
correctly.
think a little under.
Which actually in the end of the game becomes very important because he needs to contest the cap if they want to have a chance to win.
Yeah.
And due to him losing this HP at the start of the game, either due to him just being too greedy to keep the cap under their control, or maybe some mispositioning, misplays, who knows, they lose that potential option of having a contest late on in the game. And maybe if they had the HP there, they could have made a trade with the Z52s, like
I
trade
think
them
they
boys Z52
definitely
for
didn't
TS YMQs.
expect TS YMQ to make the split decision to basically just walk through C. I mean,
Yeah.
we see this aggressive push here go through, comes so close to killing that Z52, but they don't stop. They just push straight through. You can see they preserve almost all the HP on their Z52. And these ships being alive and healthy at the top end of the map here becomes so important for them. Also being able to control their home cap here, you can see the Salem is still not dead. Picking up the Yo Yang was really important because they've been taking on 2 caps this entire time. So despite losing their entire force down here, TS YMQ is still very well positioned in terms of points. And like Baz mentioned, the Destroyer HP mismatch here is super important for the end of the game.
Yeah, definitely. Also, the Edgar basically going through the C cap into mid. He pressured the Worcester into the Salem, kind of. Maybe not directly, but it was definitely an additional source of damage that he had to respect.
Yeah. And then at the end of the game, the Smolensk just not quite respecting the Edgar enough and getting almost one shot.
I believe the Smolensk just gets massacred by an Edgar radar by itself, essentially.
Yeah,
All right,
definitely.
well, I think our teams are ready, so we can go ahead and have them drop the game, and we can maybe do a little bit of predicting for our second match for TS YMQ. Maybe looking...
They're on a really good roll, I have to admit. Like, they are showing really just, I don't want to say flawless, because there are flaws in every game, but at the same time, they're showing excellent reaction time, excellent tactics, excellent decisions. And of course, them is doing the same. That game was relatively close in terms of points as well. So, I mean, I would like TS YMQ to keep going on what they're doing, just for the sake of having a top Chinese team pull through this tournament. But at the same time, them still has to show that, you know, they are able to hold their own as well. And on a map like Tears of the Desert, everything's on the table, in my
and
opinion.
this is TS YMQ's map pick, so I'm super excited for what they'll bring out.
That's exciting. Knowing it's their map pick and seeing what they have brought pretty unique strategies to every single map now, I have to give it to TS YMQ, I think, in this next map.
Okay. All right.
Nice.
I'm kind of rooting for them as well, or for TS YMQ versus them. A little bit of funny with the team names there, but TS YMQ I think has shown that even though they're a little bit rough in terms of making these individual plays, getting caught out with that Z42, they have really, really strong snap decision making, very quick to react. So super, super excited for what they'll bring out here on Tears of the Desert.
Yeah, definitely. I think, especially after seeing the previous games as well as the game that just happened, TS YMQ has demonstrated that they have good decision making. They have a good idea of what they want to do and how they want to achieve that. And to make those pivots essentially mid-game where they want to change up how they're playing, maybe go from a contest of the off-cap to going for a home play in the mid-game, is definitely something that a lot of higher end and more experienced teams do quite easily. But TS YMQ being so new in comparison to all of the other teams is really a great showing and good start. And I'm hoping that they do the same thing here. As I predicted at the start, I want them to do a 2-0 against them. And hopefully we can see the same thing here. And I think the game should be starting in just a bit. So let's throw it over to the casters.
Oh, we're not really there
we're
yet.
not started yet.
We still have a little bit of time.
Just a
Okay.
few seconds.
It's all good. But yeah, I mean, look.
I mean, do we have any composition predictions here? I mean, on this map, we've seen the Clausewitzes put to good use by TS YMQ in the past.
I'm expecting a battleship out of
I
that.
was about to say that
okay.
there has to be some sort of battleship plays here. On Tears of the Desert, all the main big plays we've seen came from battleships. You know, the Patrie, the Sicilia, using their smokes, using their guns, like battleships, especially on a map like Tears of the Desert, when you have like this weird kind of crevice engagement line of sights, which can be really treacherous for cruisers. That's why the name is affectionately renamed Tears of the Cruisers as well. Yeah.
Them has shown that they were willing to bring that devastation one time. And I think that's a ship that can actually withstand the Clausewitz.
I was going to make the counterpoint. Do you think maybe they're afraid of bringing out the battleship into these Clausewitz and Hindenburg's picks that they do so much damage?
It's entirely possible.
We're about to find out because the game is about to begin. Yes.
Let's see. So let's finally actually throw it over to the casters and have a map 2, Tears of the Desert, TS YMQ versus them boys.
And what do we know? Over on the side of TS YMQ, in the green, the 4 Clausewitzes have come out, 2 Shimikazes and a Druid backing them up. And over on the them boys side, like I said...
Well, them has brought out the big guns, basically Rhode Island. And goodness me, that is a bit of a scary battleship to behold. Not only the defense, also having rather battleship caliber guns. Worcester, Venezia, Elbing, double Elbing, actually, and Aleutian. Haven't seen Aleutian for a while,
I
haven't
feel
we?
like there's a bit of a comp mismatch here, to be honest, because them boys is going to have a hell of a time pushing that Rhode Island against anything.
4 Clausewitz? Yeah, that
there
Rhode
are
Island will
four
suffer.
Clausewitzes and 2 Shimikazes. Like, we can't forget the torpedo threat from those Shimikazes. We saw them put to extremely good use in the previous King of the Sea. This time is going to be against a team that's fairly light on hydro.
A lot of pressure is going to be put on Worcester here on them. Only Radar really able to get this Shimakaze out of the fight, but yet Rhode Island will be suffering, definitely not being able to overmatch the Clausewitz. I believe HE spam would be the way here, but Clausewitz can easily take on a Rhode Island, even into a 1v1 situation.
For sure.
Just
I think
so much HE going down range.
TS YMQ is deploying a fairly split up across the map. Druid kind of taking that middle route down between A and C. It's going to be a Shimakaze and 2 Clausewitzes on either sides of the map, so a lot of playmaking potential on both sides.
I really dig the defense pick. What do you think about this? We haven't really seen defense that much in this tournament, but this heavy cruiser is exceptional in a lot of ways. It has Des Moines AP pen angles, which can be really surprising.
Especially on that caliber of gun.
It does, yeah. It doesn't have overmatch on anything, really, but it does have fantastic HE, fantastic AP. The torpedoes, which we can't forget about if it comes to this as well, and the short burst smokes, which allows it to make some really interesting island ambush plays.
Yeah, defense is definitely a ship that's, you know, fairly new to World of Warships as a whole. Definitely one that we have not seen played in competitive. And this is a ship that brings a lot of HP for not a lot of points. Unfortunately for him, so too is Clausewitz.
Clausewitz and Enoshima is going to
to
be a little bit difficult to deal with indeed. They have the Venezia to help though. The SAP against the Clausewitz could actually be really dangerous. We see the Shimakaze here using the fantastic concealment to try and get the cap. The Lucian is just pushing in aggressively to try and get that sonar range. We also see the Worcester radar is going to pick up the Shimakaze right on time, but they will get the cap into their favor.
Shimakaze will pick up the cap, but he is deep within this Worcester radar.
Yeah, the Elbing
is a radar that lasts pretty long.
The Elbing, of course, laying down some smoke screen for the Worcester. The Lucian briefly gets spotted and gets hit quite significantly by the Druid's AP. A little bit careful here with these Shimakaze torpedoes. The Elbing is not known to be the most maneuverable of destroyers, but he should be fine, I believe.
Worcester had that Hydra running, so should be safe from those Shimakaze torpedoes. Shimakaze will escape with his life, about 7,000 HP lost. Good damage coming in onto the Clausewitz from the Rhode Island, but as that Rhode Island pushes into the 2 Clausewitz's range, his HP is not going to last.
I mean, yeah, the only issue is once that Rhode Island reaches around like the B2 area on that island, like them will be able to use that Rhode Island basically flank shots quite effectively. And it seems that they're just pushing the Lucian into A, the Shimakaze obviously being pushed away, and they're actually going to be able to get that cap back into their control here. Some blind fires maybe going on into the cap, not really happening.
Not a ton of focused fire here on the side of TS YMQ, but I think what they have called here in their comms, obviously we can't know for sure, is for that A side force to completely fall back, just preserve your lives, do as much damage as you can, and delay this enemy pushing team, because we know there are 5 ships committed to this top flank, and we have 3 plus the Druid coming in from the middle.
That's true.
Going in to contest those 2 ships of them on their home cap, and Shimakaze providing absolute spotting advantage on this side of the map, going to be backed up by those 2 Clauswitzes as well.
But it's funny because the Clauswitz right now are just not opening up. They are basically staying dark, just, I mean, not to show their hands
just
just
a little
yet.
bit too far away here to actually get effective fire onto the Venezia. Obviously, Shimakaze is a very fast ship.
I assume, yeah, 20
Clauswitzes
kilometers.
are
Yeah,
very much not fast.
I like the position. I like the position of the defense, though. Of course, she's not bow on to these Clauswitz threat, and also able to break line of sight against the Shimakaze spotting once it starts happening. The Druid, on the other hand, we've seen Druids taking this position in the middle of Tears of the Desert and being obliterated, but that's when there was a radar in play. There are no radars in play at all on this side of the map.
I would love to see this Druid go right up behind the defense. The defense is a ship that has all of its guns on the bow.
And torpedoes.
It has all of its guns on the bow. Druid has only guns on the bow as well, but if you catch him from behind, there's not a lot the defense can do.
Yeah, but with a Venezia as backup, I wouldn't want to go into a brawl with a defense. That's not the best idea for a Druid, to be honest. That Shimakaze, though, instantly, what happened there? Shimakaze took a Venezia torpedo. That is not great.
Those Italian torpedoes, so stealthy in the water.
We sort of missed that. Unfortunately.
Problem for TS YMQ as they make this push around. Obviously, Shimakaze is still very much capable of doing the spotting it needs to, but the Elbing and Vorster combo of them is slowly making its way back. So we'll have to see what they decide to do when that kind of when those reinforcements come from the side of them. So
that cap control on them side is gonna start slowly but surely to bleed the points against TS YMQ.
Like we said from the previous game, when you are making that home cap push and the enemy team possesses the
Venezia turning
cap
into Shimakaze's torpedoes here, not the best. He might take one on the stern. Actually, no, that's a really good dodge here. Taking a torpedo could be a real problem when you have 2 Clauswitz basically preying on you. And we're about to see the predictions here on the screen. Actually fairly good. 57% on them, 43% for TS YMQ. What do you think about these predictions, especially after the first match?
Well, TS YMQ showed a pretty strong performance in this first match, but I think a key thing to note is that it could have been decided by, a salvo or 2 in terms of just the damage output trading on the side of them. So them showed, I think, a very, very good push as well. There's a lot of potential for them to come away with that game. And TS YMQ obviously being the bit of an underdog team in this matchup. We
have an exceptional rotation from them, though, knowing that the double clouds with Shima being basically pushed on their home cap. They have rotated the Elbing Worcester smoke train, and now the TS YMQ's cloud switch is basically doing what you expected the Druid to do, coming in on the rear of the defense here, angled towards. Oh, never mind, Venezia SAP coming in on that cloud switch. That will actually start hurting if it's not careful.
In the middle of the map, the defense landed a nasty salvo against the Clauswitz, who has made his way into the middle of the map, actually. He got about 20,000 damage off of his first shot with that AP. Obviously, defense being so new, you kind of forget sometimes that it has improved AP angles, and this next one will come in as well, not doing quite as much damage.
We also have almost some sort of Rhode Island crossfire, which could start being a problem here. We have the Clauswitz from TS YMQ starting to pour the damage against the Rhode Island, forcing it away, but that Rhode Island definitely will try to get some crossfire on TS YMQ's second Clauswitz on the other side.
Yep. Trying to lock down the cap now, TS YMQ stopping the points from ticking away as they try to plink away at this defense. There's a lot of HP to get through, but there's a Druid and a Clauswitz to do so, so should be easily picked up for the side of TS YMQ.
Them's Rhode Island, of course, suffering greatly from that Clauswitz HE. Already down to a little bit above half HP with some heals, and of course forced to disengage greatly. He is going dark now, which is nice. The DCP is running. A bit careful not to get a permanent fire going on here. Back at B, the defense is extremely low and maybe about to go down. Burning a heal right now. Maybe has a smoke available, but not really using it right now.
It wouldn't do much because there is a Clauswitz
with the sonar? Yeah, that's
across
not the
the
best.
Islands here, and that's going to open up that home cap immediately. They do have their Elbing positioned to contest the cap if they can find the gap in this Hydro, obviously, but
at the same time, TS YMQ's Clauswitz starting to suffer greatly from that Venezia Elbing combined fire here, bleeding a lot of HP while being the only ship able to kind of lock down that B cap back in their favor. Defenses goes down. The first frag goes for TS YMQ.
Pick up the defense, and with the Elbing in the smoke screen, that did give the Clausewitz a little bit of time where he is
these
unspotted.
torpedoes are a little bit nasty from the Elbing. They are basically perfectly lined up on the bow of TS YMQ.
Unfortunate.
These torpedoes are not really fast, but they do substantial damage, and that's going to be one on the side of the ship. Yep.
Ooh, just one on the bow there. A little bit of blind fire coming in from the Venezia as well.
He is spotted still. He is actually spotted.
Yes, the Elbing left his smoke screen, so down to 3,000 HP, 30 seconds until his next kill, which should mean the death of the Clausewitz here.
Incoming Elbing AP from the other side of the map as well. Maybe just secure that kill over the island. It does. Excellent shot from them here. So they actually
they do manage to trade away the
kill.
Clausewitz, but Shimakaze obviously has a massive spawning advantage over Elbing, so he will be able to enter the cap. James Wolf's Shimakaze, obviously the Worcester did not actually make his the full rotation back towards that home
he
cap,
actually went back to A.
I'm not 100% sure why that would be the case, but that will open up the cap for TS YMQ to take away points, still fairly even across the board, and TS YMQ will take finally the cap lead for the first time in this game.
They will have the cap lead, and not really the point set, but that's about to tick in about 3.5 minutes if them doesn't try to make a play for the caps again. They're going to push the Elbing in there, but versus Shimakaze, the spotting advantage, as you mentioned, is just not in the favor of the Elbing at all.
Yeah, and the Clausewitz obviously being able to play a little bit closer now that the defense is gone, and he also does have a significant HP advantage against the Venezia, who has been traded away down to about 22,000 HP.
TS YMQ's Druid here is sort of staging up to do some interesting crossfire here around A. Right now, essentially, TS YMQ does not really have to do anything regarding A. They just have to delay any sort of advancement.
We have to keep an eye on those Elbing torpedoes again, though. The Shimakaze is stopped right in front of a spread of them.
Ooh, that could be a bit
He does not have a
problematic.
speed boost available, so as they get spotted here, this last torpedo in the set,
Oh, that's
Shimakaze,
really unfortunate.
Can he fit between
He
these
will. He
torpedoes?
will fit. Oh, he takes it on the stern.
Takes it right on the stern, not able to accelerate in time, and the Worcester has sniffed out that position now as the Worcester makes his rotation a little bit late back towards that home cap. He does actually have on radar ready, and the Shimakaze
That one shell sets him on fire. That
is
one
so
Worcester shell
unfortunate.
sets him on fire, and that seals the deal. That is really bad for TS YMQ right now.
Those Elbing torpedoes, 2 hits on the Shimakaze this game.
Ouch. Okay, well, here we go. A bit of a reflip again when them actually manages to get their home cap back into
and
their control,
suddenly
only
TS
leaving
YMQ
one Clausewitz, full HP nonetheless.
It's up to TS YMQ to make a play probably around that A cap. I don't think the single Clausewitz can do anything about B other than stall it for a little bit. We'll see what they decide to do with these Clausewitzes. They have to make the turnaround and back into the game here. Maybe try to dig out the Rhode Island, but with a Lucian and an Elbing also contributing damage. That is a lot of damage output.
Yeah, the Venezia, of course, making that SAP work, shaving off essentially 10k on the first salvo against TS YMQ's Clausewitz here. This is going to be a little bit rough at this point for the Chinese team. They are not in the point hit anymore, and they have 59 seconds to make any sort of play on A. The Clausewitz from TS YMQ on A side just taking massive amount of fire from the Lucian now, the Elbing, the Rhode Island salvo coming in, no overmatch again, but he's about to be basically beached in front of a Lucian with no way of disengaging whatsoever.
Yeah, he does have about 50 seconds until his next heal. If he can force the Lucian back behind the island, maybe with that gunfire. Oh, nice
the
damage
Elbing.
coming
The
out of the
Elbing
Elbing,
just
though.
ridiculous. That's going to be a kill. The Elbing from them making extremely good use of their guns and torpedoes. The Lucian will just try to go dark, of course, and here goes the second Clausewitz.
Yeah, the Clausewitz will go
Sealing
down
the deal
to
for
the
them.
Elbing and the Lucian's concentrated fire. Very, very well played from them. A little bit lucky on those torpedoes.
Most
on the
definitely.
Shimakaze.
Exceptional
and they will
plays.
claim away that second game, bringing us to a game 3.
Yes.
Oh, I feel like TS YMQ made the right moves around the map, but just so unfortunate with the Shimakaze taking those 2 torpedoes, unable to hold on to that
One
home cap.
Venezia torpedo at the start, yes,
Yeah.
and then that Elbing torpedo on the stern as well. I mean, I don't really know what could have happened here in terms of TS YMQ to try to claw back this. They were pushing the Druid and the Shimakaze back into A, but the points were just too impactful at this point, and that Clausewitz kill basically sealed the deal before they could do anything. So.
For sure. I mean, we definitely saw some unfortunate maybe torpedo spreads there coming out from them very well placed. The Venezia torpedo, of course, we've talked about hitting the Shimakaze, dropping him down low at the start. The Elbing torpedoes on the Clausewitz
as well,
on the island.
That
Obviously,
one shell basically setting a permanent fire on the Shima in the end.
Yeah.
I mean, very good blind fire from the Worcester.
Indeed,
He sees where the torpedo hits. Takes a blind shot, gets the fire, actually finishes the kill, which is pretty important for the point lead. And of course, the Clausewitz taking that Elbing torpedo on the rock probably sent him to his grave a couple of minutes early.
Yeah.
But again, not a lot of space to maneuver on that rock. You have to expect him to die there eventually.
Yeah, definitely. I think some unlucky moves from TS YMQ, maybe some lucky things from them boys. Overall, I really do think that the Shima death on the home side was really the deal breaker for TS YMQ in this game. Maybe I'm unsure of why he actually took that torp. If there was definitely a way to dodge it.
Yeah,
even
I mean,
with the way he was
it's
sitting.
a good rule of thumb in competitive, especially when you don't know where the enemy destroyer is or you don't know when the torpedoes are coming. You want to be as stern in as possible.
Yeah, you want to be angled to the torps that are incoming.
The fact that the Shimakaze was at like a 60-degree angle there exposed just enough of his ship to take that torpedo.
It made it a bit more awkward for him, but there was still a way to dodge it while he was at that angle. And for everyone else who's not playing competitive, you can do this in randoms as well.
You can take these skills home with you, so keep an eye. But I think TS YMQ had a pretty solid deployment in that they knew what they had to root out. They had the setup to kill the defense. They did it in a pretty timely fashion. They flipped the home cap from there. What I probably would have liked to see from them actually is maybe a little bit more aggression with the Druid.
Yeah.
I think overall the Druid probably didn't do as much work as he could have. I mean, he was probably pretty essential to picking up the defense kill, but then after that and before that point, I didn't really see too much work come out of him.
Yeah, definitely. I think there was definitely going to be plays that we see as casters or hosts that are very difficult to make or even call during the game because we see more things, basically.
I mean, perfect information gives you
quite a lot of I think the best way to say it is hindsight is 2020. When you're looking back at a game or looking at it in a perspective where you see everything, it becomes way easier. However, I think making the safe play by the Druid especially early on, I'm not totally opposed to this.
Yeah, I think the safe positioning, I actually do like the central positioning that they put the Druid in where it can kind of push the Lucian off the cap early like it actually did. That was a pretty good use of the Druid there. Yeah. And then rotating to help control that defense position was super good as well.
Indeed.
But after the defense went down, I feel like maybe he could have played a little bit more aggressively up towards the A side, especially towards the end of the game. I feel like after the Shima went down, TS YMQ's only hope was re-pushing that A side. So maybe if they had preserved a little bit more HP on their Clausewitz and then played a little bit more aggressively with the Druid, they might have been able to make something happen.
Yeah, definitely. I think let's take a look at the replay to actually see how it all unfolded on the map and have a better understanding of maybe some things that TS YMQ could do differently and how them reacted to actually put TS YMQ in a position where they had to do something.
Yeah, and definitely quite a clean deployment from them here with that classical smoke Worcester play being paired up with an Elbing here. Important to note actually with these Elbings that they are using the unique upgrade, which sacrifices a little bit of reload for a much stronger speed boost, as well as better turret traverse. So it makes them a little bit more mobile, a little more agile, makes them pretty good open water gunboats, which I think is actually pretty favorable into this Clausewitz matchup.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you. Also, something to note is that without the unique upgrade on the Elbing, the Rhode Island would be probably a bit faster than the Elbing.
Right.
But with the unique upgrade, Elbing goes about 45, 46-ish knots. So he can actually go in front of the Rhode Island and actually...
You can see this Elbing here able to take that forward position.
Go for a forward position, exactly. And scout things out for the Rhode Island. So it's a bit safer for him to push. Obviously, we mentioned at the very start of the game, our casters mentioned that a Rhode Island into a quad Clausewitz team is really harsh.
Yeah.
Like, if he makes any positional mistakes, he's probably going to instantly die.
And I think we definitely didn't see major game impact from him. I mean, I think he did a pretty good job towards the end of the game controlling that A side, making sure that TS YMQ couldn't push back in.
Yep.
But definitely lacked like the decisive impact that we saw out of Reigns, Rhode Island, for example, versus TWA.
Definitely.
And it's a lot harder to make that happen when you are playing against these four Clausewitzes. And pretty interesting deployment here from TS YMQ, basically going for a perfect split across the map. This is a super flexible deployment. I really actually do like the super aggro position of the Shima here, taking the A cap early. Knowing that the Worcester is probably pretty late there, the 9-kilometer radar might be not enough to force him out initially. And the central Druid position actually basically entirely prevents this Lucian from running down the Shima, which otherwise could have been very bad.
I do agree with this initial deployment as well. I would probably have done the same thing. What's also interesting to note is that Shima is one of the faster destroyers in this game. I think you can, usually teams will run it with Swift and Silence, so you would probably go around 42, 43 knots.
And
topping out
especially
at that
versus the Lucian, which is one of the slowest destroyers in the game. You can see there that he manages to get the cap, then escape pretty easily. From here, TS YMQ makes a pretty good call that they see that there are 5 total ships up here from them. They know that there has to be a defense anchoring the B cap. They see the Venezia already, so they make the snap decision. Again, we've talked about TS YMQ's very fast decision making, being able to rotate this Druid and immediately pushing the double Clausewitz here with the Shima, while the assets in the north start pulling back to reserve their HP. So pretty good call from TS YMQ at this point, I think entirely correct. We see the Shimakaze in the south take that Venezia torpedo, which is a little bit unfortunate. Already down to half HP there. But from here we can just watch it play out. The Clausewitz coming back to middle is pretty good, and I also especially like to see TS YMQ leave these 2 ships up in the north and not basically fully pull them back, since that kind of requires them to leave these assets up here to deal with them, otherwise they can just be pushed onto A.
Yeah, I 100% agree. As long as you have something remaining on this edge of the map towards the A cap, you are always threatening a counter push at some point in the game. If you give up that side completely, it means that the enemy team now suddenly has no pressure from that side, and a counter push then is basically not a threat to you. Given that TS YMQ didn't do this, they actually did leave the 2 ships, a Shimakaze and a Clausewitz, kiting on that flank, threatening a repush. They had to maintain a couple of ships on that side and didn't get to rotate everything back.
We can see though that them has a pretty good counter deployment here, bringing the Worcester back to deal with that Clausewitz. I think we're getting ready for the next match, and we also have something to give away, so we'll go through this pretty quickly. We can see those trades happen around B, and then at this point, the Shimakaze taking that torpedo and dying, I think really seals the deal for TS YMQ at this point in the game. Basically makes their B side fall apart completely.
Yeah, definitely. I think also something to note is that if he didn't die, and even if they don't get B, there was a repush, as I mentioned, on the A cap. If they had more time, maybe it would have led to a different outcome, but we will never know.
If they don't have the 100-point swing, for example, from that ship death. But in any case, we'll be going into a Game 3. Before we do that, we have the next code for the Asus hardware giveaway to reveal to you guys, the viewer. Remember, redeeming this code in the Wargaming Premium Shop will give you 1 ticket into the hardware giveaway, and this code will be WM247 Nature Druid, in honor of the Druid picks that we're seeing coming out of TS YMQ here. Love to see it. Remember, guys, this will give you 1 COTS permanent camouflage that you can put on any ship of your choice, as well as 1 ticket into the giveaway for that Strix gaming laptop and ROG Ally handheld.
Indeed.
So stick around until the end of the stream. We'll be pulling the winners then. Until then, why don't we take a look at our third map very briefly here, since our teams are ready.
Yep, so the third map is Warrior's Path. This is obviously the decider, so this was picked by random out of the maps that were remaining that were not banned. And I think this is going to be quite an interesting one, because we have seen quite a lot of games played on Warrior's Path, but in very different fashions. Some were very aggressive, like Rain, going for a very aggressive home push, while we have also seen very slow and methodical games around the off cap, where it's a control game and first team to make a big mistake basically loses. So I'm going to be watching TS YMQ's rotations very closely in this one, given that they are the team that is more prone to making a pushing play, and them being a more control-oriented, unsafe approach type of team. This will definitely be a clash of styles again. And any thoughts from our casters or Gaishu?
I think we're going to see Hindenburgs and Clausewitzes again. I think this is a solid map for them. I would be very surprised if we don't see those picks come out. As for what the rest of TS YMQ might do, I'm really not sure. So I'm definitely interested to see it.
Yeah, I think they've shown that they can play a lot of different ways with their Hindenburgs and Clausewitzes. We saw very aggressive pushes coming out of them before. They're very, very adept at kind of making the decision to either push or fall back. I think we saw in the last game, it didn't go their way, but I think they made a good decision overall to fall back away from A, push on to C, just not quite able to clinch the win in the end. But I still have to give it to TS YMQ, I think, to be honest, on this game.
I have nothing else to add. Basically, what he said.
All right.
All right, so I think we'll be starting in just a second. I would also like for TS YMQ to win, as I've been rooting for them throughout the series. Gaishu, what do you think?
Yeah, I'm still rooting for TS YMQ as well. I would love to see them go on to face TWA in a rematch. We saw that fantastic riposte game against TWA from TS YMQ's side with that Clausewitz push. So I'd like them to have another chance at it.
Excellent. So I think the teams have in fact started dropping into the game, and let's throw it on to the casters and let's see a map 3.
Let's do it. Here we go. TS YMQ versus them. Deciding match on Warrior's Path here. And in terms of lineup, we see it. It's right here. The Nevsky, Yue Yang, Regolo, Smoke Train. Them has brought out one of the most expensive cruiser in this tournament. Nevsky, of course, excellent long-range radar, ballistic speed, and at the same time, double Yoshino, Minotaur, Grozovoi, and regular Yue Yang to back them up.
Yeah.
On TS YMQ side.
Or on the TS YMQ side, they decided that 4 Clausewitz's damage output was not quite enough.
So a
they
Conde.
brought 2 Clausewitz's, 2 Hindenburgs, which are not far behind in terms of damage output, as well as a Conde, one of their remaining flagship picks, a Druid and a Yue Yang as their 2 destroyers, providing the very, very crucial spotting for these 5 high damage output cruisers.
The Yue Yang is, of course, radar. Let's check on them side here. The Yue Yang on them side is smoke. So obviously the Minotaur being the radar paired with the Nevsky, and both smokes, actually a lot of smoking ability. They are actually going to put everything on A, all the smoking ability with both radars. So a lot of spotting assets, a lot of expensive ships going on the A push here.
Yeah, them
Meanwhile,
boys have just left their 2 Yoshinos over towards their home cap. Pretty good long-range damage output coming out of these 2 ships, but obviously being larger cruisers themselves, not really having the greatest of survivability against ships like the Conde and the Clausewitz.
And the Hindenburg as well, yeah. We're going to see an early cap, of course, on the home cap with the Conde speed, TS YMQ locking down C instantly. The Regolo, on the other hand, an extremely fast destroyer as well, is going to be pushing into A quite early before the Yue Yang Hindi Clausewitz from TS YMQ can do anything about this.
Yeah, and
remember that Yue Yang is radar.
By the time that Yue Yang radar is available on the side of TS YMQ, them's Minotaur and Nevsky will be in position. So
it could be really scary.
If I were him, I would probably not even attempt to make this contest. He is playing fairly passively behind, playing close to his Hindenburg and Clausewitz friends. And it looks like the Druid is going to be yet again taking away a little bit of that middle position there.
Interesting early radar from the Minotaur, just wanting to make sure the Regolo is safe. Just the radar being burned informatively here. Of course, the meat of the radar is the Nevsky, the long-range radar, so they have a double coverage here. They can afford to actually burn that early, making sure they can get A as safe as possible. And you see the Minotaur is actually rotating away from the cap. Same as the Yue Yang and the Nevsky. Very interesting. That info radar not spotting everything.
A very quick rotation away from the home cap here. Actually, the passive play of the TS YMQ ships has caused them to be a little bit, maybe them is a little bit too quick to make that decision.
They're rotating the Nevsky Yue Yang smoke train basically back towards their home cap because perhaps they realize, okay, that early radar haven't spotted anything heavy on A, any sort of like counter heavy push just like we did. So let's just leave the Minotaur and a couple of DDs and rotate that very expensive Yue Yang Nevsky smoke train back to our home cap. And it's actually kind of a nice decision without them really knowing it, because there's a Conde Clausewitz Hindi push on the home cap going on as we speak. So maybe this is actually a right play and a right read on them side.
Yeah, and the 2 Yoshinos are set up pretty much as well as you can be to receive this push. Yoshino's obviously a pretty cheap cruiser for the amount of HP it brings. Obviously, it's not super tanky other than that, but it does have as well the asset of those very long-range torpedoes. Can delay a push for sure. It looks like it is going to be that Clausewitz joining his Conde buddy over on the 9-10 line. Don't know if the Hindenburg will do the same, but I would like to see them leave at least one of these heavy cruisers in the center of the map, on the 7 line.
I see the TS YMQ Clausewitz being spotted, running that build as you mentioned. The Regolo gets surface spotted by TS YMQ's Yue Yang here.
A little bit
He's
too
not
far
smoking.
away, but
He's not smoking.
he does not have his smoke ready, so he does not have that option. He will escape fairly easily. Again, the Hindenburg and the Clausewitz.
Ooh, the Yang just being a little bit too aggressive to get that spot back on the Regolo. He's not really aware that there's a Minotaur right here. He will have about 15 seconds to basically run because that Minotaur's radar is about to go back
This is
on
a
cooldown
pretty-
here. This is way too aggressive from
This is a
TS
pretty
YMQ.
aggressive play coming out of the Yang. Even if the Minotaur can't do much damage himself because of that angle,
Oh goodness me, time to make that turnout and time to
Grozavoy
make it
and
now.
the Regolo are more than capable of doing that damage to the Yang.
That is the wrong turn to make on the Minotaur.
Radar.
Yeah, that could
Not
have actually
too much
been...
damage from the first salvo, but it's about to come in right now.
Yeah, not that much return fire happening on the Regolo here. The Regolo not losing as much HP as the Yang is
radar
right now.
was a little bit too early. The Hindenburg and the Clausewitz not quite able to support, and the Yang has about half a kilometer to go before he can escape this Minotaur radar.
He may live. He may live because remember, there's not that massive HE Condé salvos. It's mostly Minotaur and DD caliber, so he will actually get away. But that's basically almost all his
Most of his
HP
HP
gone.
being taken away here. Actually, the Hindenburg in the meantime, they were forced to smoke away the Minotaur and the Regolo as well. Obviously spotted and pushed away by the Yang. That actually opens up the cap for Panda.
And at the same time, a lot of action. I'm really sorry to interrupt here. A lot of action going on. TS YMQ's Hindenburg making the push with the Druid, the Clausewitz, and the Condé. Already down to half HP here from the combined Nevsky W Yoshino combo here. Dino Gaming on them is taking a little bit of heat from even the Druid's guns right now, but that 4v4 push on B here is not really into the favor of TS YMQ, losing a lot of HP on both of the
pushing
German
ships. Definitely always very, very difficult. It looks like after that game 2, them clawing back a little bit more of the viewer predictions. 74% now for them, down to 26% for TS YMQ, but they are executing this push. They are spending a lot of HP on that Clausewitz
right now,
and Hindenburg to do so, but as soon as they pick up this Yoshino, especially as the Yu Yang smoke fades, they will have a little bit of opportunity here to get onto the cap.
And he goes the first kill on TS YMQ's side here, the Condé salvo dropping in on that Yoshino. It's about... Oh, he's actually dark. He's actually dark. He survived on like 3,000 HP.
See if that blind fire from the Hinden and the Clausewitz can pick up the kill. Looks like they're all a little bit off the mark.
Oh, it says a
sets
fire!
on
He's
that
gone.
Yoshino, and that goes down goes the Yoshino. Nice shooting out of Condé. They are managing to pick up a lot of damage onto James Wolf's
They will actually
Clausewitz,
trade
though.
the Clausewitz for it. Yeah, there's a
Let's see if they can do much return fire into the Nevsky, though. The Druid has found a little bit of a gap in the smoke screen. Clausewitz is definitely dead, if not to the fires.
The
to these
torpedoes
Yang
coming in.
torpedoes.
Yeah, this is
But let's
still
see
the deal.
if they can get a little bit more damage onto this Nevsky before he goes down. Just his front guns firing. Again, Clausewitz having not quite as good firing angles as Hindenburg.
And meanwhile, TS YMQ walking into the home cap of them, putting them on the back foot heavily. If they can actually kill the Nevsky, they will have so much grip on the entire map, essentially.
And this is just an insane amount of aggression. The Hindenburg walking onto the A cap, the Hindenburg walking onto the B cap.
That is
pushing
really
both
well
sides
played.
of the map at the same time, picking up a kill.
Look at what Dem is doing, though. Dem is doing something really interesting. They've actually redirected the Regolo to basically speed boost all the way to the C cap, and he's about to walk into it.
This is basically their only play, though, I feel like, because this Nevsky is not long for this world. As long as the Druid can maintain spotting on the Nevsky, he's actually in the line of some torpedoes.
Coming in. He has the sonar, but it's not the most maneuverable DD of all time. And yes, he's gonna take one. Oh, not
barely slips by, and as he comes out of the smoke screen, they will pick up the Nevsky.
They do pick up the Nevsky. That's
and that
a
is
huge
the main
blow.
threat for this Druid. So with only the Yang left to spot on this side,
wow,
how does them get back into this game?
TS YMQ executing that push really nicely, regardless of the Yang Nevsky rotation here. They basically assert their dominance on the entire map, and at this point putting them essentially cornered into like one part of the map, only their Regolo about to be chased by a Druid for the remainder of the battle, essentially. Yeah, sure, they are gonna get C-cap, but at the same time,
that's still
I
two
feel like
caps
it's
to one.
over. I feel like it's over already.
Unless they can get back onto either A or B, one single cap is not going to flip the game.
No, the Yoshino basically being in a 1v2 versus a Condé, doing substantial damage against TS YMQ's Hindenburg here, but at the same time, that Yoshino is on borrowed time. That Condé essentially just hasn't taken a single point of damage, and
Yeah,
is
the
just
Conde's
making the gun
completely
sing
untouched.
untouched, of course, and of course doing his job of just doing absolutely crazy damage. What can the Minotaur, Yue Yang, and Grozovoy can do at this
the
point?
Minotaur, I think, a little bit too far away from the Yu Yang to really make much of a play here.
Grozovoy has been taking a little bit of heat here, maybe trying to get some sort of gunfire on the Yue Yang after a Minotaur radar cycle, perhaps? No.
Yeah, but unfortunately for him, like, the Minotaur is a ship that has to kind of be tied down to that smoke screen. Obviously, being
Yoshino going down.
overmatched by the Conde means that he has to play so carefully.
We are
But-
about to see a Druid Rigolo 1v1.
Oh,
The
let's
Druid
go.
actually catching that Rigolo frontally. I don't know. I mean, the Rigolo has lots of HP, but Druid has a heal.
Yeah,
And-
this is a fight that I don't think I've ever seen.
This
to
is
be
very
honest.
interesting, yeah. I mean, there's only 30 seconds left on a timer, so that kill won't really matter anyway, but at the same time, it is a good catch from the TS YMQ to basically just try to contest that Rigolo anyway. Do we see any turrets
Oh
being
my
knocked
God.
out?
And the Minotaur caught between a Conde, a Hindenburg, and a second Hindenburg
Yeah.
will just immediately evaporate. TS YMQ, a very, very decisive game 3 against them.
Impressive push and making use of that Clausewitz Hindenburg Conde here very, very nicely. I don't know about what happened with A. That Nevsky rotation with the Yue Yang ending up just being irrelevant in the long run,
Yeah.
basically offering the A side to TS YMQ and giving them so much point leads in the end. I don't know what them was really thinking, that early deployment, essentially sending so much assets towards A and then falling them back. I don't know if it was the right move.
That definitely cost them a lot of time.
It did, yes.
I think they were super afraid of TS YMQ's aggressive playstyle, and I think that they, upon seeing nothing on the Minotaur radar, and maybe getting a little anxious about only having a Yoshino to defend their home cap, and just instantly rotating the Nevsky away.
Is this something we can call a bait and switch?
I mean, it did look like an overreaction.
Because TS YMQ's Yu Yang and Clausewitz and Hindenburg combo on the contested cap, they played really, really far back. Just,
Yeah,
I mean, obviously they're lighthouse build, so one of them was spotted already. But but I think the fact that they played so passively at the beginning of the game baited them into making that early rotation away from the contested cap. And again, taking the contested cap when you're doing a home cap push is kind of crazy.
Yeah, and I think we continue to see this kind of fast pace of play from TS YMQ, which is a little ironic considering the ships that they're playing are Clausewitz and Hindenburgs and are quite slow. But like you said, having that A side play so far back, but then as soon as they recognize the Nevsky rotation, having them push back in and bringing the Hindenburg straight into the A cap, I think was hugely important for them in building that point lead, and really put an insane amount of pressure on them. An interesting ship pick from them is that Yoshino.
Yeah.
At only 9 points, it's a lot of HP, a lot of gunpowder for a very low price, but it's very vulnerable.
Yeah, definitely.
And we saw the Clausewitz and Hindenburgs and Druids just do so much damage to those Yoshinos so quickly.
Yeah, and the blind fire from the Conde getting a fire. I guess
a
that
little
was
bit
the
of
last
payback, a little
minute.
bit of
payback?
Yeah, some payback from last game perhaps.
I understand.
For sure.
But still, like, oh my god, just watching the game back, it's like putting a Hindenburg into the cap in mid game to take it and like basically make sure you never lose it. Very
And also,
interesting play.
I was impressed how they managed to deal with the Nevsky so efficiently. With the Conde, both the Hindenburg and the Clausewitz obviously directing their fire to it, and the Nevsky just mismatching that smoke train just for a couple of minutes, being enough to just being wiped out.
Usually the Smoke Nevsky is like the bane of these kind of aggressive playstyles because it just puts out so much damage from that smoke.
Yep.
But TS YMQ using the Druid really aggressively this time, I think actually getting into the Nevsky smoke fire penalty enabled them to keep it lit even through the smoke, and also even got a little bit of a spotting angle through the side of it. And then once the Nevsky is lit in front of a Conde and a Clausewitz and a Hindenburg, it's gone.
Yeah, I think really, really well played from TS YMQ, dismantling the first, re-pushing onto the A cap very, very, very quickly. As soon as the Nevsky was not a threat, they were right on top of it, and obviously a Minotaur, not the ship you want to be holding against a Clausewitz and a Hindenburg.
One mistake TS YMQ did actually on the A side was trying to spot that Rigolo for so long, got baited so deep into the Minotaur radar, and actually them fails to pick up that kill with the Rigolo, the Minotaur, and the Wei Yang, and they just can't pick up that kill, which in the long run is not really like crucial,
And
but
I
it's
think-
still like a very important kill to miss.
I think if that Yo Yang had waited to make his turn out just a couple of seconds longer,
He
been
would
a
have
little
been
bit more
ruined.
bow in,
Yeah.
he would have been absolutely
By
destroyed.
the Minotaur.
And I think that Yu Yang push onto the Regolo actually, I'm not sure if intentionally so, but that actually gave them that A cap because he forced 3 ships, just a solo Yu Yang.
Meanwhile, the
pushing up
Hindenburg was pushing into A.
pushing up the 10 line, forces 3 ships to focus all their fire on him, while the Hindenburg casually slips into the cap.
Yeah. That is some wild amount of impact. A ship that is basically only like 13 points, I think, is getting by pushing away 3 ships. Doesn't really matter too much about how much they cost, but combined, definitely the value he had by just existing is incredible.
Yeah.
And just, I really like that TS YMQ didn't have a one side push or just like a default play. They were going for both sides simultaneously, putting a lot of pressure on them to make a decision. Do they want to defend home? Do they want to go for the off cap? They needed to make a decision quickly and then react with it. And really, after they got the second cap, they were in such a time crunch for so long that I think the decision they made to push for the TS YMQ's home was definitely a good one. Unfortunately, I think they needed some kills to go along with it.
Yeah.
Just to stay in the game.
They were so far behind.
Yeah.
And I think you mentioned a really good point, which is one of my favorite parts about TS YMQ's playstyle, which is that they play the whole map.
Yeah.
All of their ships are very flexible in their deployment. And I think we've seen with their lineups focusing on these Clauswitzes and Hindenburgs that they're bringing a lot of these average or even low point cost cruisers that put out a lot of damage.
Yeah.
And not really focusing too much on like the super expensive point investments on one side of the map. I mean, obviously we saw the Conde, which did some good work, but both sides of their deployment can do good work.
A lot of damage output, and in this kind of limited format, I mean, a Lucian, a Grozavoy, a Minotaur, that's not a huge amount of damage output. And one thing that I think we haven't mentioned today, at least, is that Hindenburg and Clausewitz, both being the German heavy cruisers, have an extra heal.
Yeah.
They have pretty good armor for a cruiser. And those are ships that can tank a lot of damage if it's coming from cruisers and light cruisers. Yeah.
And like you said, we're not seeing a lot of battleships.
Yeah.
So, for example, 30mm overmatch battleships being pretty expensive kind of gives the Hindenburg and Clausewitz, even though it has a 50mm deck, a little bit more space to breathe and actually put that to work.
Indeed. So I think we have the replay render ready. Let's see how the teams actually moved around the map and break it down for you.
All right, super excited to break this one down. Again, I mean, look at this deployment. I think this is very typical of TS YMQ, where we're seeing a 3-ship group, and the Druid in the middle, where this is just, they can do whatever they want. This is such a flexible deployment.
The Druid in the middle is a wild concept. It reminds me of like central battleship position type of things, but it's a destroyer that doesn't even play like a destroyer in ways, and you're just using it as a rotational asset.
Yeah, it's
where
like
you can put it in the A cap and deny someone from a important position, or you can put it towards the home cap, deny a position, or you can use it as a spotting bot. Basically shove it into a Nevsky smoke.
Yeah, it's
wild.
Such a versatile tool.
And then get the Nevsky, which is a very strong ship, to put in a smoke. Basically make it completely useless when you have a Conde, a Clausewitz, and a Hindenburg shooting at it. It's like the amount of damage output that is like high value, and
I mean that
very
has to be over
consistent
like
damage
600,000 damage per minute.
Yeah,
coming
it's
out
ridiculous.
The and compare and contrast the TS YMQ deployment to the them deployment, where they're sending 18 points of ships to their home cap.
Yeah.
And 82 points of ships to the A cap here, which is an insane mismatch to what's going on here again with these two different 3-ship groups, where TS YMQ is really planning on playing aggressively on both sides of the map at once, whereas them's play kind of revolves around being able to keep this massive 40-point investment of the Nevsky plus the Yo Yang together and putting out damage.
Yeah.
But they can only be in one place on the map at a time.
Yeah, I think the opening deployment from them is also very interesting. They go for a super aggressive A-cap push. Don't really actually find that many ships from TS YMQ opposing them.
Yeah, I mean,
especially at the start.
We can see right here that they managed to spot the Hindenburg down here. He's in a pretty passive kiting position at this point. The Yo Yang maybe learns his lesson from the first match and plays pretty passively here, not face checking the Regolo, which is pretty key.
Yeah, I actually have a question for you for this one.
Okay.
We know the Hindenburg from TS YMQ really likes to run the lighthouse build.
Yep.
Which means that he's going to be spotted. Given previous games and seeing the lighthouse Hindenburg on the kiting flank every time, do you think this was a reason for them to rotate back a majority of their forces based on just spotting one guy through surface spotting and the Minotaur radar not catching anything?
That definitely could have been a key signal for them, spotting the Hindenburg at like 14 kilometers, knowing that he doesn't have the conceal build, expecting that to be the kite side from TS YMQ, and basically reading this push. I mean, TS YMQ is very obviously planning to push this side. You can see the Druid also start to rotate through the islands here. So I think it is a good call from them to immediately rotate this stuff back to their home cap. Losing their home cap would obviously be a disaster, and 2 Yoshinos aren't going to cut it versus a Conde, a Clausewitz, a Hindenburg, and a Druid.
Absolutely.
So they need to rotate something, but at the same time, and like we saw the game develop, a Regolo, a Grozavoy, and a Minotaur are not enough to hold a Yo-Yang, a Clausewitz, and a Hindenburg. They just don't have the damage output.
Yeah.
So
I
we can
think,
go ahead and play it forward here.
Definitely an interesting thought to consider when we are watching. Again, as I mentioned previously, we see everything. The teams don't, and they need to react as soon as possible, as soon as they have information.
Yeah, based on limited,
and sometimes
very
you have
limited
to make
information.
some gambly calls where you see one ship and then you have to guess if it's a pushing flank or a guiding flank, and based on that you need to react instantly.
Yeah.
And them did that. They rotated the Nevsky and Yu Yang back to defend home, and doing so they actually allowed a Hindenburg and the Yu Yang to actually push up, get map control, and just push into the A cap, which was one of the caps that they really needed to hold to try and win this game out.
Yeah, I mean, like you said earlier before the match, them kind of relies on a really controlling strategy. And if they aren't able to actually keep the contested cap, that kind of falls apart, because then there isn't really much of a reason for them to even try to win their home cap, because it doesn't matter. But TS YMQ, even though they managed to flip the A cap, they don't relent on their home cap push. They know that they have the Yoshinos in a very bad position. I mean, look at the range here between this first Yoshino and all these DPM ships. It is not escaping from that.
Yeah, absolutely. Also, something to note is that this Yoshino from them isn't really denying any space.
Right.
If he was towards the 9-10 line, maybe like one box over in this sort of area,
Setting up
he
more
could
of a
have
crossfire.
potentially stopped this Conde from pushing.
Right.
But because he is actually on the 8 line only, this Conde has essentially a free push straight down.
Yeah.
And that makes sure that even if there is a smoke play that's happening on this side, he will eventually end up behind them.
Yeah, I mean, one of the key things to consider is that Yoshino actually has pretty threatening AP. Maybe if the Yoshino was even riding the border out over here, it makes this Clausewitz position, and maybe even the Hindenburg position going to the island here, extraordinarily dangerous.
Yep.
And like you said, him being maybe like 4 kilometers above his friendly Yoshino here kind of makes it really easy for TS YMQ to call which target they want to focus.
Yeah, absolutely.
So instead of trading HP, they're basically making it very easy for TS YMQ to focus a single ship down. Like we'll see happen here. You can see that Yoshino just takes so much fire. Does go down to that blind fire from the Conde. Them do manage to trade a Clausewitz for it, which is pretty good. But at this point, the Nevsky is in a terrible spot.
Yeah, we can see the Druid activating, just like being so incredibly annoying. He is penalty spotting Nevsky. Now that is something that would be a death sentence to every destroyer, basically.
You don't want to be within 10 kilometers of a Nevsky, usually as a destroyer.
And the only reason he survives, essentially, is due to the sheer amount of damage output that's coming out of his 3 cruisers that are around him. The amount of pressure that's being put on this Nevsky basically means that he can't really shoot back at the Druid. He really needs to try to survive.
Yeah, and one of the key things about the Druid is that with both guns being on front, he's able to present a very small target to the Nevsky. Can use the British acceleration to juke a little bit, has the heal. So in terms of like a destroyer that you want face-checking a Nevsky, Druid is about as good as it gets, I would say.
There's even sorry to interrupt, but there's even a crossfire Hindenburg from A going on that Nevsky as well. So they just really want to root him out in any means necessary.
Yeah, and again, like we mentioned, the Minotaur, Grozavoy, that's really not enough damage output to threaten the Clausewitz. They can't shoot to the island here on the Hindenburg. So by making this push onto A, TS YMQ has basically invalidated 2 of them's ships.
Yeah,
the
definitely.
Groz and
I think
Minotaur
this
are basically
was
useless at this
such
point.
a nice, I want to say, discovery of a play. Like in the mid game, where they found out how them essentially wanted to react, and then had a really good reaction themselves to try and stop this from happening.
Right.
And if we go a bit further, we'll see how the Nevsky really did not have any way of staying alive there.
Yeah, I mean, he's just too close to the Druid. The damage output remaining from the Hindenburg and the Conde is just a little bit too much. And then the Minotaur just evaporates.
Yeah,
I mean, he's stuck in a
because
crossfire between
the
them.
Hindenburg pushes through, and the people on the 9-10 line obviously are going to keep going down. And then the poor Minotaur is in a horrendous crossfire.
Actually, looking at the end state of the board here, I really like that TS YMQ is also pushing up the one line. I feel like a lot of times teams can focus on like a single win condition and just hyper focus on that, but TS YMQ basically continues to play every area of the map.
Yep.
The one line making the push, the Hindenburg pushing through the 4 line, completing the home cap push with the Conde and the Hindenburg. Just super good all around.
Yeah.
That was actually the second Conde pick for TS YMQ. So now they have no Annapolis, they have no Conde remaining going into these matches versus TWA, and then maybe even Reign in the Grand Finals, which may be impactful. They still have a good range of other options available to them, though.
Yeah, definitely. I think they are, at least in this series, they have shown us that they are a very flexible team. And they can adapt to not having a flagship, maybe have to even pick around some suboptimal ships, but they can definitely work with them.
I mean, I think we've seen that with no flagship. They're super comfortable with just playing like 4 or 5 Clausewitzes.
Yeah,
and
definitely.
putting the damage to work.
The 5 Clausewitz. I'm sure Zui will have something to say about this. So, what do you say about this one?
Well, you say that they're missing. They're now down their Conde, right?
Yes.
So that kind of long range threat, both HE and AP, a pretty fast ship, is gone. Conde is a 24-point ship, even despite being a flagship, and there are notably some very tanky ships that can be very fast, that have a lot of long-range HE and AP firepower. They're called battleships.
Castilla. No, Castilla could technically do this, but you don't have the same armor or HP.
Or
so.
Marseille or Napoli.
Yeah,
both
but I mean, they've shown that they can build a pretty strong comp while bringing in that Conde at 24 points.
Oh, yeah.
There's a lot of battleships in the pool that are cheaper than it, a lot of battleships that are more expensive than it, and I think if they're comfortable playing these really aggressive pushing strategies, the battleship is definitely a threat that they can consider bringing.
It could definitely make sense. So maybe even like a Sicilia if they wanted to go on the cheaper range. I think we actually are ready for our next Asus code here. Remember, guys, that these codes will give you a ticket into the giveaway for the hardware, which is a Strix Gaming laptop and a ROG Ally handheld. Our next code is going to be WM24 8 Liu Strike. If you watched the Vor series yesterday where they played against KSC, you know why we're going with this code. Those airstrikes have been a highlight of the tournament.
Yep.
Lots and lots of Howdens being taken. Lots of airstrikes going down. The unique upgrade doing a lot of work. Remember, this code will be valid for only a very limited amount of time, so please make sure that you go to the store upon seeing this and redeem it as quickly as possible. It will also give you a COTS permanent camouflage to put on any ship of your choice.
I just have to say these prediction
Thank you to our
towards them
producers
just
for-
being completely nullified in the end. Like the prediction, I believe, were like 73,
74%.
74% for them. I don't know.
If you voted for TS YMQ, congratulations on your earnings.
I mean,
Let's go
honestly,
TSYMQ supporters.
I'm really
We are
happy
stonks.
that they managed to do that. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm just saying, I predicted a 2-1 for TS YMQ.
You did?
You did.
You were there.
Indeed. So I think
You
we
were
should
medium.
probably start looking at the next matchup, which is going to be TWA versus TS YMQ.
More
This
of
is
them,
actually
which
a
is good.
rematch.
Yeah.
The last time they faced each other, it was a 2-0 for TWA.
Yep.
But one of the games, I believe on the riposte, was incredibly
It was
close.
so close.
Where TWA brought a Nevsky Yu-Yang smoke combination, which TSYMQ answered by having a double Clausewitz push.
Yep,
which
Surprising,
is
I know.
Clausewitz.
quite an interesting way to go about dealing with a
Oh
double
my god.
a Nevsky smoke, basically.
Yeah,
looking at the ship picks, TSYMQ with the 16 Clausewitz picks.
And 11 druids. Like,
Yeah.
They clearly have a trend being set here with Clausewitz and Druid being by far their most played ships.
Yeah, and from the games we've cast, we've definitely seen these ships kind of make up the core of their compositions. So that damage output coming from the Clausewitz and Hindenburg being so important to their composition and playstyle. On the other hand, TWA, taking the value pick in that Goliath for 10 points, you get the super heal, the good damage output. There's not a lot of battleship threat to go against that traditionally squishy Citadel. So it makes a lot of sense. And then the Yoyang and Brisbane, also very, very, I would say standard picks for TWA, bringing that 12-kilometer smoke radar combination. Very leans into their playstyle, I would say.
Yeah, I think Goliath in particular being such a comfort pick for them is going to be a little bit of a wrench in the works of TS YMQ. They've pushed their Hindenburgs and Clausewitzes into ships like the Yoshino, into Rhode Island. These are ships that can't really sustain HE damage output for that long. Goliath, on the other hand, is pretty good at it.
It is actually tailored for that.
Super heal.
Yeah, it is.
And only 1 point more expensive than that Yoshino. Maybe them not considering the ship pick there. But
it is a very I feel like it is a very difficult position for TS YMQ to be in right now, because they are really hot in this tournament. They're doing their best, but they're also about to face one of the strongest teams of all time.
For sure.
Which means, like, if they end here and if TWA wins the upcoming best of 3, they would have already done something exceptional.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, they're
made like one of the
guaranteed
best
third
shows
place,
we could have basically asked for. So it's really good to see this. But TWA, of course, might have had time now to see this Clausewitz abuse strategy coming in from TWA, from TS YMQ, and I believe that they might be cooking some interesting counter strategy against this.
I would certainly expect it. I mean, they've had
Battleships
time.
being the point I wanted to go to.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I mean, TWA has definitely had a lot of time to prepare. They've seen games from this weekend, from even last weekend when they played against basically the same strategy.
Yep.
TWA, being as good of a team as they are, I would entirely expect them to have some kind of strategy prepared to deal with this. So I think it's going to come down to how effectively that works out for them.
Do we actually have... did TWA field a lot of battleships during this tournament? Do we have any data?
Traditionally, no.
As far as I know, I don't think they have brought a single battleship yet.
I see.
Maybe
And remember, the,
We have seen a Vermont pick or two from them in the first
we
weekend,
have.
I believe.
Yeah.
how about the flagship picks then?
They have quite a lot of flagship picks remaining as well. But I think the more important thing for now is to quickly look at the maps. And TWA and TS YMQ have actually banned 2 separate maps this time, even though it's a blind ban. TWA bans Shatter, and TS YMQ has banned Islands of Ice. So again, same map ban from TS YMQ, which was Islands of Ice in the last series as well. TWA really does not want to play Shatter. I understand why. TWA is a very control-focused team, and Shatter is a very, let's say, chaotic map, which really doesn't suit their play style as much. So probably a permaban map from their side.
I mean, one of the interesting things about Last King of the CeeLo was seeing TWA bring out that wild Marseille push composition versus Rain on Shatter. So they definitely can play it, I think, when they need to, even though that match didn't end well for them, even though it looked good.
Very unfortunate ending to that match.
Yeah. But I think, like you said, it makes a lot of sense that they would ban it. They're definitely looking to play that like Smoke Brisbane combination,
Most
which
likely
doesn't work too well on Shatter.
Indeed.
And we've talked about why TS YMQ wouldn't want to play Islands of Ice. The map is kind of very separated in terms of how it plays. The home cap is very far away from the contested cap, so maybe that kind of like flexible Hindenburg playstyle just doesn't work out too well.
Probably.
Yeah,
I think
the Hindenburgs and Clausewitzes especially, again, while they do play them very flexibly, they're not fast ships, and the distance between the B and C caps is quite large on this map.
Yeah. In terms of map picks, we actually have some interesting ones. It looks like TWA actually picked Riposte, so we're going to have the rematch of the grudge match on Riposte.
Nice.
Yep.
Even though TWA almost dropped this map to TS YMQ last weekend, it looks like they're ready to come back with something prepared for it. Otherwise, they would not have picked it, of course. TS YMQ opting to pick Hotspot. We talked a little bit, I think, yesterday, actually, about why a team might pick Hotspot into TWA. Because it's a little bit less favorable for that kind of smoke play.
Yeah.
It can work out a little bit better for those Clausewitz and Hindenburg's play.
We might see the same Salem position again if they have the same spawn, I assume, which could be interesting. I mean, TS YMQ has won on Hotspot basically today.
We saw them play
already,
a very nice game against them. It was a little bit back and forth, but interested to see what they'll bring out here. And then Tears of the Desert being the random third map, I think probably favors TS YMQ if it goes to a third map.
Yeah, assuming
at least as much as it could.
Assuming things play out as they should on this map, that Clausewitz Hindenburg push along the home cap is very, very, very powerful. And aside from the unfortunate torpedoes on the Shimakaze, I think I think TS YMQ had a very, very strong strategy prepared for Tears of the Desert.
I am speculating a battleship pick from TWA on any of these maps, because if they're expecting TS YMQ to keep bringing these Hindenburgs and keep bringing these Cloud Switch, which are working really nice in their favor, TWA might have to field the battleship just in case they want to get that tactic. And in any case, if they don't use it, a battleship is still a very important asset. So it's just my own little prediction.
I would like to see the battleships make a comeback at some point today. Maybe Rain will bring them out once we get to the grand finals at least.
Yeah, Rain will
in any
be
case,
waiting for the winner of this match, obviously.
Yeah, and good to remember that even the loser here is guaranteed third place. The winner will be guaranteed at least second place.
Rain is watching with enthusiasm all these strategies being laid out in front of their eyes.
In the meantime, I think we can let the production team let the match start, and let's go over some predictions in the meantime. Knowing that TWA actually has one more Vermont to pick as a flagship, and we know how happy TWA is with picking a Vermont, and how many Clausewitz and Hindenburgs we have seen with TS YMQ's picks, is going to be quite an interesting one. I'm hoping to see the Vermont actually be used in one of these games.
I think Vermont actually might be a pretty favorable pick for Riposte.
Yeah, definitely.
Especially into, like you said, the Hindenburgs and the Clausewitz versus the Hindenburg especially. It brings that 30mm overmatch, which is so dangerous. And of course, Vermont also has that nasty concealment at 12.4 kilometers, making it very hard to keep lit.
Especially on a map which is kind of tailored in close quarter engagement like Riposte.
Against a team bringing the Clausewitz and the Hindenburg relying on that kind of sustained damage output, it could be very problematic for them to deal with. What do our casters think?
Well, I think we are about to find out, to be honest, because the game is going to begin in about 30 seconds. In any case, Riposte being a notoriously dangerous map in terms of how clumped all the caps are, so we're about to see some pretty intense action in a little bit.
I'm excited for our first match here. Why don't we go ahead and throw it over to our casters and see what lineups the teams have?
Send it away. Zooey, what do you see?
I'm seeing out of the side of TS YMQ, unsurprised. Oh, that might be a mistake, because I believe TS YMQ has expended all of their Condes. We have to double check with our producers, with our referees, but Conde, 3 Hindenburgs, a Druid, 2 Yuyangs, their lineup. A Worcester, Moskva, Goliath, Jinan, Grozovoy, Yuyang, and Lucian on the side of TWA. We'll see if they decide to play this game out. Double check here with our referees.
Could be a bit of an issue indeed. Might have to be a reset. So they've already used the Conde twice. The way it works in this tournament is flagships can only be used twice in the whole tournament. And supposedly the Conde was already used by TS YMQ, so might have to see a little bit of a reset here if they realize it's a bit too late.
It could easily be a problem with our sheets, but we're just double checking here.
In any case, the deployment seems to be kind of the same in terms of TS YMQ. Triple Hindenburg, Druid again, and a double Yueyang. Each Yueyang is bringing, I apologize, no radars, actually. The other one, one of which, one of them is going to be a radar for sure.
And unfortunately, I have the latest news for you guys. Map 1 will indeed be a forfeit on the side of TS YMQ.
Wow.
Because they have unfortunately brought their third Conde, a resource that they do not have to spend. Looks like they're kind of... Maybe we'll play out this game. Maybe the news hasn't hit the players yet, but...
That is a really sad start.
Unfortunate that this is the... unfortunate situation for TS YMQ.
So this doesn't count as a reset. It counts as a forfeit. So TWA already has one.
A full forfeit on the side of TS YMQ.
Wow.
Yes. Obviously, the teams have to be really cognizant here of the flagship system. They brought the Conde in the previous game, expending their second charge, and this Conde it should not, in fact, exist in this game. And when we have a situation like this, it is really unfortunate, but the teams are all playing under the same limitations.
And the same rules, of course. I mean, the rules of the tournaments are here to be applied. Anyway, the game seems to be playing out. We'll just try to comment what's going on before the teams are informed that we might have to move on to the next one here.
Right now, the first contest coming out of TWA is Grozo.
Yep, Grozovoy reversing into Alpha here. No radars on this side, so they will not really be able to see it. The Druid, on the other hand, having a very aggressive approach on that map corner as well. The Conde is spotted, and we instantly see some fire going in on the Moskva. TWA actually bringing a very expensive radar, Moskva being 24 points in this tournament. and parking it with a massive coverage of both A and B, actually.
Yeah. Moskva, unfortunately, despite being one of those heavily armored Russian cruisers, Conde and Hindenburg and Clausewitz, if they decide to bring them, is one of those ships that is capable of penetrating that 50mm.
Oh, the
deck.
Druid from TWA being extremely aggressive here, just basically parking in front of the Goliath, Moskva, Grozovoy, and even the Jinan here. The Moskva is radaring, keeping that Druid spotted. TS YMQ just way too aggressive with the Druid here. The Moskva might take some damage, but eventually this Druid will start to suffer. The Grozovoy is, of course, trying to find some angles here. These Moskvas railgun paired with the Goliath are going to do quick work of that.
Yeah, Druid, a pretty large target by any stretch of the imagination, means it's not quite the ship you want to be tanking a radar like this. So
one last salvo coming in from the Goliath that should still seal the deal here. The Druid does not have a heal ready at all, and that's going to be the first kill from TWA.
Yeah.
Why such an aggressive push here on the Druid?
I'm not 100% sure there.
They knew the Moskva was right there.
Yang, the Conde, and the Hindenburg have been pushing up. I think they wanted to try to get, hard lighting onto this Moskva, try to get the Conde and Hindenburg guns on top of him, but they have done a pretty significant amount of damage to that very expensive ship.
Look at on the other side, TS YMQ's Hindenburg here taking extreme damage, basically down to 7k HP and burning with no DCP. The DCP is ready, but it's going down.
How he took this much damage. I feel like that has to have been torpedoes, because
perhaps solution deep water torpedo.
I don't think a Worcester can do that much damage that quickly.
If they can actually bag that second kill, this would be a terrible start for TS YMQ in this best of 3.
Yeah, and we see Yawen Ziyang running that radar, tried to push spotting off of his buddy in the Hindenburg, but again, the Hindenburgs on the side of TS YMQ not bringing the full concealment means that it is very difficult for him to go unspotted.
The Worcester's floaty shells, not enough to really seal the deal here on TS YMQ's Hindenburg. The Moskva at the center of the map is in a bit of a critical zone here, having lost a lot of
firing
HP.
Range of the Worcester. Oh,
that's Hindi salvo. The Hindi, which is actually on such a low HP here, is doing a lot of blind fire. Has had a permanent fire
I think
on
Marcelo
the Moskva.
Pell is actually going to go down to Yu Yang torpedoes here in his Jinan. He's taken, I believe that's 4 Yu Yang torpedoes, finishing off TWA's Jinan.
Remember, Jinan does not have sonar or hydroacoustic unable to see these torpedoes coming. So TS YMQ actually gets a kill back on TWA. A cheap one, Jinan not really being that expensive of a pick, of course. But right now we see a pretty good cap control here from TWS, securing both C and B with not really any answer in sight for TS YMQ.
Yeah, TS YMQ is committed their destroyers out towards the edges of the map. Obviously, the unfortunate death of the Druid to the Moskva radar early on means that they don't really have any presence near the caps. The 2 Yuyangs providing spotting for, again, a crucial role of these destroyers is feeding these high damage output ships with the spotting that they need. Unfortunately for them, TWA playing their smokes pretty passively means that it is so difficult for them to get spotting on the cruisers of TWA, and that means this Worcester has been able to just farm completely uncontested.
Meanwhile, we have the Goliath doing an amazing job facing off that Conde, the Conde from TS YMQ down to 26k HP, and the Goliath essentially laughing at that HE spam, even from big guns like the Condes here. Conde having, of course, to maintain that pressure going, TS YMQ being on the back foot, having to make any sort of plays now, because these caps are going to start bleeding heavily in the defavor.
And again, I think TS YMQ pointed out very early in this match, the Moskva is the key target here. As soon as he gets spotted, all guns are on him. The Conde, the Hindenburg, as well as the long-range Hindenburg from across the map, all focused on the Moskva at the moment.
TS YMQ's Yue Yang even launching torpedoes towards that Moskva location. They really want to get it away, but all that time they're taking to kill this Moskva is giving so much freedom here on TWA to basically get another kill on the Hindenburg and then a triple cap control on TS YMQ.
Yeah.
That is not great for them at all.
Huge amounts of control here on the side of TWA. They've played their smokes back, not putting them in danger. Riposte is a map, again, where we've mentioned before, there's so much open space in the edges of the map. There's no islands really for the Hindenburgs and the Clausewitzes to ambush you on, and that means that your smoke screens are basically hard cover for your cruisers.
That
so
is
difficult for the destroyers to get spotting in and around those smoke screens means that TS YMQ down all 3 caps, about 400 points now.
Oh, and look at that Moskva Lucian crossfire here going on the Hindenburg. They are really trying to get that Moskva kill, but the Moskva AP just lands on the Hindenburg down to 6k HP. TS YMQ really not in a good spot, about to lose another Hindenburg here. That's going to be 2 out of 2. And yeah, I really don't see what TS YMQ can do anymore. The TWA just like does not want to lose the Moskva and essentially has a triple cap control. And even though they're gonna TS YMQ is going to send the Wei Yang back into the A cap, he is going to be met by the Moskva's radar momentarily. And the moment this Lucian picks up this Hindenburg kill, he will be ready to contest the Wei Yang directly after that.
Yeah, Yu Yang, not
One
the
HP.
exact destroyer you want to be facing off against Lucian. The Hindenburg of TS YMQ has taken, I believe it's a Grozavoid torpedo, but he has landed a pretty decent salvo onto the Lucian. Lucian, obviously having so much healable HP, is running that heal. About another 30 seconds remaining on that, so...
Moskva AP doing wonders here. TWA's Moskva just pulling its weight, surviving and applying a lot of damage here. Burning the radar, of course, spotting the Wei Yang. The Lucian does have a firing solution here, so the Wei Yang will be contested. Maybe a bit of a speed duking here and there could allow it, but there's just too many shells going on.
Yeah, Lucian's fire rate just a little bit too much for TS YMQ's Yu Yang to pick up this cap. Will return a little bit of fire, obviously does a little bit of an HP advantage headed towards the Yu Yang. And
That is,
TS YMQ's cruiser is not really able to find the firing angle against this Moskva, means that he has survived for so long here.
Oh,
in this
here we
position.
go. Here we go. I was about to say sorry. There was a bit of a Wei Yang chase here. TS YMQ, having lost, of course, the Hindenburg on this side, is forced to fall back. But Vilex and Kinemod are just preying on him, and he can't disengage. He's basically spotted via surface at this point. So it's a Wei Yang versus Wei Yang engagement with the Worcester as a backup. Remember, TS YMQ's Wei Yang is radar, so he can't even smoke up away. That's basically a free
Yep,
kill
and
at
as
this
he
point.
hits against the border,
Using
the
all at that
detection.
speed. The rush on the Moskva, Wei Yang versus Moskva here. TS YMQ pushing one of the Wei Yang in the middle here to try and get a kill on the Moskva. He is going to basically sacrifice his ship for it if the Moskva gets another salvo in. He will, of
Yes,
course. That's the
Moskva
trade.
will just barely squeak out a second salvo, and the down goes the Yu Yang. They did not manage to pick up too much damage on the Grozavoy as he returned fire, so let's see if the Conde
Oh, the
can
Conde
actually do
salvo
it.
coming in on this Grozavoy down to 3k
A little
HP.
bit too low. The Yu Yang does drop over on the border of the map. They will pick up the Grozavoy, pick up a few more points towards their favor, but 20,000 HP remaining on the Conde and 5,000 HP remaining on the Hindenburg is really not a lot to play with in
Not
this
great at
first
all,
game.
no. The Hindi actually goes down from the Goliath, and that only leaves that single Conde, which wasn't really supposed to be here in the first place. Not even able to get the A cap, so it is going to be a clear win from TWA.
Yeah.
So in any case, even if this game was forfeit, TWA still gets that deserved victory.
I'm sure the players were notified, of course, of the imminent forfeit of game one. So maybe TS YMQ choosing to just
Sending all in.
all in onto the caps, play a little bit of a game, and really just have to mentally prepare for playing against TWA from a one-game deficit.
Bit of an unfortunate thing. I would have liked this battle to go a little bit more fair in terms of course, ship picks, but incidents happen. It's a bit sad that they happen that late in the tournament. But it is what it is. Good map control from TWA, to be honest, and nothing really else to say on this match, I would assume.
Yep.
Yep, I mean, very cleanly played from TWA in any case. Unfortunately, there was a forfeit there with the third Conde pick. Unfortunately, a little bit of a gap in communication, it seems like. To go over the flagships again, of course, you can only bring each of these into a match a maximum of 2 times throughout the whole tournament. TS YMQ already using that second Conde pick, so going up to 3 here. Unfortunately, will forfeit them the match. Annapolis also sitting on 2. So dropping the first game of the series here by default. Of course, we do like to play out the game in any case, just because we'd like to see the match happen.
Yep.
In this case, it didn't really matter. TWA making a very, very strong play on that map.
Yeah. I mean, regardless of the match being forfeit, TWA came in with a very strong opening deployment. They knew what they wanted to do. They played very differently to what we expected to see, kind of. We expected to see a Brisbane or a Nevsky with a Yu Yang smoke. This time they chose to instead do a Yu Yang Worcester combination instead, which is something we saw previously by them, I believe, where they used this probably quite effectively. However, they also lost that game. Regardless of all of the other things, they played probably the most dominant game they have so far in the tournament. From my side, TS YMQ never really had a foothold on the game. Quite early on, they lost the Druid, and after that, it was kind of a snowball.
Yeah, I think they committed a lot of resources, the entire life pool of the Druid, obviously, along with a significant amount of the HP on their western flank in the Conde and the Clausewitz to try to pick up that Moskva kill, but they were just
looked like the
not
Moskva was
quite
the target.
able to maintain spotting on him. Obviously, the smoke radar combos of TWA are so threatening in the open water, and the Yueyang was not quite able to push down to find the angle to get onto the Moskva. And without spotting, the Clausewitz and the Conde not really able to do anything. Hindenburg and the Conde.
They do in the end have to rush the Yueyang to finally get that Moskva picked
Definitely
up.
a little bit too little too late.
What is striking to me is how smart and unknowingly they played the Druid in the last game, and essentially here they basically lose it in the first 3 minutes of the game via a massive extension, like an overextending essentially into a Moskva's radar, which they know is here. I don't know, seemed like an odd play.
Yeah, I think they definitely wanted to get that Moskva off the board as quickly as possible, but TWA smoked it up. I mean, that's a pretty hard position in the first place to get it off the board. The island offers a lot of cover. You kind of have to push around a little bit wider before you can actually get it. But yeah, in the end, I think TWA just the very, very dominant lineup, a very dominant position. I don't think they really had an answer to the Smoke Worcester either in the south side. So TWA really just had a very strong position across the board, I would say.
And I just want to check here on the points, is that Worcester is a ship that is very, very capable of dealing, especially from a smokescreen, a ship that's very capable of dealing with ships like the Clausewitz and the Hindenburg. Obviously, that massive 30mm damage output. Not quite as good against Clausewitz. Obviously, having that 40mm deck is a big asset there in that case. But against the Hindenburgs, especially, the Worcester can do a lot of damage. And I believe it is a tad bit cheaper than the Minotaur, which is the pick of choice in terms of smoke radar for them, which might have cost them the game there. Yeah,
for sure.
And them as not the clan, of course.
Yes, them boys, the
it's
clan.
Gonna get confused.
Trolling us with the name.
Indeed.
In any case, I think we have the next ACES code available for you guys. I believe this will be the third code of the day.
Third code of the day, yes.
Yep. So this will be your third ticket into the giveaway if you've been collecting all the codes. Remember, one code gives you one ticket into the hardware giveaway. It will also give you a COTS permanent camouflage. So make sure that you redeem these quickly because they are very limited time. They will expire very soon. This one will be WM249 David versus Goliath.
Indeed, I think in this situation, the team that is the Goliath is TWA.
Perhaps the one picking the Goliaths?
Yes.
The team that which ship is
the
the
most Goliath picks?
The Druid,
so far.
perhaps? The Druid versus Goliath, anybody?
Druid versus Goliath? Perhaps a future code? Maybe not.
Anyways,
You'll find out anyway.
Yep, this will be for a ROG Ally handheld plus a ROG Strix Gaming laptop. We will be picking 2 winners at the end of the stream, so make sure you stick around for the draw to find out if you were one of the lucky winners. Both pretty fantastic pieces of hardware. Remember, one code gives you 1 chance to win. If you get all 5 codes, you have 5 chances to win.
Yep, and so this is the third code. If you have gotten all of them, you have 3 tickets so far, and there will be 2 more codes that we will share later on in the stream. And hopefully, one of you lucky people gets to walk home with a really nice gaming laptop and a ROG Ally, which is
the best string to lead Condes, you know. We made the same joke for Kleber, but you know, we have to keep that rolling joke going.
Yep, keep it going for sure.
Indeed. So map 2 is going to be Hotspot, which is TS YMQ's pick. What do we expect to see on Hotspot in particular from TS YMQ against a clan like EWA?
I would assume sort of the same that they did previously today. We keep seeing some sort of very symmetrical deployments, except on Riposte, actually, where they do 2 cruisers, 1 DD, 2 cruisers, 1 DD, and then the third one in the middle, which is sort of also what they did on Hotspot with a little bit of variations here and there because it was 3 cruisers, 1 DD.
Yeah.
So maybe they will repeat the same tactic. Hopefully no Rhode Islands on the on TWS side, just bullying a Salem away from cover. But I would expect the same tactic with maybe just a little bit of variations here and there. Maybe a flagship because they really have to win that match now.
Yeah, they're definitely backs up against the wall. They did only use the Annapolis and the Condes, so if TS YMQ feels like bringing things like Zorkies, they could. Although I don't think it really plays into their playstyle. I would maybe expect
I think
more
they definitely are focused more around just providing spotting for their high damage output ships, the Clausewitzes and the Hindenburgs. But TWA is maybe the single clan that it is so difficult to find spotting on their cruisers.
Yeah. I mean, they are famous for their smoke play, I would say. It's probably what they're most well known for is that smoke play.
Yep.
All very fantastically skilled individual players. We've seen them do crazy things with things like John on the Colbert. But yeah, I think TS YMQ probably brings something very similar to what they brought in the past, which I mean, it seems like they're pretty comfortable playing this like kind of one style of gameplay, which I think actually could come back to bite them here versus TWA, who seems to have prepared very extensively for their style of play.
Yeah, absolutely. I think TWA as probably the most experienced team in all of World of Warships competitive. They should be more than capable of playing into or against any sort of lineup or strategy that TS YMQ can bring out. It's simply a matter of catching them out with something that's wild and aggressive, usually. And even though they are, TWA that is, probably one of the best, if not the best, team in World of Warships competitive, they make mistakes from time to time as well. And if you are able to play out a long, drawn-out game, that one mistake that someone makes may be the one reason that you win the game.
Yeah, absolutely. And we have seen TS YMQ in the last weekend come so close to being able to capitalize on that with the Clausewitz play. So hopefully they'll be able to bring us to a Game 3 here on Hotspot. Remember, this is their map pick, so they certainly have something pretty solid prepped for it. I think, like our casters mentioned, the Salem position, I would probably expect to see a repeat.
There's definitely a really strong Salem position. I think TS YMQ has also showed that among all the teams, actually, they've been very precise with their decision-making to push or fall back. I think this is a very big asset to have against a clan like TWA, which is so good at controlling
and also punishing the mistakes you were mentioning about mistakes being emphasized on. TWA, as you mentioned as well, playing a more controlled play style, also is extremely good at just punishing even the slightest mistake and emphasizing on this, making their control plays even stronger. And basically locking you into a choke, essentially. So we'll see what happens. TS YMQ maybe showing a little bit of fatigue here after
for sure
showing what they can do here. The teams are going to be ready momentarily, so we might actually drop into this first real TWA versus TS YMQ matchup and see what they have to offer on Hotspot for us.
Yep, definitely excited to see the lineup come out here of TS YMQ. Hoping that they have some pretty strong plays lined up versus TWA. They'll definitely need it. It's good to remember that this is actually the first series that TWA will be playing today, whereas TS YMQ has already had to play them in that 3-game series, so maybe a little bit of fatigue. TWA having time to just sit back and watch. So we can go ahead and have the teams drop and have our final predictions here from the desk, and then we'll swap it over to
Let's
the
let
teams.
the production take the game away, and we'll have a quick prediction from our desk here. I think, given that TWA is up a game, there may be some mental boom happening from TS YMQ's side, and I think TWA is going to walk away with a 2-0. What do you guys think?
Yeah, I have to agree here. I think a 2-0 looks likely for TWA. I think they've shown just through their competitive history and even the last weekend in their games that they're definitely the stronger team overall, just in terms of their experience and competitive history. So I would certainly expect them to have an answer for TS YMQ on this map. What do you guys think?
Yeah, I think TS YMQ has shown that they're really good at playing this particular comp, but TWA is a team that has played thousands of comps over the many years they have been competitive. So I think they will be very well prepared to face it. What do you think?
I fully agree. I'm expecting TWA to win this best of 3 at this point. It's just the most logical point of view, especially what they've been displaying on Riposte a few moments ago. So the game is beginning, and let's see the team lineup.
Right. On the green side, it is going to be TWA. They have brought the Devastation as a ship that I mentioned before the series started that can actually weather the storm of the Clausewitzes. It's going to be backed up by a Worcester, a Hindenburg of their own, 2 Goliaths, a Yuying, and a Lucian as their 7-ship lineup. What about over on the TS YMQ side?
Yeah, that Devastation pick is exactly as you said. If you want to bring one ship that can deal with the Clausewitz Hindi spam, it's going to be a Devastation with that super heal. TS YMQ bringing, of course, double Clausewitz again. An Edgar, which we haven't seen for a while. Very powerful light cruiser with a radar and a burst fire. Salem, Colbert, and Z52 and 42. So essentially almost the same lineup that they have. They do get the same spawn. So we were kind of predicting the same play as they did earlier today. And we might see the same thing, but actually no, because they are putting their Salem towards C instead of moving it towards the B cap.
This is definitely a kind of a mind game you can do against an opponent who you think has watched your previous game. You bring the exact same lineup, but you play it completely differently.
Well, they will bring the Edgar instead.
Throw a little bit of a wrench in the works here. Looks like they're sending the Edgar right behind that Z42. Z42 obviously waiting for his buddy to catch up here as they probably make their push into the middle of the map. That would be my guess here. Salem and Z52 and Colbert instead going to be deployed towards that C cap, a very, very high amount of damage output. The Salem and the Colbert obviously able to lob shells over the islands, playing for more of that C cap control rather than going for that home cap push.
What do you think about that double Goliath pick here on the A cap from TWA? A lot of staying power with 2 super heals, a lot of firepower with this one 234mm guns from the Goliath.
I think they were expecting a little bit of the aggressive push coming out of TS YMQ that they kind of have seen TS YMQ pull off in the past, but 2 Goliaths is not going to do a lot if you don't push into them.
What do you think about the Hindenburg push here? That Hindenburg will be in the Salem's radar eventually, and with the Colbert from TS YMQ in play, this Hindi will actually be suffering a lot. Not the best maneuverable ship to be putting behind an island here. The Colbert not being spotted. Akenli Tung here just doing some blind fire on this. But the Hindi being in C actually will contest that cap for a long time.
Yeah, I think Hindenburg, it looks a little bit weird, but it does provide that 6-kilometer hydro, which is so important for contesting the C cap. Obviously, they maybe didn't want to invest the points into another destroyer to do so. Obviously, Z52 and 42 are 12 and 13 points respectively. TWA opting for the Yuying and the Lucian instead.
Very interesting reaction here from TS YMQ, putting the Z52 away as soon as possible and sending torpedoes down the line. They are sort of reading TWA correctly, that if the Z52 stays here, is eventually going to be locked away by that 9-10 line push, which is happening right now. Hindenburg obviously will be the #1 focus fire from TS YMQ the moment it gets spotted.
And this rock is not quite large enough to hide a large cruiser behind like Hindenburg, so at some point, I believe the ships of TS YMQ will find their angle on.
We even have some Goliath long-range fire from 20 kilometers away, dropping in on the Hindenburg in the middle of sea here. Meanwhile, though, it's working as intended. TWA does have the cap advantage over TS YMQ in this early deployment right now, with not really any sight of TS YMQ making any sort of B to A home push on their side as well. So the points are going to start ticking.
We're going to have to keep an eye on this Hindenburg, though, in the middle of C-Cap, because he is... they're going to have to try to find a way to keep him spotted. That's the first problem.
It is.
But the Colbert, the Clausewitz, and the Clausewitz from the other side of the map behind B-Cap, they all do have an angle on the Hindenburg position. He's doing a pretty good job of dodging the shells, but as soon as spotting comes back, it's going to be difficult for him to keep himself alive. That being said, his Yuying and Worcester duo over on the 9-10 line, again, this very, very powerful smoke radar combo, as well as the high HE damage output of the Worcester, has managed to force away TS YMQ, Z52, and Clausewitz. That kind of range is suddenly where the Hindenburg is very well protected against the spotting of TS YMQ.
It is true. I mean, of course, they also know that the Salem from TS YMQ has burned his radar on the Hindenburg and is on cooldown for a while. So this Yuying has sort of like free roam around the area of the sea cap. There are torpedoes into play, of course, but the Worcester, I mean, TWA rarely takes a torpedo in their smoke. It's kind of the point. Burn your sonar when this is happening. Right now, a very good map control on TWS side, essentially locking both A and C, and TS YMQ is going to have a bit of a struggle to contest this. Predictions.
We see very heavy favorite the TWA side, 86% of you viewers have predicted their win. I have to say, the early stages of this game too, it's looking that way.
Look how far back they've actually pushed TS YMQ. They are essentially back at the starting position. They have actually rotated the Edgar here to try and deal with that smoke train from the Yueyang.
Yeah, and the Edgar,
something that maybe the Yueyang might not be expecting.
The Edgar brings a radar advantage here, actually. When you're playing smoke screens, having a shorter ranged radar is a very, very, very big threat. And with the Worcester being not quite the fastest ship around, he is turned away, so he's ready to run. But
one
Edgar,
thing that
Colbert, and Clausewitz are all hot on his heels, I think.
One element that TWA is actually keeping in the back, even though they've asserted so much control, the Devastation is just chilling here, waiting for long-range salvos on these cruisers, and this is such a big late-game asset. A full HP Devastation pushing your weathered cruisers, ready to basically brawl it out with super heals and extreme firepower. Something that they might not really calculate as much, or maybe why these cruisers are just staying so back.
Long-range Devastation shots will not quite connect on the Clausewitz, but that is a very, very long-range shot to make, about 25 kilometers. Easily dodged by the Clausewitz, along with those Yueyang torpedoes, and now we see the Edgar radar has caught that Worcester inside that smokescreen, so as long as they can continue this chase, a Colbert, Clausewitz, Edgar combo, as
and
well
even
as
the Salem at the same time.
Joining in
the Salem will be
Worcester.
blocking a lot of the Worcester possible angle. He is stuck in that radar deep for another 26 seconds.
That Salem AP. He's just not quite able to hold on to the angle against that Salem.
Absolutely brutal push from that Edgar here. That Salem from TWA cannot get away from this radar. It's just not fast enough. If you want to dodge incoming salvo, you're going to bleed so much speed.
Yeah, they have about 10 seconds remaining on this Edgar radar to pick up this Worcester kill, and
down
it
to 8k. A heal is being burned. The heal is now on cooldown. The DCP will go on cooldown, and that's just a kill. That's super heavy Salem AP.
Pick up the Worcester. A very, very nice radar repush using that Edgar Z52 smoke combo, repushing onto the 9-10 line. They have total control here. Just a Yueyang on the field, and Anleitung in the Hindenburg quickly makes his escape. I think very, very good timing on his part.
The Devastation is still in play though, so they have to be careful about that early win. Sure, they got the Worcester out, but that Yueyang will still be providing a lot of spotting on the Edgar, Colbert, and Clausewitz, and the Devastation will be moving to block that. So C is sort of opened, but TS YMQ has to react really quickly to get that cap control. In the meantime though, TWA, having lost that Worcester on the 9-10 line, triggered a push, pulled the trigger on the home cap on AB, Lucian, Goliath, and the other Goliath, not really kiting anymore.
With the rotation of that Edgar, suddenly there's only 2 ships remaining on this B cap hold. They do have a little bit of spotting in the Z42 for the Clausewitz, but 2 Goliaths is so much HP.
That's just the Clausewitz. Yeah, you can't really you can't really deal with the Goliath because of the super heals, and you're gonna take so much HE damage as well.
Yeah, Goliath is one of the few cruisers that can actually penetrate the Clausewitz deck. 40 millimeters, obviously, on the Clausewitz means, is it 40 or 50? I actually don't know.
I believe it's 50.
50.
TS YMQ though pushing the Salem into the C cap, of course, taking advantage of that early Worcester kill to basically assert dominance of a C, but right now we see TWA basically flipping the entire map upside down and emphasizing everything on the B push.
Yeah, let's see if they can get that Hindenburg and the Devastation back into the game. While they are definitely a threat to the side of TS YMQ, as long as they can hold on to the C cap, really no reason to go and chase after the kill.
That's true. The Lucian will actually walk into B from TWA, essentially uncontested here.
Yeah, no radar on the side of TS YMQ.
Look at this, the Z42 smoking, trying to break some sort of line of sight here, but they just don't know that the Lucian will just keep the Clausewitz spotted via these islands. So that cap control is going to go straight back into TWA's hands again.
Yep, about 100-point difference between the two teams, and TWA picking up their second point means that TS YMQ is on a pretty short timer to bring their push away from the C cap back towards the center.
Look at the pincer move here. TWA basically has control of 3/4 of the map. And TS YMQ is cornered basically at their spawn at this point. I don't see how they can come back from this.
I think they are going to have to try to remove this Hindenburg from the game. Honestly, a Z52 rush might just be the answer here, but obviously we'll have to touch a Devastation salvo of all things on his way.
And here we go. Look, the Salem being cut into the sonar from Anleitung here. HE salvo coming in. The Clausewitz from TS YMQ actually goes down. Excuse me?
Back behind
the Goliath,
against the 2 Goliaths. Just so much damage output from those 2 ships. and he will go down in the end, obviously unable to escape the spotting of the Lucian. So TS YMQ is on full retreat away from that B cap.
Oh, that devastation looming, trying to protect that Hindenburg. They're basically locking TS YMQ out of any escape from sea.
They've committed a lot of their heavier ships into this cap, and it's so difficult to get out of it once you're inside.
Yeah, that Edgar in trouble here. HE Salvo coming in. I wonder why there's no AP as well. I guess just the trusted HE Salvo just halving the Edgar. What can you do? You know, like the devastation still has the super heal ready. Can just weather that Edgar wrath. Here we go. Z52 rush on the Hindenburg here. We see it happen. TS YMQ forced to do some reckless moves here. Remember, Hindenburg also has torpedoes, so it is a very dangerous thing to do.
He has the angle to fire his torpedoes on his starboard side.
Oh, incoming devastation salvo is going to be ready as well. Switch to AP, unfortunately.
It is actually AP. It was loaded for that Edgar, but in this case, I think HE would have been better. Nice salvo coming out of Anleitung.
I don't think it's enough to actually kill. The Edgar is making a counter push as well on the other side here. One torpedo salvo. He has to send the second one, or maybe it is broken.
Yeah,
I believe it's broken.
Here comes that second. So I believe this will land 2 torpedoes, but it's just not enough time. The Z52 will go down to the secondaries of the Hindenburg, and TWA clutches a second victory away from TS YMQ. A very, very clean play. The Smoke Worcester combo, despite going down, bought so much time for their team, ticking away on 2 caps.
Yeah, and also the reaction from TWA essentially saying, look, even if we lose C, we're going to pull that trigger on the home cap push, and then they just essentially corner TS YMQ into 1/4 of the map, and that's it. They play for control, right?
Yeah.
And once you gain that control, they're going to lock it down.
Yeah,
and that's
I almost feel like we saw TWA kind of use a little bit of TS YMQ's like own strategy, that they had 2 sides of the map that they were very comfortable playing. The double Goliath pushing in immediately with the Lucian once their 10 line went down was pretty vital to their map control. And TS YMQ, pretty unusual for them, putting most of their assets towards the seaside, not opting for that somewhat more even split that they usually play. The catch on the Worcester was extremely well executed, but after the Worcester went down, they basically have 5 of their ships dedicated towards the 9-10 line, and in the meantime, TWA is pushing down the home caps.
And they are still kind of blocked at sea with the devastation just looming over, and the Hindenburg providing the entire cap spotting with sonar as well.
And we definitely talked about this before the series, the devastation pick. We theorized might come out. Since we saw them use it in an earlier series, maybe TWA was also holding on to it. Versus the Clausewitz and Hindenburgs, they just really don't have the sustained damage output to actually burst down the devastation. Of course, it has over 100,000 hit points plus a super heal, makes it extremely difficult to get off the board.
In any case, slightly disappointed that TS YMQ doesn't stay in the tournament, but it was sort of, you know, the expected outcome from this.
They're definitely the underdogs
battle.
in this matchup. Again, losing here, still 3rd place overall in the tournament, which is a fantastic finish.
It's a great feat for sure.
Getting the podium there, definitely very well done from TS YMQ overall in the tournament.
I think they showed that honestly, aside from TWA and Rain, the current grand finalists, TS YMQ definitely one of the teams that has made really, really good responses in the middle of matches to enemy actions. I think of all the teams, I think what really stood out to me about TS YMQ, number 1, obviously their comps are kind of fun, and number 2. They are so quick and almost like scarily accurate in how they make decisions mid-game.
Yeah, it's fantastic to be able to watch how fast they make decisions. I think we talked a little bit earlier about their fast pace of play, where even though they're playing these slow ships like the Clausewitz and the Hindenburg, they take in all the available information and really make these snap decisions about where they want to position their ships and where the main focus should be of their composition. And I think we really saw that come into play in the last series versus them. Unfortunately, I think TWA just maybe a little bit too experienced in this regard, and having the advantage of being able to watch that series that they played. Again, this is the first series that TWA played today. They had the advantage of being able to watch those first games and come up with the counter strategy, which they certainly did. And they looked very dominant in these games.
I mean, well done for TWA. It was odd, though, because we all thought that this double Goliath would basically just be like some sort of kiting flank, but no, they used it extremely aggressively and managed to. It's a 2v1 versus a Clausewitz, so it was kind of expected as well.
And again, the Goliath as well, a cruiser that is quite cheap.
Good value.
One of the few cruisers that can actually just go toe-to-toe with a ship like the Hindenburg or the Clausewitz.
Yeah.
I think, obviously, TWA had been bringing it for a while now in going into this game.
I mean,
against
it almost
TS YMQ.
feels like TWA's ship picks and kind of natural play style was a good counter to what TS YMQ was doing, and that they really like bringing these Goliaths, that they have the devastation in their back pocket. The Goliath in particular, like we talked about, bringing the super heal makes it so resistant to the HE spam that TS YMQ is relying on. So yeah, the double Goliath flank kind of just stops that Cloudwitz in its tracks.
Yeah, I think I definitely agree with the points we made here on the desk. Even though TWA definitely played very well and definitely deserved their final grand finalist spot, TS YMQ showing that even though they are a newer clan in the competitive scene, there's definitely nothing to be, thrown aside. Basically, they are contenders, and we hope to see them in the top 4, top 3
I think
of tournaments coming up in the year.
I think every single tournament that we've seen so far, ever since they first came to the stage in King of the Sea, we've seen them improve. From that first really wild, kind of aggressive play that we saw from them in the first CODs, to a little bit more measured control, to these fantastic setups with the Clausewitzes and Hindenburgs.
Yeah, I think
reaching top 3 here.
especially playing into the points format really, really well. They brought a lineup that almost no one else uses. Finishing in the top 3 with it is quite an impressive feat. I think they go from 16th in COTS, and then one COTS later, they're ending up in the top 8. Now WMI in the top 4. So
There's progress.
The future is looking bright here for TS YMQ. Very, very well played out of them the entire tournament. Unfortunate about the Conde thing, but things happen.
Such thing happens,
And
unfortunately.
and TWA is a team that is very, very difficult to beat, forfeit or not. So
Yeah. I mean, we saw Rain has played, I think, 3 series so far against TWA. Has actually lost the majority of their games to them. Only
3 on 6?
Yeah,
Yes.
so only in that surprise last series that we watched yesterday, being able to come back in those incredibly close games and actually beat TWA. So we are going to see a repeat of the classic matchup.
Yep.
We're going to see Rain versus TWA for the grand finals again, which is super exciting. I mean, it's always fantastic games when we watch these two teams play each other.
Yeah.
And in a best of 5 this time. So
Yes,
it's going to
yeah.
be a
It's gonna be a
long
best
run.
of
It's
5
going to be a
indeed.
marathon coming up soon.
Yep. And unlike previous tournaments, there will be no game advantage for the winners bracket. The losers bracket was extremely long due to the structure of the tournament. So, yeah, that'll be a full best of 5, which I'm super excited for. We do have a little bit of time before we start the next match. So we can take a quick review of all of our final standings now. We have Rain and TWA guaranteed in top 2, now playing for that $6,000 grand prize. TS YMQ being eliminated here in the losers bracket final does guarantee them $1,400 as 3rd place. So congratulations again on that podium finish. Super impressive to see the China #1 seed continue to show up to these international events and again just take higher and higher placement every single time, and even edging out some of those traditionally strong EU teams like them boys, formerly known as WND. Them, obviously, in our first series today, taking 4th place. They still will walk away with, I believe, $800 as 4th place. So, again, congratulations. And then you can see all the results of our previous weekend there in that long losers bracket as teams get eliminated.
Yeah, definitely. I think the tournament so far has been quite interesting. We actually have the interview ready with Shriver. So let's, I think, go and speak with him. In the meantime, as the teams are getting ready. So I think Shriver was playing mostly destroyers in the game so far. So he will definitely have some interesting insights for this one. And hopefully someone's sneaking out in front of the camera. Yeah, let's hear from Shriver if he is ready.
Just one moment. All right, Striver, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Excellent. So, we know the first game obviously was a bit anticlimactic given the forfeit. What do you think about the second game? Did you guys have a set plan of actually going for a home push from the start, or was it a reactionary play, or maybe something that you guys thought of on the fly?
I mean, our first approach was like people tend to play for home cap a lot on this map. So we wanted to have beat the C cap because they also tended to play a lot of with Edgar there, with Clausewitz. So keep our smoke booster and win the contested cap and have our double Goliath to counter all the Clausewitz they are sending in.
Mm-hmm.
And we were kind of expecting them to push home cap. That's why I guess Kinney got caught with his booster there when they repushed. But they had just nothing in home cap, so we just immediately recognized it, rotated over, and it was basically over for them. They were too far away with 5 ships committed to kill a booster.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely ended up a little bit too far away from their home cap at the end there. To me, it almost felt like the Goliaths that you have been favoring over the course of the tournament are almost the natural counter to these Hindenburgs and Clausewitzes, and it was also really exciting to see the Devastation pick. Was that something you cooked up over watching the last few TS YMQ series, or did you have it in your back pocket all along?
Honestly, that was just in the last few seconds. We saw that we have points over. We had our different battleships there. And then we had points over, and I was like, okay, what can we pick? And then was like, yeah, why not Devastation? Because it's like an unkillable raid boss against the Clausewitz.
Awesome,
It won't die ever.
And it certainly worked out. I mean, there was just no way that ship was dying, I feel like, in that match.
Yeah.
You will obviously be moving on to play Rain again, I think, for the 4th time this tournament in the Grand Finals.
Yes.
How do you feel going into this matchup?
We feel confident. We have prepared a lot. Like, we analyzed our losses yesterday, and we beat them already twice in this tournament in the first weekend. And of course, this is it's not the first time we face Rain. Like, we
Definitely
play
not.
all the time against them since years now.
Yep.
And we know they are good, but we trust in our stats, and we have some things that we didn't show yet.
Ooh.
So
Any
waiting for
spoilers?
the grand
Anything
final.
that you can give us?
But I got. Unfortunately, I got told Shatter is banned. We had especially something prepared for Shatter, but like I think it's banned, right?
We can take a look at the vote,
we'll have to check.
I don't know if it's actually through yet.
Yeah,
It has started.
We'll certainly be
It is.
sad if we're not seeing Shatter, but it is what it is.
Shatter and Islands of Ice are banned.
Oh.
So
This is like we banned the whole tournament Shatter to keep this one thing for the grand final, and unfortunately, you can blame Rain for that.
Okay, well, we will be sad about that.
Can you share with us what it was on Shatter now that it is banned?
Yeah.
yeah.
Like maybe next WMI.
Oh, he's saving it.
Teasing us. Teasing us all the way.
Oh my god. Fair enough.
course.
I mean, thank you for taking the time to talk to us, and we'll let you go back to your team and hope for an amazing best of 5. Good luck.
Yep. Good luck to you, and thank you for speaking with us.
Good luck indeed.
Yeah.
All right, guys, we still have a little bit of time until our next series while these teams prep. Of course, we don't want to just throw them straight into their series after forcing one of their members to talk to us for 5 minutes. So we have some wonderful content courtesy of our very own Bogsy to show you. Why don't we take a look at a nature documentary on what might go on in Islands of Ice, which is unfortunately banned, but Bogsy will take it away.
As far away from the equator, before it gets closer again, Islands of Ice. Great floating castles of frozen water stake their claim. Here, in the frigid waters, the Elbings are flourishing. When the temperatures drop, the Elbings farm the blubber of battleships. They are fattening up for the slow season, storing the precious HP necessary to procreate. But amongst the indulgences, a sense of unease permeates.
I need intelligence data.
They are not alone. Gliding in quietly in a plume of exhaust smoke, the Venezia takes its prey with a great volley of semi-armor piercing. The struggle is soon over. The Venezia will eat its fill and return to the dock to feed its little spaghetti monsters. And thus, the cycle of life continues amongst the frigid spires of Islands of Ice in World of Warships.
Can we all agree this is now the de facto map showcase for any future tournaments?
should we have Bogsy make
For every map.
a Planet Warship documentary for each map of the tournament?
Has to happen.
I wouldn't be opposed to it. I think it's a really fun video.
Here we go. It was live on stream.
Yep.
All right, well, we hope you guys enjoyed that. We might have more coming. It depends on how much you guys like it, so make sure you take the stream feedback survey and let us know. If you appreciate the Bogsy videos, I certainly think they're amazing. Thoughts about Rain versus TWA, guys?
Oh, here we go.
Oh boy.
I think
this is like
address the elephant.
the most classic face-off between the two top competitive teams there has ever been. Every single tournament, almost every single tournament at this point, comes down to a Rain versus TWA grand final.
I don't want to say again, but
Again.
again.
Yes, indeed. And last time in COTS 16, Rain won that. It was a very close series. It was some ridiculously close games, some insane action. Robin was yelling at the top of his lungs in the last
Was I
cast.
yelling so? Yeah,
You were.
I guess I was.
It was pretty
and
exciting.
It was like, there were some insane games.
Just came down
In-
to a couple of torpedoes.
Yeah, basically. And this time in a very different format, however, compared to COTS, where TWA arguably is very comfortable in playing the standard COTS formats. WMI, who knows? Given the previous showings of WMI, especially historically, Rain has won more WMIs than TWA, I believe.
They
Really?
did win the... Remember,
The first two
WMI
seasons.
started as a community tournament
Right.
in 2020. Rain actually did beat out TWA in that tournament
First
almost
one.
4 years ago now by bringing a double Bourgogne lineup, which was super exciting.
I was actually part of that.
TWA, I think, did win the last Warship Masters in 2023. So Rain may be looking for a little bit of vengeance this time after their recent COTS win, maybe on a roll.
Possibly. I think this is going to be a definitely interesting one. Given the very last matchup between the two teams, Rain did win that one. It was a best of 3 though, not a best of 5. And best of 5s generally tend to be way more of a control and a long marathon, basically, even for the teams, not only for the viewers and the casters, but as a player in a best of 5, when the games go very long, almost 20-minute games every time, and then it goes to 5 maps, it becomes a very long and a very strenuous series where towards the end, you may lose focus, you may lose concentration, there may be some expectations that are being shattered and some misplays that are happening, causing tensions in the team and such. I think both of these teams have enough experience to not succumb to the pressure that comes with the best of 5.
They're definitely used to playing long tournament games.
Yes,
It is
exactly.
good to note, of course, that Rain has been able to sit back and watch this whole time. Of course, they haven't really had the chance to warm up in a tournament match, whereas TWA maybe could hit the ground running.
Yeah.
But again, like you mentioned, best of 5s can go pretty long. TWA already playing 2 games here. Could get a little bit fatigued.
Yeah, what do our casters think? Do you think TWA having a series to warm up with versus Rain being in a cold start, essentially, do you think that will play into TWA's favor, or do you think there is a world where Rain has some strats cooked up from watching TWA play?
Yeah, I think Rain definitely having the ability to watch the TDVA games is an advantage that is given to the players, to the teams sitting in the grand finals waiting, right?
Yeah.
But starting cold in World of Warships can be a little bit of an issue. You know, every single salvo counts in competitive play. We've seen destroyers escaping radars with 3,000 HP remaining, and 1 or 2 missed salvos is that difference.
Yeah, absolutely.
And while I do think that they did get the chance to watch TWA, it seemed like from hearing from Striver that they did not show all their cards yet.
Yeah, I'm
That's
definitely
the whole
excited.
point. I think it's the whole point of this tournament is being able to min-max the previous battles with your flagship picks, with your point system. And I mean, there was some sort of speculation as to why Shatter was banned so much. Do we expect a Shatter ban as well for this best of 5? I'm not
Yes.
sure. Maybe this is definitely, most definitely, the best of 5 where we're going to see maybe the biggest surprise that nobody really expected in terms of both lineups, tactics, strats, decisions, and so on and so forth. It's kind of the culmination of this whole system you
Yeah.
guys created into this best of 5, and it happens to be Rain versus TWA.
Yeah.
I mean, what else could you have asked for at this point? You know?
Unfortunately, Robin, I have to be a little bit of buzzkill here.
Oops.
Shriver did mention during our interview that that Rain banned Shatter
Oh,
for
I'm
the
sorry.
for the
Okay.
last match.
I wasn't
so
there for
we
that, I'm
will-
sorry.
Yeah, Robin, you
I
saw
tried
Robin.
to
you saw
sneak
Robin
away,
out.
but I couldn't do it properly.
but unfortunately, we will not be seeing Shatter.
Okay. But at least we can
but-
see some.
Shriver
and
did mention that they had a very new and interesting strat cooked up for Shatter that Rain unfortunately banned. So they were not willing to reveal it, citing that they might use it in the next
In the next
WMI.
one, yeah, I came back for that.
He did
Definitely.
say, however, that they do have, I think, some interesting lineups that they haven't revealed yet for the other
sure,
maps. So
yes.
I'm hoping we'll definitely see some new and exciting compositions out of each of these teams.
Yeah.
Again, if they've been holding any cards in reserve, now is the time to show them.
Yeah, speaking of cards, I think we should take a look at the flagship status of these two teams, because I think Rain and TWA, both of these teams are very comfortable playing without flagships, and a lot of them have actually not been spent. So as far as I know, TWA has spent their Vermont and Zorki, and Rain, on the other hand, has spent only a Conde.
Yeah, I mean,
Oh no, they have.
they spent
sorry,
one Annapolis,
looking at the
one
wrong one.
Novosibirsk, one Conde, and one Vermont.
So
but
Rain,
still,
on the other hand, has spent quite a lot more flagships, but they still have a lot of flexibility to pick
yeah,
a lot of things.
I would say they still have plenty
in
of
this
picks
specified-
available for them, especially given that there's only 5 games at most to play here, and they could certainly bring out any variety of these. And of course, who knows what TWA might pull out of the cards here. Looking at their ship picks, of course, we've seen TWA really favoring that Goliath value pick. The Yo Yang is, I think we've seen one of the top destroyers of the tournament overall.
Yet again.
Yet again.
So it should be pretty interesting to see how these two teams mash into each other. I think Rain has shown a little bit of a different playstyle, so it should
Fielding
be
a
exciting.
lot of Golden Lions, yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
In any case, before we head into the series, we have maybe a refresher on some viewer rewards and giveaways. We will have the last Aces code to give to you guys. Remember, these are available for a very limited time, so when we put it on screen here, you have to go to the premium store on the website and redeem this. This one will be WM2410 Warship Master for the last one.
Yes, this is the final code that is going to be given away today, and this is the final ticket. If you have redeemed all 4 of them beforehand, you have 5 entries with this one. WM2410 Warship Master will get you another entry, and this is for the ROG Strix gaming laptop as well as the ROG Ally, I believe.
Yep, at the end of the stream, we will be pulling 2 winners, one for the ROG Strix gaming laptop and one for the ROG Ally handheld. Both fantastic pieces of hardware, so please stick around until the end of the stream when we'll find out who our lucky winners are. Maybe we should also do a refresher of the viewer rewards just to make sure people know how they work. Just a reminder that the drop today is for watching for 90 minutes. It will give you a mission. Remember, it is a mission, not a direct drop, so once you claim the drop, make sure that you go in-game, check your mission tab, and you should see it pop up. It will be for a set of blue boosters, the Warship Masters flag, as well as the Viscount of Victory skin for the St. Vincent. And then once you complete the mission, it will also trigger a mystery drop. On screen here, you can see the wonderful visuals of the skin, which you may have seen already, but I never get tired of looking at it. It has animations and port of these gun ports opening and closing and firing, as well as phenomenal detailing of the wooden decking and paneling on the sides, with the Warship Masters logo and gold highlight, as well as this wonderful gold trim around the ship. And in case you forget what ship you're playing, it even says St. Vincent on the rear. You never know.
Good to know.
Yep. So we hope you like the skin. Make sure if you like it that you mention it in the feedback for the stream survey, and let us know, because we certainly like making these, and we hope to have more exciting stuff for you guys in future tournaments as well.
Yeah, based on feedback, we like to decide what we're going to do in the future. So feedback is very important.
Yes.
I'm not saying you will do like 1 camo per tournament, but if you do, that'd be pretty cool.
Yeah.
Hope so.
Who knows
feedback,
what
feedback is what determines this. So guys, you know, we've been spamming the link in the Twitch chat from time to time. Please go and fill it out for us. It's incredibly helpful. Regardless of ship skins that are really cool and feedback, I think the match is the more important part here. So TWA and Rain, the best of 5, and the 2 maps that are banned are Shatter and Islands of Ice.
Yep.
I think maybe a bit obvious in terms of why these 2 maps are banned. Shatter being the most crazy and strat reliant map. You basically go for a push or a very heavy aggressive control sort of positioning, which sort of ends up with either you winning instantly or maybe losing instantly. And so top teams, especially these 2, tend to not favor them unless they have an excellent strat prepared. As we heard from Striver, they did have one for Shatter. I guess Rain did not really want to find out what it was.
Which is kind of odd because they fielded a lot of good in Lu, which works wonders on that map as well.
I mean, it was interesting to me at least that TWA, I feel like, hasn't really played a lot of Shatter yet this tournament. And Rain, I think, knowing their old nemesis very well, probably figured that they had a very explosive strategy ready for Shatter. Shatter was where Rain almost lost in King of the Sea to that Marseille strategy coming out of nowhere from TWA. So maybe just opting not to deal with that at all this tournament and
Safe
just banning out
approach,
Shatter.
I guess.
Yeah,
Taking the
it's
safe
kind
approach.
of interesting to think about it because Rain historically in the last squads especially ignoring the grand finals was really favoring the Shatter pick. They had a lot of games played on Shatter where they would push the Schlieffen through the middle of the map basically so aggressively. A lot of teams were just not prepared for it. This tournament, however, they are really shying away from it. Maybe they had a similar reasoning to TWA where they didn't want to show the crazy strat they had prepared, but they now don't feel comfortable pulling it out in the grand final. Understandable. I think the pressure is quite high.
Yeah, and Islands of Ice is definitely one of the more common map bans that we've seen so far. Interesting to see TWA ban it. I feel like we actually haven't seen Rain play that many maps on Islands of Ice. I could be wrong. But maybe just one of the maps that TWA has stratted less for is a little bit less comfortable with, just opting to not have to deal with it in this map, best of 5.
Yeah, the
Indeed.
teams definitely are operating on a very short amount of time to strat for these maps. If they want to rework stuff for the second weekend, obviously, only 5 days worth of time to completely rework all of their strats, as I believe Gang said they did going into this weekend. We can see our best of 5 here has been laid out. Riposte, our first map. Warrior's Path, our second. Sleeping Giant, Tears of the Desert, and
if it goes to
Hotspot
it, and if it goes to it,
making up the
Hotspot.
last 3. So
Riposte
Dark
as
a
a
little.
first game, that's actually, I mean, this map has been really intense. Every battles we've seen on Riposte has been, once again, this kind of like ball throw of cap controls, like no caps really staying in one team for more than just a couple of minutes.
Yeah, and I think we've seen TWA really favor this map. I believe this is their map pick, actually.
Well, for a team who emphasize on control,
Yeah.
it makes sense.
It makes a lot of sense for
But we
sure.
did see yesterday Rain's game against TWA where they utilized their Rhode Island as a battering ram everywhere
absolutely.
across the map. They
Very
did
effectively
a lot
as
of
well.
work with their Rhode Island pick. Obviously, TWA has seen that now, and I'm sure that they are more than capable of coming up with a counter to that exact strat.
Yeah.
But, you know, Rain's been watching, sitting.
I mean, we've certainly
learning.
seen that, at least in the previous series, Rain was more willing to use the Battleship pick. But in our last series, of course, TWA bringing out the Devastation. I think they've probably prepared for the Rhode Island for sure. And if they bring a Battleship of their own, that Rhode Island pick will get a lot weaker.
Yeah.
So we could actually, maybe for the first time that we're casting,
See Battleship versus Battleship action. About time, I would say.
I think there's going to be an interesting one. Both teams are very flexible with their ship picks, as they've shown. I think Rain started off by playing a very cruiser-heavy lineup, same as TWA. And then very recently, in the last game especially, TWA showcasing that they are also not going to shy away from picking a battleship themselves.
Yeah.
So if the battleship comes out from TWA and Rain is still picking a Rhode Island obviously has a 25mm bow, which is overmatchable by any battleship that you can pick at tier 10.
Yeah, and I mean, even Devastation with the short fuse AP has 16 guns and pretty reasonable accuracy. I mean, 16 AP shells through the bow of Rhode Island. It doesn't have a lot of hit points to start with. Could be pretty bad. And of course, the Devastation only 2 points more expensive than the Rhode Island, I believe.
Yeah, and Devastation, it doesn't even have to be this particular battleship. I think they picked it specifically because it's very good against the Hindenburg
Maybe
and
a
the
Vermont
Clausewitz.
pick coming out from TWA could be
from
nasty.
TS YMQ, but obviously knowing that Rain doesn't play mass Clausewitz, they can certainly opt for a different battleship that is more capable of punishing Rhode Island through the bow. There's a lot of options available to them.
I mean, they have one Vermont pick left, I believe. We saw them use it in the first weekend. Again, Riposte, I feel like, is a pretty good map for Vermont. It doesn't have to move very far to be able to cover all the areas of the map.
I think our order got flipped here.
Yeah, so Riposte is still TWA's map pick.
Oh,
I
here we
believe,
go. It
but,
got fixed.
But the first game that we'll see is Warrior's Path, picked by Rain.
Path. Gotcha.
So Rain picking Warrior's Path, I mean, makes sense to me. We saw them, I think, in the first weekend. Actually, was it It was the first weekend.
It was the first
on
weekend.
Day 2. Come out with a very explosive pushing strategy on this
double
map.
battleship, right?
With I think the Rhode Island plus
Sicilia, Rhode
Sicilian.
Island.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Putting those battleships aggressively through the 7 line with the Sicilia. I might be surprised if they use the same strategy against TWA. I would certainly expect them to switch things up, since I would presume that TWA has prepared for that situation. But
Yeah.
I would definitely not be surprised to see the battleship pick come out again, especially since they have a Dastard on their team, who
Yeah.
we've seen in King of the Sea previously and previous Warship Masters be a phenomenal battleship player. So
I'm also. What do you guys think about the potential decider map being either Sleeping Giant or Tears of the Desert? Because these, like, unlikely to go to hotspot. I hope we do. But at the same time, the decider maps will be either Sleeping Giant and Tears of the Desert. Sleeping Giant being definitely one of the most dynamic maps out there as well. What do you think about that in terms of map
I
lineup?
think Sleeping Giant is one of the more interesting maps in the pool, in that teams start so far away from the middle of the map. It can really kind of either favor aggressive pushes down the home cap, or just 1-2 line play for the Thunderdome. The tricky thing is it really depends a lot on what compositions each team brings.
Yeah.
For example, if TWA brings a Smoke Train, like that Brisbane plus Yo Yang combination, pushing that open water in the 8, 9, 10 line is so hard into that just wall of torpedoes. So I think the teams might be surprised when they load into Sleeping Giant, see each other's compositions, and have to decide what they want to do.
Yeah, and we've seen that Rhode Island, again, as a battleship that we've seen do a lot of work on Sleeping Giant, has the speed to go all the way around that 1-2 line and then end up inside the ACAP, actually. So it's a ship that Rain has used extensively, and TWA, obviously, knowing that, we'll see if they have something to deal with a potential Rhode Island pick. Obviously, there are lots of battleships that are capable of doing so, but we'll see if they can field one that's both capable of overmatching and capable of keeping up with the Rhode Island as it charges across the map.
Good to keep in mind, of course, that Sleeping Giant will be Rain's map pick after Riposte being TWA's, and then TWA, if we go to a 4th game, picking Tears of the Desert. Do you have any thoughts on this map, Robin, based on what we've seen so far?
Oof, I mean, we've seen a lot of different tactics on this map. I think also one of the most varied in terms of tactics. There will always be some sort of home push, but at the same time, this home push ends up being a close quarter fest, essentially. You see basically just defense versus clouds widths, essentially 2.5 kilometers away from each other with an island in the middle. Lots of rotation as well. The A-cap being extremely difficult to capture, but once you have it, very easy to defend. And for a team like TWA that wants to play on control, maybe that map being a decider, if TWA managed to get A and do a decent defense on their home cap on either C or B, this could be really problematic for Rain, in my opinion.
And again, really emphasizing the fact that they'd like to pick those like radar Smoke Trains, the Brisbanes, the Worcesters, the Nevskys even on occasion, being really well suited towards that A-cap. But on the other hand, those home caps do have the islands in them that provide good cover for pushes. So it could also be favorable for Rain based on what they want to do.
I mean, we've seen that TWA can just bust out the craziest stuff against Rain, especially against Rain, because they know that all the chips are on the line now. And we saw in the previous King of the Sea, we talk about them playing control for, like 7 series, and then in the final series they bring
lose
out
it. They lose the control.
four Marseilles, right, or whatever it was,
This crazy
and still lose the game on point.
It was barely a loss on points. I think.
Yeah.
So
I think that's definitely a good point to make. I would say, given the maps that we are looking at, I would say Warrior's Path is probably favored for Rain. Map 2, Riposte, I would say TWA wins that one. Map 3, Sleeping Giant. We've seen Rain play this against them and do really well with the home push again. So probably a Rain win.
I think our teams are ready, so we can go ahead and let them drop.
Let them start, and we'll do some
make our final
predictions.
predictions.
So I'm predicting a 3-2 for Rain.
Okay. Full 5-game series. I like it.
Nice. Because of the first 3 maps being flipping. Tears of the Desert and Hotspot are going to be the 2 crazy ones, in my opinion, and could go either way. What do you guys think?
I think I'm going to also bet on a 5-game series, but I'm going to go 3-2 in favor of TWA. Even though we saw some crazy games yesterday, I think their track record in the tournament overall is a little bit stronger than Rain's. They showed very dominant games against TS YMQ, and I think that they'll be able to pull the series out.
I feel like TWA is going to win this 3-1 because I think TWA has had a lot of time to Cook. Rain obviously had the same amount of time, but TWA has been, I feel like, a little bit more conservative in showing off their crazy strategies early in the tournament. And suddenly going into this grand finals, Rain has a lot of time to study TWA. Sorry, TWA has had a lot of time to study Rain, whereas Rain has just been seeing the same smoke comp over and over and over and over. So I feel like TWA, if they bring out the crazy lineups, they have a pretty good chance in this series.
We're about to find out. I honestly cannot tell. This has been a nemesis fight for so many tournaments now. Rain is definitely capable of winning, and I will actually fall into Bazinga Flux prediction of a 3-1 for Rain. But in any case, the game is begin as we speak, so let's get to it and start what we've all been waiting for. TWA versus Rain, best of 5 on Warrior's Path. What do you see?
All right, on the side of TWA, on Annapolis, Yoshino, Brisbane, Goliath, Jinan, Z52, and Yuyang, their 7-ship lineup.
What is going on for Rain? Incomparable. The first time we've seen that battleship in this tournament, at least during our cast here. Gunner's Dast here in the Incomparable, extremely fast and stealthy battleship with one of the biggest guns in the entire game. Both teams actually fielding an Annapolis, which is one of the most powerful cruiser in the game, if I would say so myself. That burst fire, that radar, the HP, just 12 Des Moines guns is nothing to scoff at. But the Incomparable, what do you think about that pick? Because this ship is not a tanky one.
No.
Incomparable is basically just a one-trick pony, has like this massive alpha strike of these 6 508mm guns.
Yes.
That can basically wipe out a cruiser in one salvo, but at the same time, no staying power.
Yeah, that's true. I think judging from the deployment here, it is going to be a bit of a home cap push coming out of the side of Rain. A Yuyang Annapolis combo. That smoke and radar, so deadly. Going to be backed up by a Jinan and an Incomparable as well. The Incomparable, obviously, while it is squishy, it is very fast, and notably, it is very, very, very stealthy. And against the Goliath and Yoshino with no spotting on their side, this stealthy battleship can be a very, very big threat. It's able to weave in and out of detection.
I remember you were talking about legendary mod Haaland here. Rain is fielding one. So that Haaland with extra staying power, extra heal, better consumables on average. The Z52 already laying down some interesting smoke here for the Goliath, just to prevent any sort of
I think
spotting.
They see that first Yuyang smoke coming out of TWA. Obviously, the Brisbane and the Annapolis being parked behind it. That is so much radar cover coming out of those two cruisers. I feel like Rain's definitely going to have to be very worried about this A-side cap. But I feel like they've committed just about the right number of ships to try to keep TWA occupied and dissuade them from doing a really, really quick rotation while their home cap push kind of takes shape.
That smoke might have been a beta actually on Rain's side. Sure, it will break, actually help the Goliath remain unspotted, because this is basically creating a wall. Meaning the Goliath is actually relatively safe in terms of vision here. At the same time, TWA gets the early cap, and it's going to be extremely difficult for Rain to get them back, as you mentioned, with that many radars around. Annapolis, Brisbane, well, the Jinan and Yuyang being there to assist. So right now, yeah, it's kind of all about this push which is going on Rain's side, spearheaded by the smoke train Yuyang, following by the Annapolis and the Jinan, and the Incomparable just going full speed wide on that flank will be actually facing a Goliath. What do you think will happen? Goliath versus Incomparable here.
I mean, Incomparable has actually the spotting advantage over
It does,
Goliath.
yeah, over basically everything except DDs at this point, even Annapolis.
Yeah, so, I mean, if the Goliath is not fully prepared for this Incomparable coming around the side, he's going to be in for a lot of trouble, because this Incomparable, those 6 guns, very, very, very accurate, able to get in really nice and close with that extremely stealthy hull. I mean,
and this is also going to be a smoke train crossfire with Annapolis and Jinan here. Some deep water torpedoes from the Jinan going towards that gap where the Annapolis might be a little bit in trouble from.
Oh yeah.
Interesting play here. They might know that they have some ships staged around this this D4 area there. But that Goliath, yeah, we're gonna have to keep an eye on this, because I am not sure if they expect that basically crossfire smoke train, this Incomparable and the Annapolis, are gonna make quick work of the Goliath.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like this Yoshino and Goliath, they're making the right moves to keep themselves in the game as long as possible, while maintaining a bit of a threat towards the Annapolis, Jinan, and Incomparable. They're arrayed fairly spread apart.
Oh,
allowing
here we
him for a
go.
little bit
Goliath
of
is
crossfire.
spotted. Goliath is spotted. We're gonna see these big guns start firing right now. Incoming salvo from Gunnerduster, maybe waiting for the Goliath to make a wrong
Yes,
turn. Here
I
we
think
go.
Here comes the first shot out of the Incomparable. They know where it is now. Obviously, Incomparable able to overmatch Goliath pretty much everywhere it counts.
Not the best
Not
opener.
quite landing where it wants to be. And the problem for Goliath is that it being one of those Royal Navy cruisers has that kind of stepped citadel in the rear that's very, very vulnerable to overmatch citadels, especially from something like a Goliath. But it looks like their primary target right now is that Yoshino.
It is, but I mean, of course, instant reaction here from TWA, rotating both the Brisbane and the Z52 smoke train. The Brisbane is not running the Hydro, neither is the Z52, so these G9 deepwater torpedoes, they look a little bit early. They could have caught them off guard. Obviously, the Yoshino under tremendous amount of fire. The Annapolis and G9 sustain HE DPM will make quick work of that cruiser eventually. We also see Rain reversing the Z52
but he
here.
is deep inside this Annapolis radar. That's got to be careful about that. The Annapolis has a great shot at him right now. Could actually expend the burst, and here he goes. 3 salvos from the Annapolis. Can he just wipe out the Z52 on his own? Oh my god,
Almost
he does.
Almost does. Oh my goodness, I wasn't paying attention to that specific part here. Wallspoon still spotted, about to maybe scrape the island. Can he actually disengage and stay safe?
I
He's
don't
down
think
to
he's
1,000
safe
H points.
here. He will beach himself against the island here.
The floaty shells from the Wei Yang actually can lob over this island. This could be a kill right there.
Yeah, and Kinemod coming around to find the angle on his nose as well.
The Jinan salvos coming down as well too at the same time. They're gonna bag this kill if he's not careful.
Yeah,
Citron 80.
Unfortunately
That's a
for
kill.
72% of you viewers, Rain taking the first loss of the tournament. Sorry, of the game here. The Z52 getting a little bit too hasty with that push, repush onto the A-cap. The Annapolis also making
Annapolis,
a very,
what happened
very
there?
aggressive push.
And Lucar here, down to half HP, might have been suffering from either torpedo hits or some sort of counter radar maybe from the Brisbane. I think this is exactly what must have happened there.
Yeah, obviously Brisbane having an extra 2 kilometers on that radar means that this smokescreen is very difficult to play for the Annapolis and the Jinan. Not only is there a significant radar penalty there, but there's also what appears to be 500 torpedoes in
some
the water.
really unlucky dispersion on the Incomparable. Gunnerduster just not landing these massive shells on the Goliath and suffering heavily from that. That Goliath actually just pouring the HE shells back, and they're struggling to pick up that Yoshino kill. They really are struggling to pick up that Yoshino kill as well. They do have the home cap at this point, so the points are ticking towards Rain's side, but with losing one of their ships early, and now with the Annapolis rotating back towards A.
Yeah, look at this position being taken by the Annapolis here. This is a
That Haaland is in deep trouble, and it also provides some pretty nasty crossfire and gangbangs Goliath here.
Yeah, Kinemod,
Ooh.
fortunately for Entaro, does not have his radar ready, but as
30
he comes
seconds.
around this island...
He's gonna proxy spot him. He's gonna surface spot him. The Haaland has like what, 6 kilometer
about 5.8
detection?
kilometer detection. So
Haaland
he's
is
got
6.
A little tiny
with the unique upgrade, it is.
Oh, is
It is
6?
6.
Yes,
It is 6.
goes
Yes,
down to
indeed.
6.
Annapolis gets spotted here. He is literally a kilometer away. Haaland's gonna have to book it.
Yeah,
Engine boost being activated. And with literally 10 seconds left on the radar, that Haaland really has to run. Also, Goliath being caught on a pretty nasty crossfire here with the Jinan assisting on the other side. In the meantime, the Goliath still not dead. Back to the corner of the map here. They're basically just not killing the targets they're supposed to kill here. Haaland not spotted, not being radared here by
But the Goliath
Annapolis.
is suffering heavily.
The Goliath is suffering.
One AP salvo from the Annapolis removing a ton of HP, and the Yue Yang and
Wei Yang
Kalan
from
have
TWA
actually
just
collided. But with this radar coming out of Kinemod, this Annapolis has made hero play after hero play in this game, absolutely decimating the Rain position on that A-cap with this Annapolis.
The Goliath suffering, of course, but Yue Yang from TWA took a little bit of time. Finally, the Goliath goes down with a torpedo from the Incomparable. But look at the HP on Gunnerduster here, down to 20,000 HP. The Goliath took so long to die. It's actually kind of ridiculous. And Haaland being caught between a rock and a hard place, losing the Goliath now, has to be facing a Yue Yang and an Annapolis sonar. So he's basically, he has no way to escape.
Yep,
and Taro
he
here
is
is caught.
Deep inside this Hydro. The radar will run out here, and if he could, I mean, he has to dive towards the
But
Yue
look
Yang.
at this. The moment Entaro dies here, TWA has control over the entire half of the map, and they can just walk into C and basically lock the rest of Rain's forces into one corner of the map at B.
Yeah, and points Brisbane after going back and helping to defend B cap, picking up a lot of damage onto the Annapolis. I think they realized that maybe this is not a fight that they can take for a sustained amount of time. Decides to divert and goes right on towards that C cap.
Yep.
There's about a 50-point differential between the two teams. Obviously, Rain will catch up a little bit with this extra cap, while points Brisbane makes his way slowly onto the C cap.
Is there enough reaction time on Rain to actually go back to C?
I think Rain is going to have to pick up a kill or two here to stay in the game.
But
I
mean, at
really
this point,
see any way for them to win.
No, because the Z52 will be playing it really safe. The Yoshino, which they failed to kill.
Yeah.
Not killing this Yoshino is actually a bit of a problem, because she managed to get away against that Jinan Annapolis smoke train here, while the Incomparable was struggling to deal with the Goliath.
Yeah,
so 3 ships down on Rain's side, only 1 knocked out on TWA.
And I think the crazy thing here is that while Incomparable is really, really fast, has a huge guns, able to overmatch so many different kinds of cruisers, the low gun count, despite its high accuracy, does kind of hurt it when you're trying to aim for those overmatched citadels against ships like the Goliath. And in this case, something even like a Burgoyne could have been maybe a little bit of a better pick here, especially against the Goliath, which is fairly vulnerable to 25mm overmatch.
This is looking a little bit bleak for that first game for Rain here. They will lose their home cap after making a rather successful push on TWA's home caps. They lose there in return and kind of fold the entire A cap now. Now, you have to remember, while they try to make a push back to C, the entire team of TWA is rotating the assets back from A to C as well to meet with that push, essentially.
Yeah, the Z52 Jinan and Yuying definitely capable of putting out an incredible amount of torpedo threat against the remaining ships of Rain. Obviously, both teams fielding that Jinan, saving the points. Obviously, only a 7-pointer ship here, but it's got a smokescreen. It has a pretty decent set of torpedoes. And in this case, when you're trying to repush onto the rest of the map, those Jinan torpedoes, very, very, very threatening.
It is not looking really good. 1 minute left for Rain to make any sort of play here, and the only spearhead they have right now to go back to their home cap is a Jinan. Versus an Annapolis, there's just no way. The Jinan basically gets eaten alive, and the Brisbane will be helping.
Annapolis has run his radar. This is his final radar of the game. He will not have the time to reload it for a second one before the cap takes over, and he did not catch that Z52. So
meanwhile, the Yoshino taking some long-range HE pot shots here and basically dwindling that HP. 39 seconds for Rain to walk into their home caps. There's just no time.
I do not believe there's enough time. The ships of Rain just not quite fast enough to make that repush, and that Goliath tying up so many resources of Rain right in the corner, finally went down to an Incomparable torpedo, just was not able to find the shots onto the Goliath.
I don't want to blame him on dispersion, but there was some wonky dispersion coming out of that Incomparable, just completely missing the Goliath at distances like 10 kilometers or less, so just really unfortunate here. And well, of course, Rain accepting that first defeat here, kind of got outmaneuvered on their own home cap push, and a couple of critical moments here did not really went their way and cost them the game in the end.
Yeah, and I have to kind of hand it to specifically Kinemod's Annapolis. That movement around the map in that flagship was incredibly impactful in this game. So as we move on to the winner screen here, just want to say, I mean, TWA definitely brought something a little bit different. The Annapolis and the Brisbane both not quite tied down to the smokescreen as much as Rain's was.
But also the Incomparable pick was quite surprising and ends up not being as efficient as it should have been, honestly.
Yeah. I mean, that low barrel count, even though it does have the improved accuracy, can be so trolly at times, a little bit unreliable. Unfortunately, I think, like Zui mentioned, the Annapolis play from Kinemod on TWA's side was absolutely insane. I feel like Rain expected him to go for their home cap, but instead of doing that, he just went all the way down through the middle of the map, hooked back around to below A, and basically ensured that all the Rain ships on A died.
Yeah.
And in the meantime, I forget, was it Umugu playing the Goliath on the A line? Basically drew all 4 of Rain's ships into the corner, where they were basically 30 kilometers away from the other 2 caps.
Yeah, I think it's important to highlight that this even though the Goliath did tie up a bunch of the range ships, I don't think it was lost because of that.
No.
The game defining and the game winning play was definitely the Annapolis from TWA side, Kinemod, making some ridiculous rotations, getting a really high value radar at the start of the game, essentially catching the Z52 who was a bit too aggressive, not realizing that he does not really have the support for it.
Even with the nerfed burst fire only having 3 salvos now, he almost 100 to 0.
It's still going to wipe a DD at this range.
And then the rotation to push back in through the middle, catching the Haaland as well as the Goliath in a crossfire. That was just some disgusting out-positioning. And they dominated that cap.
Yeah, and I think Rain also failing to pick up the Yoshino, a little bit of a failure on their part with the home cap push. I think if they wanted that to succeed, they had to pick up both the Yoshino and the Goliath, and then probably be a little bit closer towards the middle of the map as well to be able to hold their home cap.
Which were the only 2 ships TWA fielded to defend their home cap, and they end up just being so valuable by stalling Rain for a rather long time, allowing this A play to happen, and then just TWA rotating back to Rain's home cap, taking them, and essentially just locking them out of any sort of timely comeback.
Do you think maybe the smoke train coming out of Rain, the Yuyang, Annapolis, and Jinan, I believe, were they a little bit too hasty? Maybe they could have held back as they waited for the incomparable to come around. Maybe be a little bit more surprising for the Goliath.
Yeah, I feel like maybe they would have wanted to waited for the incomparable to actually take the hard light check with the Goliath.
Yeah.
Spot him at like 10.4 kilometers and then start unloading with their push. Maybe let the incomparable just get as close as possible, have him deal with the Goliath, and then have the Annapolis and Jinan really focus down on pushing the Yoshino. We did see the rotation from the Yoyang and the Brisbane be pretty impactful. That 12-kilometer radar plus the torpedo threat, I think, really made Rain hesitant to keep pushing their smoke train up.
Yeah.
Kind of acted as a natural counter to that smoke play.
Yeah, I definitely think so as well. In the meantime, it does seem like we have our render ready. So let's take a quick look at it, because there were some really interesting positionings that were discovered by TWA in the mid-game, where they rotated the Annapolis essentially to the middle of the map.
Yeah, we definitely want to highlight that. I also do want to say that Rain's push, I think we've seen them execute home cap pushes on this map quite effectively, was pretty strong. I mean, you can see that there's a few elements to a home cap push that make it successful. One, you want to be fast. They're basically going straight for it. There's no hesitancy. And then you also want to leave a force over here, of course, that will tie up some of the TWA ships. Unfortunately, some things went wrong for them, obviously, which we'll break down in a moment. But on TWA side, defending against a home cap push, there's also some keys to success. I think the first is to quickly secure this A cap. They put both the Yoyang and the Z52 into that cap at the very start. And securing that cap immediately is super important, because it means that you have more points to play with if your home cap does eventually get flipped. And then, of course, taking the early cap means that they can be more comfortable with rotating this Brisbane immediately back and not caring too much about it not being on the A side.
I think I'll pause it again immediately, because something to note, I think I mentioned in the previous game where we had a Conde basically walk down the 9-10 line. This was the TS YMQ game, where I mentioned there was a guy who was sitting on the 8 line, and he got pushed away and they lost control of this corner of the map, right? TWA did not make this mistake, and they actually put the Goliath on the 9 line, towards the 9-10 line basically, to make sure they had control of the corner of the map.
Yeah, I mean, you can see, like you're mentioning, that keeping control of the wide angle is really important when you're defending a home cap push, just because it really bottles up the movement of the ships playing in this space down here, and also means that the ship pushing up the 9 line can't just focus down this ship here, because he has to deal with the Goliath first.
Exactly. And in doing so, the Goliath basically went all the way to the map border, which was fine for him. And the Incomp having to chase down this way instead of basically being able to do this type of a turn towards the B cap was just, he just stopped him by just simply existing here.
Yeah. And
which is one of the strengths that you bring as a Goliath, even though you have potentially going to get eating some sits from an Incomp. He didn't really do that in this case, but even if he did, a Goliath can survive for long enough that the rotation comes back, and then they have some more support to make a crossfire towards the pushing force.
His job is basically just to buy as much time as possible, and he certainly does that. As the match progresses here, you'll see these range ships basically be pulled into the corner by the Goliath. The Incomparable not quite able to deal with it by himself. And now you can see that basically the entire TWA push is past the 7 line, which is going to be super important as this Annapolis starts making his plays. and picks up both of these rain ships down here and then opens up the home cap, it basically means that Rain has no map control whatsoever.
Yeah, I think we should go back a little bit to see how exactly the Z52 died. We see the Annapolis was positioned on this island originally.
Yep.
Actually makes a move to go down to middle, catches the Z52 because he touches the cap, and is basically caught in a really bad position. Gets some like insane damage.
Yeah, I mean,
from
it's
the
good
burst.
to note here that at this angle, the Z52 is essentially perfectly broadside and presenting as big of a target as possible to the Annapolis burst, which is very, very bad, of course. I have to think maybe Rain expected the Annapolis to be either rotating back here or just not in such an aggressive
I think
position.
they expected the Annapolis to be rotating back like the Brisbane is, and they maybe leave the Brisbane as the cap defense, but they chose to rotate the Brisbane instead of the Annapolis. And the Z52 really could not survive that.
Very
burst.
expensive mistake there for Rain, unfortunately.
And he does go down, and then instead of the Annapolis going for the C cap here, he actually chooses to come back.
Yeah,
and that is...
I think it's a second play that Rain didn't expect here.
Yeah, exactly.
Basically misjudging these two plays back to back, and it is so costly for them. See the Annapolis just going for that super aggressive position here. Is basically almost hard spotting that Holland, and the Goliath, of course, bow into an Annapolis is not a fight that it's going to win.
No, definitely not. And honestly, this rotation that he made over to this side was definitely the thing that sealed the game for TWA. It was probably the best play he could have made, and not a very obvious one at that.
I mean, I think at this stage of the game, with being down a ship, Rain has to take some risk. They have to accept some risk in their play in order to have a chance to win. And unfortunately, they judged it a little bit incorrectly there. But when you're down a ship, that is the kind of decision that you have to make. And at this point, the teams have kind of switched spawns, which is a little interesting. But Rain is just too far from the caps to be able to get anything done.
Indeed.
I think in honor of the flagship picks, we do have videos from Bogsy. Both teams bring out Annapolis here in the grand finals. I think deserves Dr. Bogsenheimer explaining to you why Annapolis is such an interesting flagship pick, why it is so strong, why the teams may have been keeping it in reserve until now. So we can go ahead and let Dr. Bogsenheimer take it away for you guys.
The Napoli. The armor on the Napoli resists battleship armor-piercing shells. The exhaust smoke lets you disappear whenever you need. The SAP secondaries have good range and accuracy. And the big guns on the Napoli have good ballistics. In short, Napoli as a flagship can hold a flank by itself, resist battleship AP, and 1v1 nearly every cruiser in the game. Remember, you can't crappily on my Napoli. US supercruiser Annapolis. She has extremely high damage per minute. She has burst fire combat instructions available to her. Her citadel is protected by spaced armor. She has advanced penetration angles on her AP shells. In short, the Annapolis as a flagship provides unmatched 203mm damage per minute with high explosive or armor piercing, and can burst down ships caught by surprise. In short, because Des Moines just wasn't enough.
It's okay, you get 2 for 1.
You got a 2-for-1 special there. Annapolis and Napoli, a little bit similar, of course.
Thank you, Boggy. I do agree, Gaishu is a weeb.
Of course he noticed.
Shots fired.
Bogsy can't resist the chance to take a shot at me. Oh well. I won't deny it.
In the meantime, I think we should maybe move on to map number 2, because we've discussed and broken down map number 1. I think maybe the casters have any closing thoughts about map 1?
Just an unfortunate, game here for Rain. But as you guys analyze and mention, that Annapolis push was just the hammer, like the hammer on the head for this basically map control and basically wiping Rain away from A. But we have to admit, outside of that delay from the Yoshino and the Goliath, that home push was really well executed on Rain's side as well, and could have been actually much more problematic if the incomparable shots would have landed, if the Yoshino would have died. The game would have been completely different. But enough of what ifs.
Yeah.
How about Riposte?
I mean, Riposte is a map that both of these teams have played a lot now. They have shown a little bit of a different style on this map in particular. The side of Rain, obviously favoring the battleship pick in this map. Obviously very, very, very impactful because everything is so close. The battleship dispersion maybe not quite as big of a factor. And particularly Rhode Island's radar, 9 kilometers is not a particularly long radar, but on riposte it's more than enough to be very impactful.
Usable.
Yeah.
Well, I think our teams are ready. I think Rain has an uphill battle ahead of them. This will be TWA's map pick this time, and they've shown that they're quite confident on it. So I think we can go ahead and give the teams the go-ahead to start, and we'll do some last thoughts on Riposte, which, again, is TWA's map pick. I would expect them to take this one.
Yeah, I think I agree with you on this one, Gaishu. Riposte is definitely a map that TWA is favored on, given that they are very happy to play the Smoke Nevsky or Smoke Brisbane type of compositions, and Rain generally preferring a more rotation and open water type of playstyle. I would be curious if they try to go for a pincer move on the Salem that was spawned in the middle last time this matchup happened. Any thoughts from our casters about this game?
Yeah, I feel like TWA just showed a lot more kind of almost individual playmaking in that first game. So I would expect them to take away their own pick as well. 2-0 for TWA. My prediction here for game 2.
Okay.
We're about to find out. The game will begin momentarily. I honestly have no idea. Perhaps Rain also has a secret tactic up their sleeve on Riposte, emphasizing on these close-range engagements. And we've seen that a control relies on cover, and if you flank such cover, then the control goes away. So perhaps this is Rain's answer on rooting out TWA from the map picks.
Right,
but the game begins, so let's send it away and see what we have to deal with today.
You're sending away to yourself in this case.
Oh, here we go. Well, in that case, so we begin match 2, TWA versus Rain on Riposte. Incomparable again on Rain's side. I'm going to go straight for this. They actually managed to bring the Incomparable again, twice in a row. They have some plays they want to make with this ship, and they are going to try it again. This time, bringing an Edgar, very dangerous radar with the burst fire, a Goliath, Jinan, Yamagiri, which is one of the first time we've seen this ship in here. It's essentially just a better Shima. If you want to make it short. And then Z42 and Holland.
Over on the TWA side, a Worcester, a Nevsky, a Goliath, and a Jinan, a Grozovoy Yuing, and a Lucian, the 3 destroyers, so sticking to their guns, playing those smoke radars. But that Incomparable may be a ship that you would like to have against a smoke radar ship. It's quite fast for a battleship. It has enough HP to survive a little bit of a push, and it can definitely do a lot of damage to those cruisers in the smoke screen.
It does have some personal hydroacoustic as well, if we have to deal with deepwater UAing torpedoes. Right now it seems that they're sending both the Edgar, Yamagiri and Incomparable quite wide on the H line for the C cap here, but we see again TWA making just some very direct, straightforward moves here to assert control at the beginning of the game, pushing the Grozovoy Striver here into C to try and get that cap early, and then essentially having the Worcester, which is going to take the classic Salem, I guess, position, if we can call it that way, to try and hold both B and C with a radar range which will definitely cover both caps.
Yeah, Worcester has one of those very, very long-lasting radars as well. I believe he is running that legendary module. Yep, he is running the legendary mod, so he has
5 of them?
A lot more radar. And he'll be able to cover both B and C quite effectively, even all by himself. Unfortunately, Rain is going to be contesting B and C at quite different timings, so we'll see if they can find a gap in that radar cover. Of
course, an extremely strong position on this Worcester, able to cover both B and C with these radar. The job of Rain is going to be to try and root out this Worcester. Now, not as tanky as a Salem, per se.
Yes, for sure.
Even though, not that crazy super heal either, but the Worcester is a much thinner target.
And we see again, we've seen in the first game between TWA and Rain yesterday, those Jinan torpedoes against this Salem position, as you like to call it,
were
very close to landing. He is positioned exactly in the same spot that Jinan, threatening the bow of the Worcester this time.
And we might actually see some sort of same principle here. The Goliath will be kiting away against the Incomparable and the Edgar. The Yamagiri just taking a very wide approach, just trying to spot, give eyes to this Incomparable, and essentially dumping all the torpedoes on the C side of things, but unfortunately not enough.
Humongous spread of Shimakaze torpedoes, an extra 1 per launcher, so a total of 18 torpedoes coming out of that
Here
destroyer.
we go, Z42 from Rain here, poking into the B cap, the Worcester, holding on to the radar right now, not really using it, maybe waiting. Yeah, here we go. Here goes the radar, and here goes the spot.
I think maybe a little bit worried about where exactly that incomparable is. If he's on his bow, definitely a dangerous position to open up in. He will force the Z42 off of the cap, which is the intended effect, and Lucian on the other side over at A is going to be taking away that A cap.
Actually, the Nevsky keen mode here took a little bit of damage. Perhaps Hallen's torpedo?
Early spotting from the Halan plus a shot or two from the Goliath.
Could have been enough, yeah, but here we go. The smoke train is being deployed on that. The Hallen has to be a little bit careful here. I mean, able to win, not win, but basically maintain a 1v1 versus a Wei-Yang, but with a Nevsky backing it up, it's of course extremely difficult here.
Yeah, but Halan is the destroyer you want to have against the Nevsky. He's positioned pretty much where he wants to be. When you get radared, Halan is more than capable of surviving against the damage output of the Nevsky. So.
Oh, and we're actually going to see some the Nevsky him being forced out by these very well-placed Hallen torpedoes, guessing exactly where the Wei-Yang smoke is going to end and sending these torpedoes there exactly. We might even see him take a torpedo. These are really, really quick fishes here, and he's maybe even going to get spotted by the Hallen at the same time. That's two on that
two torpedoes on the Nevsky, very, very nicely placed right on the edge of the smoke screen. Despite that hydro, again, Halan's torpedoes are so fast. Sometimes even having hydro up is not enough.
And at the same time, Rain here, knowing that the Worcester has burned the radar, is going to make a play on C here, using the Edgar incomparable Yamagiri bait here. The Grozavoy actually gets caught by the Edgar's radar, kind of deeply into it here, and he's going to be struggling. I mean, struggling. He just has to angle against the Edgar's AP here, but they will be laying a little bit of damage on
a little bit of long-range fire coming in from the Z42 as well. Yamagiri is definitely a ship that they can consider using the guns on, that burst fire being available to him, but the Edgar taking so much return fire.
Yeah, he's able to dip maybe into the smoke of the Yamagiri, but he took so much damage. I mean, Edgar has a super heal, of course, but still, it's not really the kind of HP trades you want to have at the beginning. The Worcester from TWA definitely suffering from this, but the Yamagiri is actually caught by the Grozavoy without smoke. The Yamagiri basically is caught with its pants down, if I can say so myself, and just being absolutely massacred by the Jinan.
Against the Goliath like that, it has to be so careful. A single shot from the Goliath can take away like 10,000 HP.
That is not great for Rain.
Of damage coming out onto the Yamagiri.
He does goes dark, which is really good. The blind shot keeps coming on this Yamagiri. Can I actually pick up the kill here? One fire could be enough to seal that deal.
Yeah, they're trying to find it about an even game.
Now remember, the
two teams, 48% for
Jinan
TWA.
does not have hydroacoustic, and he's about to maybe take some Yamagiri torpedoes here. Barely avoids them. These torpedoes do a lot of damage. That's really, really scary here. So they don't actually pick up the kill on the Yamagiri. He's down on like barely 1,000 hit points with no engines. Thankfully, no fires.
Yeah, just a single shell could have sealed the deal for him. One unlucky fire there. Incomparable, in the meantime, hasn't really done a whole lot. He looks like he's going to make his way back into the middle of the map. He's going to be facing off against a Lucian and a Worcester, perhaps?
Look at the amount of pressure, though, put on TWA's Worcester. He is permanently spotted, and the Incomparable here will actually make a play on B. Incomparable is full HP and really quick as well, and it doesn't really have to be facing any sort of dangerous thing. The Lucian obviously will be baiting.
Are in the water, but I think they're fired completely incorrectly. I think he expected a turn out maybe from the Incomparable, but this guy, Dastard, he just goes in.
He just goes in, and plus he has hydroacoustic active, so these torpedoes are not really that scary. They really want to get that Worcester kill, and after the Worcester, it's going to be the Jinan.
Yeah, I think while TWA has definitely maintained map control over the majority of the map here, their cruisers have been forced away out to the edges of the map, and suddenly the middle of the map.
The Edgar with no heals ready for another minute here under tremendous fire from long-range Goliaths. Even the Grozavoy, they really want to root out this Worcester, but they might actually lose the Edgar before that even happens here.
Yeah, it took a fire there, and without a DCP available,
that's going to be a dead Edgar.
3,000 HP. He will burn his burst to try to pick up this Worcester. 12,000 HP remaining on him. Unfortunate loss of the Edgar here out on the edge of the map. I think maybe a little bit too aggressive there, because I feel like this Worcester's position is suddenly very, very safe.
The
loss of the
incomparable,
Edgar.
it is unfortunate indeed, but I believe the Edgar has done the job of pushing the Goliath and the Grozavoy as far away as possible to allow this incomparable play. Unfortunately, the incomparable being completely farmed by the Lucian, not really the amount of gun volume you want to do damage to a destroyer, which can heal. But the Worcester, still alive, barely hanging in there, still has 3 heals ready, one of which will come back online in 12 seconds.
Yeah, and actually Artorias' Jinan, he was holding a good firing angle against the Worcester previously, but now he's actually ducked towards the B cap, and suddenly they don't actually have anything that can shoot over this island against the Worcester.
And look at this, the Haaland actually got caught. Rain, Goliath and Haaland both on quite low HP here. This Nevsky smoke train just being terrifyingly effective against both of them. Gangbarang here has a heal ready, holding on to it of course, but cannot really go dark. And here we go. Whoa,
a Grozavoy
taking
a Yamagiri torpedo, and oh my
Oh
god,
my
the
goodness!
Incomparable is just deleting everyone across the map. 3 kills suddenly going the way of Rain.
That is ridiculous. And now the Jinan is essentially trying to run away from this. The Goliath being caught off guard, taking as well some massive damage here. Gunners just making use of this incomparable exceptionally well.
Yeah,
How did the Lucian go down?
The Incomparable, I believe, torpedoed the Lucian.
There is no way. That is ridiculous.
We'll have to see that when we break down the game in the post show. But still, oh my!
I apologize.
God.
I apologize. I keep missing these moments on the screen, but the video team will have us covered. Jinan being deleted by the incomparable. Well,
I think Gunnar Dastard, while Kinemod won the last game for TWA, I have to say that suddenly the incomparable has activated. Maybe not super effective in the previous game, but suddenly the guns are working.
The guns are working indeed, yeah. We were wondering the kind of plays they wanted to do with the incomparable here, and well, here we go. Other salvos landing on the Goliath, doing some tremendous damage. Of course, these guns overmatch basically everything. And meanwhile, after that massacre, Rain is going to basically get a triple cap control on TWA.
And all of a sudden, with the torpedoes landing from the side of Bison, the Yamagiri over there in the back, 800 HP more than enough.
Crossfire Jinan torpedoes going onto the Goliath. She sees them, but it's way too late. Point here, about to be taken out.
They will manage to pick up Gangbarang, but a little bit too little.
Acceleration from the British cruisers, maybe? No, that's 2 torpedoes, and that's a dead Goliath in the meantime.
And Rain, much like the previous King of the Sea finals, has suddenly with 3 torpedo strikes clawed back an incredible win here on this second game.
TWA basically being bullied out of their own map pick by one very aggressive incomparable that essentially just deployed on the 9-10 line, only to basically rotate through the middle on the C and B side of things and just wipes everything in their path.
And you know what's kind of crazy is that we saw Dastard make this pretty similar play in the Rhode Island the day before. He deployed out to the east side of the map, realized there was no push to be had, turned around, went back right through the middle. This time it's an incomparable. It's a little bit more capable of one-shotting things than Rhode Island is.
If the gun work, you know.
And he just takes away 3 ships right off the map, all by himself. Rain looked kind of dire, to be honest, in the early to mid-game here. The TWA smokescreens playing really, really well, trading damage extremely efficiently. Actually, Nevsky takes
the Nevsky just keeps taking Haaland torpedoes here
as well. And these torpedoes coming out of the side of Rain, the incomparable torpedoes, the Yamagiri torpedoes, the Haaland torpedoes, the Jinan torpedoes, so many lanes completely shut down from TWA.
I believe TWA just wants the battle to end at this point. It is over for them, and what a battle. I have to apologize. My camera skills were not on point on this battle because I missed basically every one of these big things. But yes, excellent play here. Incomparable for the win on this one, most definitely. Didn't really work out on the first game, but on riposte, where you can actually use your concealment, your speed, and these massive guns to just dominate the engagements that way.
Picked up a destroyer as well with those torpedoes.
With torpedoes. The Lucian was actually happily farming that incomparable, ends up just falling to that trick, so yeah.
So, Vile will feed away his Yuyang. He's conceded this game here. And another torpedo kill, fittingly. Going the way of the Z42. Rain will take away the second game. You know what? I did not believe in them. I thought that TWA smoke play looked way too strong in the first game, and Rain looked a little bit out of sorts. But I had forgotten, maybe, that torpedoes are what won them King of the Sea, and torpedoes are what won them Game 2.
I guess no one expected the Incomparable to be so effective this time, and obviously some insane timely plays here. The cap controls being into TW's favor for most of the early game, and it's riposte. As we said, this early game cap control can be flipped over within 2 minutes, and this is exactly what happened.
I mean, I almost don't know what happened in that game.
I
I'm
don't
almost
know
speechless.
actually what happened in that game. That was some ridiculous action.
I would almost say that it looked unwinnable for Rain in the middle of the map.
I mean, we were looking at something else for a little bit of time, and then suddenly the kill feed lights up with 3 red kills, and we're like, what? How?
I was waiting for the Rain Goliath to die, and instead 3 TWA ships died.
That was
within like
that was
20
ridiculous.
seconds of each other.
Yeah, I mean, okay, so it looked pretty hopeless. Dastard is making a desperation play in the middle of the map with the Incomparable. Getting farmed by Illusion. Incomparable only has 6 main guns. It doesn't deal very well with gunboat destroyers open watering it. But he torps it.
Yeah,
he kills it with torps.
I just looked at the replay. That's with the 5-minute delay. The Yamagiri torps the Grozhevoy, who was pushing towards the Yamagiri for the kill because the Edgar goes down. In the meantime, the Incom torps the Lucian.
How?
That is the most confusing kill I saw in this whole game. The Worcester was already low, and the Incom was making the push for it, which makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, so that was an expected kill for sure. I mean, he just one shot.
The Torp on the Lucian, it's
then-
a Hydro Destroyer.
And then the
getting torped by a
Jinan,
battleship.
the Jinan gets just 1-0 as well after that.
After one-shotting the Lucian with torps in his battleship, Dastard continues to push and one-shots the Jinan.
From the rear. I was missing that on the camera. I hope the video team has maybe some clips of this. But yeah, just one of the most incredible push we've seen.
I think.
Here we go.
have it right here.
That's gonna be it
Here
right
it
there.
comes.
Just,
My
just
God.
disappears.
My God, Dastard
My
with the
God.
Giga clutch.
I mean, Jinan does
Oh
have like
my
what,
God.
30 millimeter?
32 actually on the sides, so
32,
you
but
actually need to strike
Incomparable
its deck.
that does not care about that anyway.
Yeah,
So
Incomparable actually has a 32 millimeter overmatch, which makes
of
it
course.
extremely dangerous against Jinan.
that is a ridiculous play.
You know, going into this game, I was almost wishing that they had brought out the Rhode Island because I wasn't really seeing the Incomparable
do very
getting it
much.
done, right?
Yeah, he didn't do very much for a while, and then he activated, and then he killed like half of the enemy team in like the span of a minute. And well, I don't know if there is anything else to say. He was like, oh, we're losing. I don't like this. I'm gonna make a play, kill like 4 ships in the span of a minute.
I mean,
and then
I think it
walk away.
shows. I think it shows why you bring a battleship.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's
Once
definitely-
again, proving kind of the point that we mentioned before.
I mean, it looked so grim, but what other ship in this situation has the ability to 100-0 3 enemy ships and just bring the game back? It has to be a battleship.
That was ridiculous.
But,
I don't know how to break it down, honestly.
I really can't wait for the render because I think it'll be a lot of fun to go over. But I mean, it looked seriously hopeless for Rain, in my opinion. It looked absolutely hopeless.
After they were unable to bag the Worcester kill, especially trading away the Edgar
they failed to
for
kill the
not
Worcester.
killing the Worcester, I was like, now the Worcester, like he can just survive on this rock forever. It's so hard for them to flip the caps.
I mean, Bison
the Edgar
almost
as well
died.
going
Bison
down.
and the Yamagiri came so close to death.
Yes.
Face checking that Grozhevoy without smoke available, having
Yes.
to reverse out of it. Didn't have his DCP available while he was taking AG fire. Thankfully, didn't get the fire set on him.
Could have died. One shell.
Like, 1 or 2 shells, the difference between him living or dying there. But survives to torpedo the Grozhevoy from almost full HP.
Yeah, I am gonna do some Rain copium hopium here by saying that was actually a calculated move to take some AR.
yeah, okay.
It's like the AR to reload the torpedoes
Yeah,
faster.
to reload the torpedoes faster, which is why he hit some torps in the Grozhevoy.
Most definitely, yes. I mean, as you mentioned, they have put so much assets trying to get that Worcester away, and it almost cost them the Yamagiri, and it cost them in the Edgar for it, because the Edgar overextend to try and get that back angle. I was talking about the Salem position. It is such a hard position to root out, and they basically sacrifice almost 2 ships for that. Meanwhile, the Incomparable is just using that moment to essentially just go straight back into the middle and make that crazy play happen.
Yeah, and we just saw right while Robin was talking, the Lucian taking 2 incomparable torps actually.
Goodness me.
Yeah,
God.
that's wild.
So how often do you see a battleship dev strike a destroyer with torps in competitive?
Which is supposed to have a sonar too, by the way.
Yes,
just
the
saying.
Hydro Destroyer getting torped by a battleship. That is
All right.
definitely.
Let's not rubbing it
something.
too hard on TW's side. They got unlucky, and honestly, it is the kind of spectacle we want to see.
Yes, definitely.
Oh goodness, Jinan, no, please, not again, not again,
Alright,
Jinan.
Let's watch this one more time. And then let's go into the replay render.
Yeah,
Okay.
let's go to the replay render and see how exactly Dastard made his moves and ended up
my
getting
goodness.
all of those kills.
I hope Chad is satisfied with this match because I was completely speechless. I mean, I think first of all, looking at the deployment, I'm actually really not a fan of the way that Rain is deploying to, or even the composition that they necessarily brought into TWAs. I mean, we have an extremely strong north side here for TWA and the Yoying-Nevsky combination. There's really no world in which the Holland Goliath can actually really play into that. They have the Worcester with the 9-kilometer radar set up here to cover both B and C. So already, TWA has a really strong 3-cap setup. And in the meantime, I think the main Rain play is essentially this 3-ship push. The Yamagiri, the Edgar, the Incomparable. I mean, that's a lot of points in one side.
Yep.
But I'm really not a fan of pushing with the Edgar because it doesn't have the really good gun angles that Minotaur has. It's really squishy, and of course it's AP only with very bad ballistics.
Yep.
So when you're pushing with it into kiting ships, I think it tends to lose a lot of its value.
Yeah, I definitely agree with this statement. I believe the reasoning behind the Haaland is obviously the same as what was explained by Gang yesterday. It brings a lot of survivability. It has very fast orbs. So the Nevsky that's getting smoked up is more likely to eat these very fast orbs because he will obviously have Hydro on, but the speed of the torps kind of makes up for
knots,
it. Yeah.
And I just want to note briefly that, again, Rain is devoting very cheap ships to the north side. Their main push is those expensive 3 ships in the south. So it's kind of the most efficient ships that they can take and not instantly die to the Nevsky, essentially. Like you're saying, it is a good setup into them, but it's not a winning setup still.
Definitely
So
not.
their point investment has to pay off in the south in order for this to be a winning game for them. And at first, it really doesn't. I mean, taking a look at the initial trades here, the Edgar pushing with the Incomparable, with the Yamagiri, at this point in the match, this is really bad for Rain.
Yeah.
I mean, we have a Goliath on the 10 line here, basically taking no damage. We have the Worcester, who is getting farmed out, but is trading his HP very effectively for the Edgar and the smoke there.
Yep.
And TWA already has a lot of assets prepared to deal with this push, essentially.
Yeah, definitely. I think important to point out our Yamagiri here is spotted being shot at by 1, 2, 3, 4 ships.
I mean, even the Lucian, I think, would join in here as well. So I mean,
Yeah, most likely.
and he's straight bow in, which is really not where you want to be in this situation.
Yeah, definitely not. Yamagiri, even though is very well concealed, is quite fast. It's basically a super Shimakaze in every way. You don't want to be bow in, stuck, committed in front of this many ships, in front of this much firepower. The fact that he survives is honestly a miracle.
Yeah, it is legitimately a miracle. We can play it out here, and you can see just how much damage he takes here. Barely survives the blind fire, scrapes away on like 980 hit
8
points.
and 61. I remember that number.
Thank you. I mean, it's honestly so insane that he managed to live that, and really, really key for Rain as well.
Yeah, definitely.
And at this point, I mean, the push has fallen apart. I mean, these 2 ships are done for. The Nevsky smoke train is going to be able to walk down here and just push that Goliath Holland out of the way eventually. So really the only hope Rain has left here is this Incomparable push. I mean, Dastard figures his team is losing. I guess I just have to win the game for us. So he's going to push into the middle of the map here. Is getting farmed by Lucian, which is really not, again, a great situation for Incomparable. But throws out the torpedoes. The Lucian Hydro is not up. And Dev strikes it, walks forward, kills the Worcester, one-shots the Genon, and then all of a sudden, Rain has all 3 caps and has a 3-ship advantage.
Indeed.
We also have to say props to the Haaland on Rain side, keeping the Nevsky in check. The Nevsky takes like 3-4 Haaland torpedoes throughout the match as well.
Yeah, it was...
and really keeps that smoke train just backed off, essentially.
Yeah, like Robin said, a really good point to make there, that the Nevsky really never managed to push down through the D-line. Wasn't really able to access the Rain spawn, which is pretty important for him not being able to affect the rest of the map. So even though the Nevsky smoke train helped TWA secure Rain, or secure the A-cap against Rain, it was a pretty key investment in the Holland and Goliath to be able to effectively stop them from pushing further.
Indeed. So I think now it's a good time to speak about map number 3, which is in fact going to be Sleeping Giant.
Yep.
Thoughts, gentlemen?
Goodness.
I think this is a map where battleships are quite good.
Yeah, I would agree.
Especially pushing up that home cap line. There's a lot of cover from the rest of the map, so they're not subjected to as much focus fire. You get up really close into the caps. We've seen Sicilia in particular be pretty strong on this map.
Rhode Island's, especially fast battleships. I think Sicilia's pretty fast as well, but like the Rhode Islands, maybe even the Incomparable for a third game in a row could be solid on this map.
I would say so myself as well. I mean, the battleships on the home caps are of course very powerful, but we've also seen battleships being played as an anchor point into the Thunderdome and basically locking down that cap quite effectively, only being able to be rooted out by a destroyer rush, which is probably also like protected by other assets in the area. So I don't know. This could also be a very static game, maybe, and out of a sudden something gets triggered and everything happens at once. So I will try my best to have better camera skills. But at the same time, we don't know. Maybe TWA also have some insane strats ready as well on this that we've never seen before.
They have some spicy stuff in the back pocket. I think the teams are ready, so we can let them go ahead and drop as we get into the third game here. Rain tying the series up 1-1 with a miracle play from Dastert. Who I did mention they would probably be bringing battleships for because he is an exceptional battleship player.
Absolutely.
And game 2 showing exactly why. So
I think
going
given
into game 3 predictions.
I think given our predictions of the last map being, we all predicted TWA to win it, and then Rain wins it like by doing some crazy stuff.
You can't guess anymore.
Yeah, I'm gonna still say, going with the prediction that Rain's gonna win this game, win this series. Let's say Rain wins this one. And what about you guys? What do you think?
I think given that this is their map pick and they looked so strong in the last game, well, their battleship play looks so strong. I think if they have a battleship composition cooked up for Sleeping Giant, I'm hopeful for them. I think that they actually could take the lead in the series here on this map. What about you guys?
Well, I predicted TWA 3-1 at the very beginning of the series. I am going to switch that to a Rain 3-1. I think the amount of momentum they get from a play like that is ridiculous, and that's a big factor when it comes down to these close matches.
I am sticking to my gun. I'm hoping for a best of 5 in the favor of Rain 3-2.
Okay.
Same as Bas said.
Take a look, guys.
So let's go. The game is beginning, and what do you see, Zui?
On the green team, it is going to be TWA spawning in the north, a Yoshino, a Worcester, a Moskva, a Colbert, a Z52, and 2 Yuyangs coming out of them. Pretty standard comp out of TWA.
Rain is fielding a battleship, Cristoforo Colombo here. Not a Sicilia, maybe the ASAP wanted to be put in play here to deal with these angled ships. A Brisbane, which is quite an expensive long-range radar, Goliath, a Z42, and a double Regolo with what I assume is a radar Weiyang. Extremely scary prospect here for any sort of DD engagement at that point.
Yeah, I'll have to keep an eye on that heavy push coming out of those 3 ships. It looks like they are heading together out into the middle of the map.
Actually, yeah, the Weiyang does not stay with the Regolo.
Sorry. It was the Z42 going to be heading out into the middle of the map alongside his 2 Regolos. That is a pretty powerful amount of damage output, especially at the close ranges that the Thunderdome fights tend to be.
It is. TWA fielding one of the most expensive radar cruiser in this tournament, Moskva, at 24 points here. A very, very, very expensive pick, but at the same time, a true and tested heavy cruiser here in any sort of tournament with that long-range radar and that tankiness.
Definitely a ship that can make its way down into the Thunderdome if need be. There's not a ton of HE damage output to deal with this Moskva, so his heavy armor and obviously the radar hydro, extremely good ballistics, definitely a big threat to the side of Rain, which is fairly DD heavy.
It is, definitely fairly DD heavy, and they're going to use that quite aggressively here. Both Regolos and the Z42 are heading straight towards A. The thing with this map, with this cap and the way it is placed, if they manage to break through this island cover, they can actually get inside the Thunderdome and be relatively safe from any sort of return fire.
We are going to see a crazy clash here in the middle of the map.
Yeah, the
Yueyang and Z52 of TWA charging in with those speed boosts active.
John the Ruthless in the Colbert just backing them up as well.
And Z42 going to be leading his 2 Regolos. He's actually going to be taking a bunch of Regolo torpedoes himself. Actually, the entire spread of 8 Regolo torpedoes.
Check the Moskva's radar, though. The Moskva's radar does cover essentially almost the entirety of A. Not fully now, but it's going to get there once the Moskva gets that position. So the moment this cap is being touched, they're going to activate that Moskva's radar. And this Colbert in the smoke is just going to have a field day. Although... he's not using the smoke, actually.
a little bit too fast to get in. Maybe the smoke screen laid a little bit too early. These are some pretty dangerous torpedoes coming out of the Z52. Obviously, that very, very quick torpedo reload.
Yep.
A little bit of a threat here, but obviously Z42's hydro.
Oh, look at this. The Z52 actually gets spotted by the long-range Brisbane radar here. So does the Colbert, basically exposing that position to the entire team.
Colbert as their target, and here comes that
Colombo SAP salvo coming in across the map. John the Ruthless being an extremely good Colbert player still gets actually hit quite hard here, almost half HP.
Chunk out of the Colbert here. Nice long-range shooting out of Gunnar Dastard.
20 kilometers as well.
And that will force away the Z52 and Yuyang of TWA. That should open up the A-cap for the side of Rain, obviously committing very heavily in towards the middle of the map. The Brisbane, 2 Regalos, and a Z42 all occupying the center. Let's take a look at what's going on over in the 10 line here. Looks like it's a Yuyang Goliath again out of Rain. Going to be facing off against that Yuyang Worcester smoke radar duo that TWA loves so much. A Yoshino going to be sitting around, hanging out in that B cap. Maybe a ship that's kind of battleship-like, in that it can supply a little bit of long-range damage output, but the Colombo, the true battleship, has already made his presence felt on the map.
Most definitely here, yes. The Moskva not using the radar, basically letting Rain getting to that cap, and the Z42 being caught here. Bow on into the Z42's radar, sorry, the Z52 being caught into the hydro of the Z42, and he's going to take a little bit of damage from the Regolo here.
Look at these Brisbane
Congo lines here, basically pushing him away.
You forget how far they can travel when we're talking about the entire map as a whole, but that Z52 position
it is 13.5
kilometers,
right, on the Brisbane range here.
Luckily for the Z52, the last little dredges of his hydro catching those torpedoes for him. He will be forced off of the cap, so Rain ticking away on 2.
But at the same time, the Colbert Moskva Yuyang is going to start threatening that contesting, taking a little bit of time here for the Moskva to get into the active position. I don't remember if the Moskva was spotted or not. There's an icon next to the name, so I assume so. But once that Moskva gets either inside or behind the Thunderdome, it will start to threaten that kind of DD focus control over air here.
I just want to double check here. Antaro's Regolo is not running RPF, so they don't know exactly what's going on out here. The Z42 World Spawn does have RPF, so he should see that the Moskva and Colbert are making their way around the islands here.
A very interesting play as well for the Brisbane and the Colombo, both rotating straight for like a home-to-home push here, with the Brisbane spearheading the charge.
They realize that the Worcester has a significant radar disadvantage against the Brisbane, and obviously with just a Worcester and a Yoshino on the field, the Brisbane very happy to play.
Brisbane has to be really careful here. Spotter plane being up by the Yoshino. We're going to see some crazy AP salvos coming in. Luca has to be really careful about this because the Yoshino could wipe her out. Angling just in time, I guess, to avoid that initial salvo. Still takes a bit of damage.
One Citadel on the Brisbane. Obviously, the Yoshino with those 310mm guns does overmatch the Brisbane's exterior
that turn's
armor.
going to be awfully risky. He's going to be caught on the island if he doesn't make that turnout, and then basically being farmed by the Worcester. The Worcester on TWA half HP, with of course the Goliath here providing some pretty heavy fire support on that light cruiser.
Yeah, I think the majority of the damage though is going to come from the Gunnar Dastard's
SAP.
Here comes that shot onto the Worcester.
Oh my god.
Another 7,000 damage salvo, and the Worcester is just unable to escape the spotting here. Finally, another smokescreen laid down by the Yang.
Oh, the Yoshino AP dropping the Brisbane down to 10,000 HP. This is a little bit risky. The Brisbane has to go dark now. The heel is being burned, but at the same time, it's a lot of HP bled for this. At the same time, the Moskva here from TWA is going to make a play into a, essentially bullying the Colombo as well with some crossfire across the map. And the Death Strike on Luca here. The Brisbane just being taken away.
I am actually
by the Yoshino guns.
Shocked that he was still spotted there. Was that all a blind fire from the Yoshino? I'm not 100% sure, but
that is not a great start for Rain now, because the Moskva will walk into it. The predictions are actually exceptionally keyed now, with 53 and 47% in favor of Rain, surprisingly enough. But now TWA has actually brought back a pretty good hold onto A with the Moskva in there.
Another radar coming out of the Yuyang, trying to pick up that Worcester. Obviously, will only find the enemy Yuyang. Worcester having backed off far away from the smokescreen, but that Rain push onto the home cap is still developing. The Colombo obviously is facing the threat of that long-range Moskva AP fire, but plenty of HP to burn through here, and the Yoshino pretty much the only defense here against the Colombo.
Do we see a Colombo salvo on the Yue Yang? No, it's actually holding the fire for the Worcester, the Colombo the whole time. At the same time, Rain is making some pretty heavy push on the home cap of B here. TWA rotating the Z52 and having the Yoshino here, which is kind of a torpedo threat for any sort of Colombo push.
Yeah, are they going to use Gangbarang's Regolo to dig out this Yoshino, do you think?
The Yoshino has hydroacoustic going, so they know the Regolo is right here. Now the question is, does the Worcester wants to assist? I don't think they can.
Oh, torpedoes on the way, though, from that Z52.
Yeah.
These torpedoes don't do a ton of damage, but let's see how well they are aimed. They are looking pretty good.
They are looking really good. We might actually see all 8 of them connect here.
And while they do only have 13,000 damage, that is a lot of torpedoes to be taking. 1, 2, 3 land from the first salvo, and another 3 from the second might actually be the end of the Colombo.
He's running the DCP, but no
barely
heals.
survives with 200 HP, and Z52 will finish off the kill alone.
Goodness, that's really bad for Rain, actually losing 2 ships, 3 ships back to back, because the Regolo on the other side went down, and now the Wei Yang also goes down on the 9 line.
Into that Worcester smoke, trying to dig out that 10 line position, but TWA's smoke play has been so good. Obviously, not landing the torpedoes this
game. And the Regolo just coming out at the wrong time in front of Yoshino guns.
I think he's accepted that they have lost this game 3, a very lightning fast game between these two teams. They will finally pick up the Worcester, but the Yoshino...
That home cap push was basically killed in the egg at this point. The Colombo taking these torpedoes from the Z52 was absolutely devastating. All that HP gone, and essentially the only spearhead they had on the home cap ruined eventually. The Moskva untouched at this point, just walked into A.
I think incredible shooting coming out of points Yoshino there, holding up outside that B cap, basically completely devastating the Brisbane just all by himself. There was absolutely no supporting fire. Brisbane was spotted obviously trying to contest and take away that Worcester kill, but they did not manage to pick up the Worcester until the very end of the game. And the Yoshino picking up the Brisbane.
Just death striking the Brisbane from the front. Obviously that overmatch being extremely scary. And yeah, I mean, exceptional play here from TWA, exceptionally having the perfect answer essentially to this early A cap with the Moskva, and just blocking that home push so effectively.
Yeah, I think their rotation onto the home cap, it looked so light. It was literally just a Z52. But I mean, 7 torpedoes land. That's all you need against the Colombo, right?
Yeah, the Colombo does not have the best torpedo damage reduction on that belt. So, I mean, I'm not exactly sure. It was a really quick game. That's what's surprising about this. And it's kind of sad to see Rain essentially having such a good game on riposte and essentially not really having any proper answer after this. Unfortunate that the Colombo took so much damage. Otherwise, that Colombo could have been so painful for the Yoshino at that range.
I mean, to me, it almost feels like Rain was trying to be a little bit too cute with changing up their deployments. Splitting the Regolos from the radar Yo-Yang was a little bit interesting. I feel like they aren't really a great combination with that Z42 in the middle. They were able to flip A early, but other than that, it felt to me like the Regolos really didn't do any work at all in this game. Whereas maybe if they were paired with the Yo-Yang on that 10-line push versus the Worcester, they could have ran that over a lot quicker. And of course, the Colombo taking 6 Z52 torpedoes at the end there kind of sealed the deal. I also think we have to mention this might be the first time where we've seen a Yoshino actually do something. Putting that nasty, accurate AP overmatch to work against the Brisbane there. Yeah, that was definitely a risky play for the Brisbane. I feel like maybe he had to try to take the other side of the island where he would have been safe, or maybe even push up to the next rock while the Yoshino was on reload. But just taking some overmatched citadels there and getting death struck, essentially.
I think the main problem for him was he was a little bit too greedy. I think, obviously, the Brisbane providing that 12-kilometer radar is essential for removing the Worcester from play, but he also opens up for a very long time himself.
Oh my goodness,
without a smoke
we just see that salvo coming in on the Brisbane, just absolutely perfect shot here.
Yeah, and just opening up for that long without a smokescreen in play. Obviously, this is the reason why Brisbane is so commonly played with a smokescreen, is that it's so vulnerable when it's not inside the smokescreen.
I mean, we saw in the Vor series, the Sicilia one-shot the Brisbane. In this series, Yoshino, a 9-point ship, taking that 12-kilometer radar off the board with just 2 salvos, essentially. The Colombo getting absolutely devastated by those Z52 torps, perfectly placed, perfectly timed. I mean, at this point, I think Dastard didn't really have a lot of places to go.
Yeah.
If Rain wants to win this game, they have to make this push onto the home cap work. This probably has to be the Colombo that actually touches it. Maybe Smokes to grab it. But yeah, it just walks right into the torpedoes, and that's pretty much the end of the game for them.
What do you think about the early control from Rain on the A cap, putting both Regolo and the Z42 up there, getting control of that cap very early, and then essentially letting that Moskva, Colbert, walk into the Thunderdome, or even not in there, but most likely behind it. They were expecting the Moskva to come here and basically push them out with the help of the Colbert. So they basically fell back to their home cap at this point.
I mean, the reason why I'm not a huge fan of this Regolo combination with the Z42 is even though they're able to flip the cap at the start, they know there's a Moskva, they know they won't be able to hold the cap. And they really don't have anywhere to rotate to from that position to actually be impactful. Since the rest of the action is happening on the 10 line. So really, the only thing they could have done from there, I think, is maybe go out to the 1 line and try to fight the Colbert, but he has a Yo-Yang smoking him.
How about basically keeping the Colombo to defend A at this point? Because once you have that cap, you kind of don't want to give it away that easily, in a way. And the Colombo decides to make that rotation towards the home-to-home cap, and basically, after taking that big salvo on the Colbert, which essentially halves them with that SAP shots, doesn't really keep that massive threat looming around even the Moskva, because the Colombo does have access to armor piercing, which can really be painful on the broadside. What do you think about that play specifically, and why rotate the Colombo into the home cap push?
I think they have to bring their HP to push that home cap away. I think especially that Worcester, even with the Colombo there, the Worcester survived for so long inside.
Perhaps I should
Yang
rephrase
smoke.
the question: what triggered the home push in the first place when you have control over A?
Well, I think they realized that 2 Regolos, for example, and a Z42 is not a lot of forces to hold on to that A cap.
The way that we've seen them play this composition in the past, Baz might have some insight, is that YY pairing with the double Regolo, acting as like a 3-ship weak flank that is still quite strong and aggressive. And it seemed like they tried to mimic that with this deployment with the Z42 leading the 2 Regolos. Except, again, I feel like that combination doesn't really work out too well.
Yeah, I think it's definitely an interesting one, because we have seen this exact composition to almost very similar sort of composition, at least from Rain side, where they had 2 Regolos and a Yu Yang and a Z52 or a Z42, I'm unsure. And they used this to push home immediately at the start of the game. And knowing that they have shown this on stream or have replays of it available for TWA to watch, they wanted to switch it up, I think. So they switched it up and went for a mid presence at the start, went for the cap, and then they had a rotational play in mind, knowing that TWA has a heavier lineup than them. And so staying there with their 2 Regolos against a Moskva and a Colbert isn't really the play.
Yeah, we actually saw the Regolos die to that push coming out of the western flank as well. I was surprised by that, because Regolo's a pretty fast destroyer. That's why I probably missed it on the camera. But you don't expect a Regolo to be run down by what was
Yo-Yang plus Colbert.
Yo-Yang, Colbert, and a Moskva. It's not really the kind of engagement Regolo should be dying to, but I think maybe caught a little bit off guard, maybe playing a little bit too cheeky, trying to keep spotting on the ships maybe. And got caught inside the smoke screen. And
I mean, we did see Gangbarang's Regolo rotate from middle towards that home cap, but by the time he got there, it was kind of over, and there really wasn't that much for him to actually contribute, I felt like.
Yeah, I definitely think that the game was essentially maybe over by the time the Brisbane actually died. And after that, the Colombo eating tops was basically just him having to do something that was obviously not the best move for him, and I'm sure they knew that as well, but essentially being forced into going into the cap, TWA realizing that was the only play that was a winning play for Rain, rotating the Z52 to counter that play, hitting some really, 7 out of 8 torps.
Yeah, I think they're about as well placed as they can be.
Yeah,
I mean, almost death strikes the Colombo, finishes him with guns.
Yeah. So, I mean, the rotations from TWA were kind of on point as well. Maybe some idea, some Rain that could be realized if they moved a bit faster, or maybe had a different sort of positioning deployment-wise. But I think we'll take a look at this through the render and have a better idea of what exactly happened in this game.
Yeah. I mean, to me here, it almost feels like TWA is playing these really strong traditional comps, and Rain is maybe trying to switch it up a little bit too much into them. I mean, taking a look at the initial deployments here, sorry. I'll let you take the controls. And like you said, a very big presence in the middle there, maybe hoping for a destroyer pick with the Brisbane radar and double Regolo for firepower, plus the Colombo able to shoot. But TWA plays it pretty cautiously. I mean, the Z52 here never drops below this line, really. The Regolo SAP not too great against angled targets, so he doesn't actually lose too much of his life. The Colbert does not eat any SAP Citadels, thankfully, for TWA, so they're able to preserve most of their HP there. And then from this point, Rain has a choice to make, or they can either continue to play A after they flip it, or maybe bring the 3 destroyers over here, or go for that home cap push.
Yeah, I definitely agree with the points you just made. They were definitely, I think the initial deployment really signals for a snipe that was going for the aggressive A push from the Z52 that TWA may have made. They chose not to do it, which is very like heads up play from TWA. I really like seeing that. There is obviously always a trap play potential whenever there's a Brisbane and 2 Regolos. If you get caught in that radar while you're mid-turn, the 2 Regolos are most likely going to kill you. So the fact that he doesn't get caught by the radar while he's making that turn, maybe even going for the cap, means that the Brisbane radar isn't really super effective. And after that, they get the cap, yes, with this blob of ships, but then what do you do? Like, you can't really stop a Moskva Colbert from doing this or doing this.
Yeah, this was the main problem I had with the Regolos in the middle here, is that after this play, they can either go to the one line where you just said they really won't get much done against a Moskva, or they can try to rotate out towards the home cap, but they have so much distance to cover, and again, the main play for this home cap is going to take place on the 9-10 line here. So they're really nowhere in position, I think, to be able to influence the rest of the match from this point onwards. And as we'll see, they managed to force the Z off, they managed to take A. The Regolos actually split, which again, I'm not a huge fan of. I think the one Regolo here actually doesn't contribute that much to even moderately slowing down this TWA push. I think they can basically just ignore him. So that's basically one ship off the board for Rain. The Z42 holding A is perfectly fine, gives the Hydro support, makes sure that the Z52 can't take this early. But again, in the meantime, look at Gangberang having to take this massively long path all the way down south to their home cap and then back up. And in the meantime, if they already had the 2 Regolos on the 10 line here, to be comboing with a Zhou Yang in Brisbane to maybe kill this Worcester, I think it could have worked out a lot better for them.
Yeah, I think there is a play, this may be sounding very crazy at this point, where instead of going for a rotation that goes down this way and then that way, you just keep the 3 guys together and walk down.
Yeah, it's entirely possible. I mean,
that is something that you could do. Obviously, this is something that is coming from a caster perspective, so we don't see what the teams see. They could think that the Moskva does a turn like this and then sits here.
It's a difficult
That is a
thing.
very common thing that a lot of teams, especially TWA, like doing. And they send the Colbert down into the Thunderdome while the Moskva is positioning aggressively
it's
towards the cap.
definitely a difficult choice to make because, like you said, they have to judge where that Moskva is going to go. But again, like I said, I feel like these 3 destroyers after this initial middle play, flipping the cab, basically are dead weight on Rain's team. And as again the map progresses, you can see they're not able to pick up the Worcester kill. It slides away on a few thousand hit points. The Brisbane goes down to the Yoshino, which really takes a lot of power away from Rain's push on the home cap and evens up the score for TWA, so they don't have to worry as much about the points pressure. Then at this point, the Z52 rotating back. There's no radar threat for him to worry about. He outspots the Regolo, so he basically has free reign to just dump torpedoes down this lane for anything pushing the home cap. And the Yoshino is under basically no threat here because he's perfectly safe from the Colombo. Long-range Goliath fire isn't really going to get it done against him either. So you can see the game progress here. The Regolo actually goes down to that Colbert-Yoyang combination, and then TWA just clean up that home cap push.
Indeed. Yeah, I think this was generally very well played by TWA. I would have seen some more plays out of Rain, maybe keeping the destroyers together. We have seen historically that whenever they had the destroyers together in a group, moving around the map for some picks, essentially, they did very well. And this time they split them up, and it seemed like it didn't work out for them. Maybe because of that particular reason, maybe for some other reason.
Well, going into map 3 here, or map 4 rather, sorry. I think I'd like to see Rain maybe stick to their guns, stick to compositions that they know are very effective. Again, it seems like maybe they're mind gaming a little bit too hard, getting ahead of themselves with these compositions and deployments. So I'd love to see them pull out something solid. again, something crazy would be fun to watch, but something that they're really confident in. So
it is the decider game for Rain. If they lose that one, it is over. So very important for them to play as much by the book as they possibly can, or maybe having another crazy tactic that they haven't showed yet, specifically for this map.
Yeah, well,
we don't
Tears is a map that battleships can have a lot of impact on, and we've seen that Rain is the much more likely to field the battleship than TWA is. And when you just do a home cap shove, a very simple strategy, execute it well with a battleship, and when the enemy doesn't have one, and that can be a game in and of itself. So I'm excited to see what they bring to Tears of the Desert. They are backs against the wall now.
Pressure is high for them, yeah, I have to.
And our teams are ready, so we can go ahead and let them get into the match point here. Rain backs up against the wall now, a little shaky there in that third game. Do you think they can pull out a miracle like they did in game number 2?
I sure do hope so. As a ex-Rain player, I still do believe that they have what it takes to make a comeback happen here. Maybe something they are comfortable with, going for some home pushes with double battleship that we have seen previously could be interesting. But I would like to see this go to a best of 5. And even if TWA wins the final game, I would like to see it go to a best of 5. Any final thoughts, casters, before we go in?
Yeah, I mean, I would love to see a best of 5 as well. I think Rain is a team that deserves to play another 2 games against TWA, so we'll hope for a Rain win here in game number 4. What about you, Robin?
I feel the same thing. I would love Rain to actually kind of shake off this kind of weird game on Sleeping Giant here and just have a very good display and go into a proper best of 5 against TWA. This has been a matchup for the ages, as always. But as a game is about to begin, I believe we should jump right in and get this done with. All right, starting on Tears of the Desert. Rain versus TWA. Rain spawning north here, and they are fielding a Nevsky, very expensive radar cruiser here with a Goliath, double Jinan, Daring, Kleber, Wei-Yang. Interesting pick. We haven't seen either Daring or Kleber for a long time in this tournament, and them bringing these 2 DDs maybe mean them in business. Obviously, the Nevsky smoke train is going to be in play here.
Yeah, over on the TWA side, spawning in the south, it is going to be the Annapolis, one of their flagships being fielded here. A Yoshino, a Worcester, and a Gurenlu, their 3 cruisers. Grozavoy, Regolo, and Yuying as their destroyers. So that Annapolis radar, very, very, very powerful. But unfortunately for them, it is going to be countered by that Nevsky. I think they realized that Rain may be a team that doesn't bring the ships like the Brisbane and the Nevsky super often, opting to use that 10-kilometer radar instead. But at a radar disadvantage, if Rain can find the opportunity to dump damage into the Annapolis during that radar disadvantage, could be a way into the game here for Rain. Lots of defensive assets from TWA being sent on the home point. The Gurenlu and the Annapolis with the Wei-Yang being smoke actually is a lot of defensive power on that cap. But it seems that Rain is going to focus most of their assets towards A. The Kleber just sending it into A, getting that very, very early cap here. Yep, as Klebers tend to do. You can see he actually is running that legendary mod. So he is quite a stealthy little boy. That is a really good point, actually. Very, very fast. What is the concealment of Kleber with leg mode, by the way? 6.3. So he doesn't outspot the Grozavoy just yet, but it's a massive advantage to get these early caps. Pretty close. And also the speed is ridiculously good, gives like a crazy... Yep, and here comes that first Worcester radar. They're trying to catch this Kleber. They will catch him before he finishes the cap, but maybe dodging 1 or 2 salvos. Careful not to step out of the cap too early here. This could be problematic. Yeah, okay, he does get out of here. The Grozavoy might not want to engage because he doesn't know that the Kleber is leg mod. He's also not covered in the smoke screen here, so he doesn't want to engage. And that is the only radar on this side of the map burned already. Oh, and the Nevsky burning the radar here, catching Striver in the Grozavoy, incoming salvos. He is sort of deep into it, but he might be able to slip away with the speed boost active. Takes a bit of damage, of course. Damage coming out of Gangbarang's Nevsky here, but he will escape that radar. They do have Worcester caught in this radar as well. Maybe can do a little bit of damage to him while the Grozavoy escapes, but pretty inconsequential damage here. Grozavoy, obviously, one of the destroyers that has a heal. Still some blind fire dropping on Striver here from the Kleber, which has used his main battery booster, but an early cap basically being taken by Rain, and it's going to put a little bit of pressure here on TWA because this cap is not going to be easy to get back, essentially. The Nevsky's radar will be on cooldown for a while, but at the same time, Grozavoy
will be in trouble if he manages to pick up a fight with either the Kleber or the Wei Yang.
Well, with the legendary mod, I would say the Grozovoi has a pretty good chance against the Kleber. It's just the support of the Jinan and the Nevsky, obviously.
If the Kleber
very,
allows
very
to be cut with that crazy speed here. Jinan sending that second smoke to cover the Nevsky's radar here. The Nevsky push, sorry. Some pretty nice HE salvo coming in from the
nice shot
Yoshino.
coming in from the Yoshino. That 9-pointer ship putting in a lot of work in these two games. Nice first salvo onto the Nevsky, as well as obviously the game before this one, the Yoshino taking away that Brisbane.
Artorius is having to be a little bit careful, just staying full speed with that smoke deployment, of course. The Grozovoi might actually be able to surface spots eventually.
And over on the other side of the map, the TWA push is shaping up. A couple of single-fired torpedoes just barely running out before impacting Anleitung's Gudenlu again. Rain's torpedoes feel like they're missing a kilometer of range across the board. Will not be able to take away the HP of the Gudenlu. The Yuyang leading the charge, obviously, for the Regolo and the Annapolis.
About to run out into the Daring here. The Daring from Rain is not using the legendary upgrade, so it actually has a standard Daring concealment and less damage on the torpedoes. But with the Annapolis right there, this Daring has to understand that he has to book it, and he's doing it right now.
Yeah,
Antaro here is going to start running very, very quickly away from this Annapolis radar.
Yeah, does spot the Annapolis. Obviously, Annapolis is not quite able to stealth radar, but if he knows it, he can radar here and actually catch the Daring, but looks like they will smoke up that Annapolis, actually using the Regolo first. Obviously, that fuel smoke doesn't last very long, but as long as he's sticking right in front of the Annapolis, he's able to pull the Annapolis very aggressively forwards.
And the Kleber inside the Annapolis radar here, ready to disengage, sending some blind torpedoes through the gaps, maybe to catch some DDs trying to push through. And here we go. The Daring actually
I think
briefly
he got hard
spotted
lit by the Yuyang.
Yang, taking actually no damage whatsoever, burning a smoke. And it's time for the Goliath to start soaking up the damage here.
But here we see the main threat for this Annapolis, tons of torpedoes in the water.
Oh yeah, most definitely.
First from the Kleber, also as well.
Ooh, the Kleber
Jinan.
torpedoes might, no, the Yang dodges them, but at the same time, yeah, it's going to be a lot of torpedoes and actually forcing the Annapolis to keep pushing, maybe having that early Yang smoke being deployed slightly earlier than they wanted to.
Yep, they manages to dodge the first set of torpedoes. There's another couple
Annapolis
in the water
actually
here.
spotted by the proxy spotting here from the Kleber here. He goes back into the smoke, but he still lit the Kleber, actually providing
believe,
proxy.
Yeah, I believe it's the Daring here that's inside his smoke firing.
Oh, and he's, of course, under radar from the Annapolis. Really, really dangerous position to be in, of course.
Yeah, but Daring, obviously a very, very popular ship in unrestricted competitive play. It's because it's able to do this kind of thing. It's so maneuverable.
Duke, a lot of incoming shells.
And really only an Annapolis to shoot at him. 10 seconds remaining on this radar. Does he choose to burn this burst at this end of
I
this
believe
radar?
It does, yeah,
There
down
is
to
the
6,000
burst
HP.
here.
Oh,
Let's
goodness
see if
me.
he can pick up Entaro here. 5,000 HP and will not manage to pick up the Daring. 2 heals remaining on the Daring, so he will escape with his life. They are stepping onto that sea cap using the Regolo and the Yang, but here comes a torpedo. Can Kinawa dodge this? I don't think so. Nice connection onto the Annapolis, so down to 18,000 HP.
That is actually a lot of damage poured on the Annapolis. The Annapolis does have a couple of heals left, of course, but they are walking into that sea cap. At the same time, Kleber torpedoes might keep connecting with this Annapolis. They still forget the Kleber is basically looming around, and these torpedoes can do a lot of damage, and they are also very fast here.
Thankfully for him, looks like Yu Yang has spotted all of them, so shouldn't be
too much of a problem indeed.
These torpedoes, lots and lots of torpedoes in the water coming out of Rain, sticking to their guns here. And TWA will begin flipping that sea cap. It looks like
predictions,
TWA has now clawed back a little bit of an advantage here in the viewer predictions after that very dominant Game 3.
Look at what's going on here. Sorry, at A, the Grozovoi here actually walking back into the A cap. We mentioned how difficult this cap could be, but it's a 1v1 versus Worcester and Nevsky here.
Yeah, this is a kind of a strange position on the map where Rain is actually playing entirely on the edge of the map, not back behind the cap. So TWA actually has a little bit of an opportunity here to get onto the cap. Grozovoi is sitting with no heals remaining, so he will be contesting here onto that A cap. Nevsky does still have his radar ready, but I'm thinking that Yeah, actually, Rain, despite having a little bit of a point lead here, it is so difficult for them to get back onto the caps. The Yuyang and the Regolo providing so much cover for this Annapolis, and the Grozovoy also having a little bit of an opportunity here on the A cap. With
Very efficient push on TWA, basically securing Rain's home cap, not even taking that many torpedoes, making the Annapolis rather safe now behind that island and these smokes. And essentially just blocking Rain away. Oh, and the Daring caught into the radar again from the Annapolis, this time not really able to get away. Are we going to see another burst here, which could seal the deal at this point? Can the Daring actually dodge that again?
He dodges pretty nicely. One heal remaining on the Daring. He should be back up to about 7,000 HP after this heal, but that's really not a lot left to contend with a 30,000 HP Annapolis.
It's extremely hard to push back into an Annapolis, especially when there's so much smoke, cover, and protection. The Regolo briefly spotted, decides to smoke
away here. Nice damage
That's
coming
actually
out of
half
the Goliath.
HP already.
But he will escape into that smoke screen. 3 minutes for Rain to make something happen somewhere on the map, but they are so far away from the caps. The Nevsky actually is getting burned down here by the Worcester. Superior HE damage output, along with the spotting of the Grozovoy.
The Jinan Yueyang smoke train from Rain is kind of forcing that Worcester towards the Nevsky, which is kind of working in the disadvantage because the Worcester is so healthy right now and they still have the threat of the Yoshino at the back here. That Nevsky is eventually going to go down. The Kleber is trying to help here, a wall spawn, but with that really limited gunpowder that the legendary mod affects, it's not that much going down on the Worcester.
Gangbang down to about 4,000 HP. Can they try to trade the Worcester maybe here? At least allow their destroyers a little bit.
He's being smoked up by the Grozovoy, so that Worcester's about to go down.
The Nevsky has been forced more than far away.
It does actually allow Gangbang to disengage.
Yeah,
the Worcester is on really low HP, down to 10,000.
He does have one more heal remaining, but 6,000 HP plus the heal, not a ton left to play with for the Nevsky.
2 minutes for Rain to do anything right now to stay in the fight. They are pushing the Goliath, but against an Annapolis, it's just going to be ridiculously hard to sustain this. Yep. The Goliath taking massive HE damage, of course.
They have about 2 minutes remaining here to try to get back onto the caps. TWA ticking away on two. Antaro's Daring actually joining the fray as well. It is desperation here for Rain in this game, because with this loss, they will be... Oh, nice damage coming out onto the Yoshino. I believe that was a torpedo coming from one of either the Yueyang or the Jinan.
Oh, but the Yueyang caught into the Worcester radar really deep into it, having to turn and facing Grozovoy torpedoes here. Gets taken out by the Worcester so quickly, and that's basically it.
Extremely quick kill coming out of TWA.
Do we see Deepwaters landing on the Worcester? They're going to trade. They're actually going to kill TWA's Worcester with these torpedoes
they will buy
here.
themselves a little bit of time. The Annapolis picks up the Goliath in the meantime. Obviously, without the destroyers spotting, the Annapolis has total free reign here on the sea cap.
Jinan is the last hope for Rain to actually, the only asset they can possibly place here. Oh, goodness me, ships falling like flies.
As well, so down to 900 points.
I don't believe that Jinan will survive against... Oh, the Annapolis has hydroacoustic. He sees the Deepwater torpedoes but cannot bring all the guns to bear. But the moment he actually can get back into it, this Jinan is just going to melt. There's no way. It's a 1v1 versus Annapolis. No other cruisers.
There is a Regolo as well helping out that Annapolis. So Jinan will smoke, but there is obviously a radar available. Annapolis burning that final radar of the game.
Yueyang, though, on the WS side, being also caught. All the shots are being poured to try and finish up that kill. Unfortunately, not that many shells connecting. The Kleber salvo, not enough to actually finish it too. That's 1 minute and 21 seconds. They are actually contesting C with Jinan, but that Jinan is about to go down momentarily.
Yep, the Annapolis damage output just way too
just
high.
Ridiculous.
And Jinan will go down. 10 seconds remaining for them to find a kill somewhere, but I don't think they can do it because Vile has escaped the middle of the map unspotted.
Just like that, that is it. TWA are the Warships Masters.
Yes,
congratulations for them for actually making an insane home push from B to C and locking it down to a point where Rain couldn't really make anything happen. Really unfortunate. A lot of kills being traded at the end here.
Yeah.
But at the same time, just an excellent display from TWA, and congratulations for them.
Yeah, I think a lot of points invested into specifically that Kleber is quite an expensive destroyer. Obviously, they've highly valued getting that contested cap very early, and they did do so. But the Kleber, just it almost felt like they had no points left to spend on the rest of their team. They had 2 Jinans.
Yeah. I mean, huge congratulations to TWA for being our 2024 Warship Masters, taking the $6,000 first place prize. Rain taking second place, of course, no slouches, but TWA looking very dominant in that series overall. And in that last game, I mean, the Annapolis was just such an insane powerhouse. TWA had a very strong presence on both sides of the map, whereas to me, it felt like Rain kind of spent most of their points on that Nevsky smoke, plus the Kleber, and really didn't have much left to play with to kind of contend with that.
Yeah, and we actually saw that Nevsky got separated quite early from the Yang. The Yang ran off to the side of the map. It was actually smoking up a Genon of all things. And the Nevsky kind of left on his own there to fend against the Worcester, and suddenly when there's no smoke screen, the extremely high damage output from that Worcester means that Nevsky is kind of in a losing position.
It was actually very interesting for me to see that against the Nevsky, Yo-Yang, Genon kind of smoke play up in the north, TWA didn't really kind of retreat. They gave up the cap at first, but they kept their positions. The Worcester continued to play that rock, and I think Rain really didn't expect that.
No,
I think they probably
not.
expected them to retreat and try to hold the push, but it ended up being a major problem. We actually saw the Worcester out-trading the Nevsky at long range, which is
impressive.
Usually something
Very
you don't see.
surprising.
So that kind of stopped that massive point investment of like 47 points from Rain's side, cold in its tracks with just a pretty minimal investment on the TWA side. And then the Regolo using his fuel smoke to actually bring the Annapolis up close on their home cap push.
Once again,
that was
so cool.
TWA making excellent use of that Annapolis, both on Warriors Pass and now on TS of the Desert, just hammering in with such firepower. And then when you try to basically take your home cap back, you're facing 12 2-3s every 5.5 seconds. Even the Goliath, with the amount of heals it had, just cannot sustain this.
Yeah, and of
it's
course
not
that
possible.
burst fire being so impactful against the Daring as well. It kind of felt to me like Rain spent a few too many points on their destroyers, which didn't really have the teeth to deal with these heavier cruiser picks from
I think
TWA.
we've seen the Kleber and the Daring both pretty expensive destroyer picks, and they are expensive for a reason. Obviously, the Daring and the Kleber are both very, very commonplace in things like King of the Sea and Clan Battles, powerhouses of competitive play. But especially the Kleber using that legendary mod, I believe we discussed this a lot when we were actually planning out the point values. This is a ship that originally, as a very powerful gunboat, can make really quick rotations, add a lot of firepower to any flank. But with the legendary mod, suddenly it's turned into sort of a spotter, plus a pretty valid torpedo threat, obviously. But only 8 kilometers range on those torpedoes means you are deep inside that radar to use them.
And it's definitely hard to value something like a Kleber considering both of these use cases. And for 20 points, I feel like maybe they're paying a little bit too much for the capability.
Possibly. I think regardless of the points and all, TWA showing that they are clearly the better team in this series, taking the grand final 3-1. And something to also note is that was actually their last charge of the Annapolis. They used it to put Rain in the grave, essentially.
Definitely a good point. I mean, TWA saving both of their Annapolis picks, I believe, for this series, saving it for the grand finals, being able to come through the entire tournament up until now without revealing this Annapolis pick, and then putting it to such effective use. I mean, the Annapolis kind of took away game 1 by itself.
He did.
And in game 4 here, it almost feels like the Annapolis was also the deciding factor.
Just a key element for that crazy push that they implemented, forcing the tearing away, and once they asserted the control over that cap, locking it down with so much firepower that just denies any sort of counter.
Yeah, and I think one key thing to note is that while in game 1 the Annapolis kind of made that hero play on his own right down the middle of the map, this time he was so well supported.
He
by
was
his
really
destroyers.
helped, of course.
The Regolo and the Yang pretty much placed the perfect smokes 3 or 4 times in a row, bringing the Annapolis right where he needed it to be.
And not taking that many torps, considering the torpedo soup that Annapolis had to go through. It was a Daring, a Jinan, the Goliath maybe helping once in a while, and just taking a couple and surviving the entire game. So,
I mean, do you feel like maybe Rain was a little bit over-reliant on the torpedo threat in this composition?
There is definitely a thing that we can say there, where basically they had a leg mod Kleber and a Daring essentially being the 2 big torp threats. We saw the torps actually die off in front of the Guden at the very start of the game, which was pretty unlucky from the Rain side. But you can't always rely on torpedoes to get you kills, and this game is clearly showing that more cruiser heavy lineup where you're really dealing the damage with your main guns and putting that Annapolis in a well-supported but very aggressive position is really that strong. Maybe there was a way where maybe a flagship battleship like a Patri would have been able to disrupt that Annapolis smoke. However, in this game, this late in the tournament, it is so unpredictable, and TWA clearly had the better strat planned for this game.
Yeah, I mean, to me, it really felt like in most of these games, we were looking at kind of a composition mismatch where I felt like Rain really wasn't bringing super impactful lineups or maybe playing them in the correct ways into what felt like really well-practiced and stratted TWA lineups.
Yeah, I think one thing to note is that TWA obviously favoring that Brisbane and Nevsky throughout the tournament. And when these two 12-kilometer radars are removed from the game, either because of their high point value or because they're banned in other tournaments, Annapolis is the replacement.
Yeah.
And Annapolis brings
What a replacement indeed.
Annapolis brings a lot of power other than the radar as well. There's one thing that I think maybe Rain just overlooked or something, because it's true that TWA had been completely avoiding using the Annapolis the entire tournament. And then obviously the 12-kilometer radar of the Nevsky does have a significant advantage over the Annapolises while it's in a smoke screen. But the sheer damage output of the Annapolis is more than enough to make up that difference.
Actually an interesting point. Baz, do you feel like maybe the decision to push the home cap with the Annapolis was kind of a decision that they expected Rain to be bringing the Nevsky to A and they wanted to avoid that 12-kilometer radar?
That's a fantastic question that I don't have the answer for.
Well,
Luckily, we have two people who probably will have the answer for us. It's going to be Weil and Point from TWA, and we should be in an interview with them in just a second. Hello guys, can you hear us?
Yeah. Yep. Loud and clear.
Hello, and
Excellent.
congratulations on first place. I think that's back-to-back Warship Masters championships, so congratulations again, and a little bit of revenge for the last King of the Sea. I assume you guys are feeling pretty good?
Yeah. No, it feels great. Obviously, especially after yesterday losing 2-0 to Rain and then coming back today.
Yeah.
It feels amazing.
The compositions today felt extremely well-oiled, very well-practiced. Were these things that you had prepared over the last few days of watching Rain, or were they kind of prepared on the fly as you progressed through the day?
Well, actually, obviously some of these things were prepared the week or two leading up to the tournament, but actually yesterday, after we lost that series, we had to make some adaptations, and yeah, we feel like we learned like quite a bit on how Rain wants to specifically play against us, and I feel like we pretty successfully adapted to that. And today from the very first game, it was very clear to us they have a very specific way they want to beat us, right? And we just made the small adaptations to fit that, and I think I'm really happy with all the changes we made. I think everything worked out great. We had that one loss, but honestly, I'm putting that one down to just Torp RNG. We had that game locked down as well, so.
That was definitely a crazy game to watch. I felt like the Annapolis pick was super impactful for you guys. Was that something that you were specifically saving to use against Rain in the grand finals here?
Yeah, more or less. We wanted to definitely save the supership, the stronger supership picks towards later in the tournament. And then, especially after we saw that I think Rain used both of their Annapolis, I think they pulled out one in, I don't remember which game exactly, but we knew they didn't have it anymore. It felt like the right time. Also, we didn't see them play things like Brisbane, Nevsky that much, which would be like the one annoying thing for like a smoked up Annapolis. So, like a good choice.
Did you kind of worry when you saw them they did bring a Nevsky in this final game against your Annapolis? But obviously it ended up on the different flank, thankfully. But was that a point of worry for you guys when you loaded it and saw that comp?
It was definitely unexpected. I feel like Rain kind of reverted into playing more standard in this last game. We honestly didn't expect that. We expected them to go kind of all in again, maybe run at us with the incomp, whatever. Which obviously where Annapolis would have been amazing as well. But yeah, so it was a bit unexpected, but then we like kind of looked at the rest of their lineup, and I honestly, we didn't think that there was not really any big threats to our Annapolis in their lineup. It was kind of a lot of light cruisers, DDs, So it was mainly do we eat torps again or not? So
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely, they're really banking on those torpedoes to win them this game because I feel like the investment into the Kleber and the Daring especially, that's a lot of points.
Yeah, definitely. Any closing thoughts about the series and the tournament, guys? Since you guys have played throughout the whole thing, going through the losers bracket even, what do you think? Any closing thoughts?
yeah, I'll go first, and maybe Point wants to also say a word. But I think amazing tournament. I love WMI format. It's probably for me personally like my favorite format, almost like in competitive World of Warships. So much room for like creativity in terms of strats you can make. Like the point system just opens up the entire game to something like new and refreshing. So as long as it's balanced in somewhat of a reasonable way, I think it has great potential. So always a really fun tournament to play. And yeah, it was exactly that. I'm very happy with the result. Yeah, that's pretty much it. What about Point?
Well, I do agree with you there. The tournament is probably the most fun event in World of Warships competitive because of how creative you get to be. This is just not something that we can experience in King of the Sea and clan battles. But other tournaments, although not many of those around.
Mm-hmm. Well,
so yeah, I would even go as far as to say that, at least for me personally, thinking about how to use the points and making the strats and figuring out what works and what's good, what are good combos, it's even more fun than actually playing the tournament itself.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of the theory crafting aspect too, so super happy to hear that from you guys. And of course, we'll be distributing a player feedback survey, so if you guys will fill that out once we have it ready, I would greatly appreciate it. Yeah, any last thoughts from the desk here?
What did you think about the balance specifically for this tournament versus the previous one?
Loaded question.
I mean, it was probably better than last time. We had quite a lot of like varied strategies, even towards the very end, like even today, and to like quite a bit of success, right? Like you saw the type of things Rain would do, kind of, to some extent refusing to play, the smoke meta that we kind of are forcing a lot of the time because we think it's strong and we think we are good at it, right? They found ways to play a different way, and it was very viable. Like they took games off of us yesterday and today doing that. So yeah, it's definitely interesting. And I mean, also, the earlier series, TS YMQ, they had their own very like take on the meta, completely different ships than like what we played, and they made it really far into the tournament as well. So yeah, quite varied in my opinion.
Question for you: Shatter being banned almost exclusively from the tournament. Did you have a specific strat on that map that you wanted to pull off and couldn't?
Yes, I mean, as I think Striver already spoiled a bit earlier, and we had something special on Shatter. We were hoping that it's open in the finals and we get to play it. Unfortunately, Rain ended up banning it, so you'll never get to see it. I don't know, maybe next WMI.
We tried it twice. We tried it twice to get it out of you, but I understand. In any case, excellent job coming up with creative strategy still in a tournament that actually has both limitation and also non-limitation. A little bit of unbalanced point system from you guys in the Guden Lu, maybe, the Lucian.
Well, they didn't use the Guden.
Of course. But it was a fantastic show, and once again, congrats to you guys for taking it home.
Yep, we had a lot of fun casting you guys. Congratulations again on the win here for the Grand Finals, and we hope to see you guys in the next Warship Masters as well.
Yep, congratulations, guys.
Yep.
Enjoy it.
Thanks.
Yep, thank you. Appreciate it.
Take care.
All right. So wrapping up for today, unfortunately, it looks like we actually won't be able to pull the giveaway for the Asus hardware live on the stream today. So we will make a follow-up announcement for the winners. So do not despair. We will actually be able to inform you guys who won that. But to wrap up, we have, of course, an extraordinary amount of people behind the scenes who make the tournament run. It's not just 4 idiots at a desk talking all day. There is a phenomenal amount of people behind the scenes. So first, we're going to go through all of the volunteers. On the organizer side, I would like to thank Hiru, also known as Hiro Miro, Arch0, Tux Penguin 56, Zombie, Turkish, Hatsuzuki Kai, Obama Bin Driftin, Cute and Funny, Ubunikam, Frice, Dominic, Minato, Aquakin, Mini Hannibal 65, Rally Leo, and Tier XCV Aquila, who was also one of our CCs. We also had a bunch of people acting as Twitch mods to do all the code giveaways and announcements for us. That was Lemon Eagle, IIDX, Oceanless, the Polish DJ, and of course all the other Twitch mods who did moderating. I'd also like to thank Tataro for creating the Warship Masters mod pack this time and giving us fantastic tools to work with for our casters.
Definitely a lot of statistics and point values displayed on screen, for example, that are all thanks to Tataro.
Yep.
So.
I'd also like to thank Trackpad for the minimap renderer and a lot of other assistance with various aspects of the backend. Captain Stewie for the tournament website that we use whilst tournaments is a fantastic organizer tool. The content team who made the amazing St. Vincent skin that we hope many of you earned as Twitch drop missions for watching today. Again, I think literally my favorite skin in the game, hands down, no bias whatsoever. I've been playing so much St. Vincent recently with it because it's so beautiful. The video team for the studio and making everything happen that you see here today. Huge thanks to them. The replays, the B-roll footage, the picture-in-picture stuff, running the stream, actually producing, doing so much work. The art team for providing a lot of the visuals, like the fantastic art that you see behind us right now, and the Warship Masters logo. Again, so much work behind the scenes that goes into this. So thank you to everybody. As well as our casters for being awesome and doing a fantastic job over the course of the tournament.
It was a pleasure the whole way, honestly.
Super happy to have you guys here.
And thanks for having us, actually.
Yeah, of course.
For sure.
I'm not sure if I'm allowed to thank myself, so maybe somebody else wants to thank me.
It's okay. Thank you so much.
Guys,
Thank you for both of you for organizing one of the most fun and interesting tournament World of Warships has seen so far.
Yes.
All right.
Simple as.
And finally, thank you to Asus Republic of Gamers for being our sponsor for the tournament and sponsoring our awesome hardware giveaways and adding a lot of excitement to it. So
yeah, definitely. I mean, without all of the things that we have worked towards and all of the people in the behind the scenes working for this, none of these things could have happened. And I think really shows the dedication a lot of people have for this game, and what a wonderful event we've run.
Yeah. Well, we've had a ton of fun. Yes.
Well.
I almost forgot the most important part. I was too busy reading the list that Seraphis gave me. Thank you to the viewers for watching. So many of you turned out for the event to claim the Twitch drops, to watch the exciting games. So thank you guys. So much appreciated. Remember, if you haven't filled out the survey, go ahead and fill out the survey. Let us know what you thought of the event and what you'd like to see improved moving forwards. After every event, we do take a good long look at those surveys and make decisions based on that. So I think that wraps it up for me. Any last thoughts, guys?
Well, I think it was a lot of fun to cast here. Some of the more interesting matchups. Lots of new ships that we don't usually see in King of the Sea and in clan battles. So casting Warship Masters is always a blast. And I want to thank Robin for being my co-caster today as well. Excellent job. We both had some camera hiccups throughout the 2 weekends, but obviously we are covered by our very wonderful video team in the replays afterwards. And we will be taking all of these comps with into consideration when we design Warship Masters 2025.
There's a little bit of work to do, but it is exciting. But casting this kind of tournament is always a pleasure, especially because we had some absolutely crazy games throughout both weekends. Actually, some of the closest fight we've seen in any tournaments as well. And it was just a complete blast. So, of course, it's never perfect. So many things happening on screen, just a couple of brains can't process that. But once again, we hope to see you again in the next tournament, whenever that happens.
Indeed. I think I can't say any more than what has been said on the desk so far.
Soon TM.
Yeah. So, hope to see you guys in the future for more such tournaments on this channel. And we hope to produce such amazing content as well as an amazing giveaway, goodies, etc., etc. And hope to see you again then. Goodbye, everyone.
Goodbye, everybody. Hope to see you next time.